has had basically since forever. Lost Boy and Centurion, what can they do together? If you do not shut down Peekaboo when he's moving around, you're in big trouble.
It's a big mess match, that's for sure, and we are into picks and bans. KT versus TSM, Gnar, TF, and Gangplank, the early to hit the ban bench.
Yeah, so what we see so often now, I say so often, it's been 6 games, but what we see in this patch is on red side, you're almost forced to ban away these top tier picks. We have Mordekaiser, Lulu, and Gangplank. You can see Team Solomid already with the first 2 bans. This means obviously for KT, they have like a third target ban they can aim for, or they can just pick the Mordekaiser, and therefore give Team Solomid a chance to at least ban something outside of the top tier picks.
Well, Darius being one of the champions that's still left up, of those 100% pick and bans, we see 3 of them banned away. Yeah, Elise is that 5th one, so they're going to leave both of those 100%ers up. Braum also, alongside Thresh, are next on support, so TSM get number 2 and 3 in the sort of pick ban tier list.
Okay, so I like this from Team Solomid. They're basically saying, we see what you're doing with this Mordekaiser. You want us to ban Darius and you get first pick Elise. Instead, they want to trade it, and because there's all things like Fiora, Braum is open, Kalista is open in the bottom lane. A lot of strong picks. You can take 2 of them and at least just trade the value of Darius for Elise. And I think that's a fair enough trade to make.
Can Darius handle a champion like Fiora, though? It's not exactly something that we see a lot in his wheelhouse. And keep in mind, we're about to see a game with Someday on Darius, guys.
I don't think it's Fiora. I think it's Lost Boy playing Braum. He's 3-0 in the champion. I think Braum is far and away like the best of the supports left open.
I think you're right.
The thought, though, is Fiora is a flex pick. We've seen here some people play her in mid, as I would not like the Fiora-Darius matchup.
Yeah, take the Braum here, because you want to take away as much as possible from KT. The Fiora should be open unless you want to run like a double physical solo lane composition from KT. I'm not expecting that at all. So Team Solomid making the right choices with the first 2 picks. Question is just, can they keep Someday down now that he is on a Darius that can really get out of control?
I wonder, because we haven't seen Darius perform like super spectacularly yet in the tournament, but it's only been 1 day. Rek'Sai and Azir, the 2 picks locked in for KT.
I think it's very smart of KT to pick up Azir here. I think they're both Nagne and Bjergsen's best champions, at least statistically and just from what I've seen of them play. So I'm glad for Rolster's sake that they took this away. It's a big deal. It does still leave plenty of the other big team fighters up. Very few mid laners were banned here. So Bjergsen's got to go down that tier list a little bit.
I mean, Nagne is a great Azir as well, too. In Korea, Nagne and KOO really were the premier Azir players in very different styles, but Nagne is on something he's very comfortable with. He can stay back, be safe, farm up, be relevant late game.
And that's the key for KT around this mid lane here. We mentioned how Someday should be a better top laner than Darius. We talk about how Peekaboo and Score can out-roam Lost Boy and Centurion. So the mid lane is where Team Solomid had the big advantage. A safe laner like Azir, even though it's picked blind, I mean, you are on the blue side, you're already showing your solo laners.
All right.
It shows that KT were definitely ready for this. You need to know this can happen with LeBlanc and Zed being back in the meta. Bjergsen's gonna take a matchup where he can win it. He needs help though from Centurion if they really want to shut down this Azir.
This honestly looks like a very good champ sec for Team Solomid. It feels like they've baited every single one of these picks, and like looking at the picks and bans so far, these matchups look all very good for TSM. Knowing that they can go in with the Olaf into the Darius, I think which should be a very strong matchup for the Olaf. Elise can gank that lane. You can bully Darius out, and LeBlanc is a great assassin now. Once again, Azir is slower. Azir gets away from the ganks a bit weaker. There's some plays here for TSM.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the last pick just being a Sivir. It's going to synergize with the Olaf. It's a combination we haven't seen lately, but we saw a lot of Sivir yesterday as, again, one of these AD carries who would just focus on fast pushing waves, and then that ulti is still very valuable in the fights for Team Solomid, unless they want maybe a tower pushing AD carry like a Tristana in there that can also handle herself in the lane.
You know, an Arrow just locked in Kog'Maw. This has been one of his best champions by far this last season, even though it's very weak and you got to worry about a Kog'Maw into a champion like Olaf. If there's anyone, though, out there that can pull it off, it's certainly Arrow.
And this is going to be interesting because we know Peekaboo likes to leave that lane a lot. Kog'Maw thankfully has a lot of ranged farming tools, so getting away won't be the worst thing in the world for him down there. But Peekaboo roaming at Alistar, a great pick for him. He's going to be very comfortable making these kinds of plays. I do agree that Sivir makes a lot of sense here. It allows TSM to say, screw that, we'll dive your bot lane, much like we saw earlier yesterday.
Yeah, the only problem about Sivir is the lane matchup is not great for Wild Turtle. Then it can be a little bit difficult for them to play, especially once you hit level 6 on the side of KT's bottom lane. But again, you're building it more for the team comp. You have an Olaf who can get onto a low mobility AD carry, help him get there. Because if he's only running Ghost and nothing else, it's very difficult. We don't see as much Righteous Glory anymore. It's been nerfed. Again, Talisman is then getting out a little bit. But it seems like Team Solomid are really looking for a lot of skill matchups here. They're not afraid. to dance with KT.
I guess so. That is a bold pick for Wild Turtle. You know, ADC has been pretty criticized about his positioning, his mechanics throughout a couple seasons now. Yeah. Bringing in that vein, it's going to be interesting. I
only played it exactly once this split, and he did win on the champion, so TSM feeling comfortable on this one. And it feels like whenever we get to these big tournaments, there are players that really do well on this stage and players that really play up to their big sort of expectations here. Wild Turtle had one of his very best games on his very first game on TSM when it was like, look, you can replace KX here if you show up. We'll see if he gets that kind of performance here today.
I want to see Team Solomid, though, punish up in this top lane. Olaf is a very strong early laner, and you have Elise for that early game gank as well. Do not play around Bjergsen in the first few levels. There's a cleanse on the Azir. Try and shut down the Darius. He's not going to run anywhere once you get onto him, and maybe try and snowball your side lane for once.
Yeah, like I said, I think that matchup is very good. Just the mechanics of the matchup itself, right? Olaf is going to run at you. He's got slows, and you can even pop the ulti to go away from a lot of things. The fact that Darius is so weak to chain CC and so weak to all the hard crowd control that can come through here, I do think Elise plus Olaf can be very strong. Dyer's been putting in a ton of practice over the last couple of weeks, so maybe we'll see him play up to Sunday's level. It's a tall task, but I think that is what's up here for Dyrus.
You know, we see a very comfortable composition for KT as well, too. They've got a safe ADC for Arrow, and they can play for the late game like they prefer.
We'll see if that's going to happen now, guys. As we load into the game, let us know who thinks got the edge in this one. Tweet at Elevable Esports with the hashtag TSM win or hashtag KTR win. We will see who you guys think is going to come out as we start off day 2. KT Rolster versus Team Solo Mid. Both of these regions are so far undefeated in the World Championship, and either Korea or North America will end this game 3-0 across 3 teams. TSM, the major underdogs.
It's a high-stake match for both of these regions. And how about this, man? Korea 3-0 early on in groups at Worlds. Maybe not a big shock, but NA is stepping up. I mean, it's been LMS team so far. This would be the biggest win yet. I love this like team flare spam stuff, by the way. This is awesome.
Good Tigers had the best one yesterday.
Oh,
After
they did.
aces, all 5 running to Baron. Looked beautiful.
Yeah, definitely.
Early on, though, Team Solomid might look to have a lane swap here with Wild Turtle and Lost Boy. Send them towards the top lane, have the Vayne, sit in her own lane, get a few levels under her belt. We've seen a lot of teams try and lane swap on the Darius pick. Again, it's very hard for him to sit and farm on his own. He doesn't really have a whole lot of ways to get in safely. He just has to like spin that axe and hope he can last hit a minion or 2, and people simply try and delay his build.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Someday on this championette. Obviously, when the patch came out where these juggernauts got buffed, that was after Korea had already finished their League of Legends before Worlds. So it's going to be interesting. We're going to see how he can perform, but he's kind of the ultimate carry top laner in Korea right now, so I'm not too worried.
Right now, we saw Dyrus show himself in the top lane where there is a ward, so he was pinged by KT. I'm not sure if TSM were aware of the ward being there, because he then snuck out around it, so maybe trying to bait it a little bit. Some mind games early on from Team Solomid.
There's a couple things that can happen here, especially if top laners like to start a camp early on. I've seen people will undercut the wave like Peekaboo's doing right here, and it really messes with the freezing capabilities. This will guarantee a freeze for KT, by the way. They've already piled the minions up. So already an interesting level 1 that I haven't seen before, actually, the support pulling the wave like this. Arrow and Peekaboo will have a very easy time getting this Gromp, though.
But obviously the map is completely divided. It also means KT can just start and take away everything on the top side jungle for themselves and not show anyone in the lane before minions were coming down anyhow. But same for both teams. Dyrus was showing himself on the top side. They do take a camp though for Wild Turtle and Lost Boy, so they will have to push this wave. But that's where Olaf comes in very handy. Because let him take a bit of damage in the jungle, make sure that passive really kicks in, and then get him onto these towers here, and he can take them down so fast. And 10-15 seconds matter quite a lot if you want to fast push in terms of how quickly you can turn back down to the bottom side and how much CS you can deny from the enemy top laner.
And they even made sure Dyrus took some damage. The bonus attack speed will help him clear that even faster, and we contrast that to the freeze that was initially started by KT. Here's the completely standard North American LCS turret push. Every team does this.
Yeah, they are going for a very fast turret, and it doesn't look like there's anything really that KT can do to stop this right now. Maybe a bit more pressure on the bot lane.
Yeah, but by contrast, they didn't pull a top laner or jungler over, so even though all these waves are getting denied, essentially the equivalent of a freeze, TSM gets so much more turret damage down.
Yeah, this is KT not reacting properly, in my opinion, when they see this fast push, because the problem now for them, they're not freezing. The only other play they can really make, unless they send members down to try and smack down the tower, is bounce it back from the wave and just let it freeze down. Just accept that you lost the tower, but at least you get a frozen lane for your AD carry, because TSM is already killing the tower. They can send down a guy to this bottom side. KT is just very delayed. They do, however, get a little bit more farm between top lane and jungle, but we saw Santorin just sit in the jungle himself and solo farm all the time.
Well, the real question is, once KT starts trying to get into the enemy jungle, you know, what's TSM going to do to stop it? I mean, they need to keep Peekaboo and Score out of their jungle.
Well, having Elise is a big part of that for Team Soulmate. That's why they were happy enough taking a trade, saying you will get Darius for someday, we will get Elise for the early game for Santorin. So if you want to fight 2v2, we're ready to take it. They will not be able to get this tower. KT kept pushing the waves in, but there were only 2 members.
Well, TSM's picking different lanes. They're not sending the Vayne and the Braum down there. Wild Turtle's heading to the top side, which means Dyrus and maybe some help will be holding that turret.
Well, Dyrus now in the bottom lane. He will be able to pick up quite some farm. He will get solo experience, and even if he loses the tower, it's not the end of the world for Team Soulmate because he's getting solo farm, while top lane, 2 versus 1 and no backup for Someday will be very difficult for him to pick up farm. So this is basically TSM saying we can guarantee experience on Dyrus at least because he has a tower for safety. Someday does not. So he has to either have jungle help all the time or he has to just back away.
Well, I mean, this is one of the ways that you keep Score and Peekaboo out of your jungle. You give them something else to worry about. Specifically, you give Score something else to worry about. He's got to kind of babysit Someday right now, and that's making it go a little bit TSM's way so far.
And he's already unwilling to babysit him. You saw the Darius recall back. Wild Turtle is solo freezing the top lane. He gets that standard Vayne freeze that AD carries love while still getting the turret gold as well. Someday has to roam and try to make plays.
We have to see a 4-man dive on the bottom side for KT. That should happen right now, at least 4 Dyrus away. They're doing it.
They look for Dyrus.
Team Soulmate is reading it really well here, saying, okay, we've just seen Score move. We see Darius in the mid lane moving down as well. So we know exactly what's going on. So the best for KT now is just take that bottom tower and make sure that the Olaf does not get more farm and experience.
Yeah, looks like that's what they'll do right now. Someday Score lurking in the tri-brush. Dyrus obviously no Scores around. They get the turret, so that ties things up gold-wise and turret-wise at least. But where do we go for a
Dyrus has to be careful about where he went. He just took a bunch of damage, but Bjergsen in the mid lane with his team coming in, flash forced away from Nagne.
Manages to make it out. That Cocoon coming in just at the end, but it wasn't quite enough.
So 2 side lanes now are both pushing towards Team Soulmate. Up top, we have seen Wild Turtle freeze for quite a while now. And then this wave here with Darius going down, Dyrus might just try and shove it out, but they're going to go for it. He's getting a bit greedy.
A little bit of trouble here, maybe. No level 6. He's got no ultimate. Gets knocked up. He's in a lot of trouble. And that will be first blood going to Someday. And that is exactly who you do not want to get the first kill if you're TSM.
Yeah, they did so much to try and shut down Someday in the start. Gave a frozen wave to Wild Turtle. Deny him CS. KT reacted properly. They went all the way down to the bottom side, and Dyrus should just have stayed back. Because you knew there were so members, exactly. Yeah. You knew there were so many guys on the bottom side, and he gets punished.
It's a bit surprising. Bjergsen doing what he can in the mid lane. Nagne, though, behind in farm, trying to keep up as best he can. But this is perfectly fine for Nagne. He's used to being down in CS and lane. This is just kind of how he plays the game. Just wants to stay safe and be relevant later.
What's incredible about this, though, is that even despite the 600 gold worth first blood, KT Rolster actually just tied in gold with TSM here.
Yeah.
Soulmate are the only team at this tournament to normally have a gold deficit at 50 minutes in their region. We're halfway there, and TSM actually holding equal is better than their average early game, to be completely fair about this one. Up against KT Rolster, at least it bodes well. It's a promising trend for TSM, though of course there's so much more to play in this game.
Well, I'm a little bit worried about Dyrus on the other side, though. I mean, he's still down by a lot of CS. He's down in levels. And now that he's in the 1v1 versus Someday, he's got to be pretty careful. I guess Wild Turtle did show up. Probably pretty smart of TSM to give Dyrus a little bit of a hand there.
They can take the Dragon now if they want something, because Arrow is stuck on the top side and he's just slowly pushing it out. But Dyrus has to make sure he catches that big wave that's going to go near his tier 1 tower on top side once Arrow pushes it out. It's so key for him. He's already fallen behind and he cannot afford to fall further. Peekaboo is not going to see anything with the ward.
TSM heading for a 4-man dive on a Someday themselves, but of course Peekaboo is here for the defense.
Bjergsen is coming as well.
He's got some, Score is there.
3v5.
There's a lot of people down on the bottom side of the map. Is TSM actually going to go for it? That turret has a lot of help. Nagne moving down. Here comes a wave. They're trying to clear the best they can.
Too early.
Comes with the knockup. Plusboy takes a lot of damage from the turret. Someday gets slow, gets taken down by Wild Turtle. The melee continues, so Emperor's Divide used. Santorin flashing away, and it looks like at the end of the day, only Someday going down.
and that was about 5 summoner spells burned for TSM. They spent a lot of effort, and Arrow is still farming in the top lane. That will reach the turret and bounce right back. I don't know if that was even all that good for TSM.
There's teleport for Dyrus, so they got a kill down the bottom side. They played that dive really, really well, and he's going to catch this big wave. So I like it still for them because they're getting some farm. They know it's only a 1v1 lane. I like the play as well. We had the situation, do you want to take Dragon and play it super safe? No, they said we can 5-man dive with Bjergsen because he had been pushing the lane. This is where the pressure in these lanes come in. He could roam first and therefore go for the dive.
Dyrus is taking so much damage though.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting hit a little bit in this lane, and also it's now teleport advantage for KT. Someday is already 6, and Score heading up to this side as well. Dyrus is getting picked on, and he can't leave the lane easily.
And that's the problem when you run out of a lot of good options. When there's only one left, it's really like we gotta just dive here because we need something for our top laner. He's already falling behind, and all of it is just trying to get Dyrus back in this game.
Oh, gonna try to make play. Dyrus starting the recall, has to burn that flash to get out.
He didn't actually have to. Score had no way of actually getting the unburrow underneath, but
scary, man, when a big monster comes out of the ground.
I understand the decision there by Dyrus, but just technically, even though it does give the red buff away, KT has control, and this is interesting. They're actually playing the top side of the map, knowing that Someday can get up there. And KT, instead of playing for Dragon, are playing for Arrow.
Well, it's beginning, guys. What are we seeing? Peekaboo and Score getting into the jungle, forcing people back.
Trying to do exactly the same.
And they will land the stun.
Someday
he's going to go in.
He's in a lot of trouble, and he gets out. All right,
red buff
Not
trade.
As much trouble.
Yeah, red buff trade. Both top laners pushed out of their respective lanes, so both these guys getting very, very little farm.
Yeah, both teams basically mirror each other, but Dyrus seems to constantly get caught out a little bit and forced to either flash away or run away. Someday had no problem just walking out of the jungle, but both teams looking at where's the AD carry pushing in the waves. Do we want to deny it? Yes. Do we want to take tower? Yes. So therefore we have support and jungle as the backup around the lane. Just applying pressure, looking for some picks.
Yep. Nagne and Bjergsen still dueling in the mid lane. Nagne's managed to kind of stem the flow of CS as we see Wild Turtle take out this tier 1 down in bot. Nagne only 20 CS down now, but a lot of pressure on this top lane tier 2.
Look at this score. 4 guys heading in. TSM did it 3 minutes ago. KT says, we can do it too, and beautifully executed. Wow. No summoners lost from what I can tell. Much better dive by KT.
So really KT was simply about 10 seconds ahead of Team Solo Mid. By the time they took down the tier 1 tower, pushed in for the next one, they could go for the play while Wild Turtle was still busy on the bottom side, hadn't recalled yet. They knew it was a safe dive. And we see so many tower dives in the early game in this meta here. And all of them so far, it's not even been that risky. There's always been a numbers advantage for the team diving. It's never been like a 3v3 or anything crazy.
Yeah, well, this is fascinating too because we're seeing KT kind of give up this first dragon. We're really in a very different meta now. And so the question is, you know, who's going to adapt better in this tournament? KT trying to show what they've got. Nagne taking a lot of pounding in the mid lane. Still okay for the moment anyway.
Ooh, well, that's what's so interesting about this game is it's an extended lane swap. TSM went back to the lane with the turret death when they first knocked it down. This game has never had a heads-up 2-on-2 matchup, including the AD carries and supports. And so based on where you are in the map, that dictates which objectives you get. TSM get the first dragon, and they keep the gold basically identical here.
And if we think about it, Team Solomid has never really been known for having a great 2v2 bottom lane with Wild Turtle and Lost Boy. So hiding them a little bit is a smart idea, and at the same time, they try to shut down Someday as much as possible by sending Wild Turtle back and zone him off the creeps, forcing him to go on all the way to the bottom lane. But Dyrus has just been sacrificed a few times. So KT has found openings where he stayed for too long, and then they just managed to get kills onto him, which has been important for them in keeping up in gold.
Did you feel like we're seeing kind of more of the same? Dyrus, like you said, sort of sacrificed?
Well, TSM has just played so hard around their AD carry. I mean, both teams really have. Someday hasn't gotten a lot of help from his team. He's been TPing in to get ganks for Arrow.
I think we've just seen a difference between the two top laners. Someday always seemed to know when he couldn't stay and just walked away and didn't risk getting killed.
That's a good point.
Where Dyrus was more staying in lane, trying to either push it out or stay on the tower, knowing there was a chance of a 4-man dive, and that's why he's died twice.
Yeah, very true. You know, now I think we're going to see the focus shift for KT down to the bottom half of the map. They've gotten what they need to do on top.
The problem is there's nothing to do down there. All 4 outer turrets on the side lanes are already dead, and Dragon's gone for the next 4 minutes. Arrow has a little bit of time to go till his Trinity Force comes in, but unless they try to siege down mid, which to be fair is possible, there's nothing to fight for unless you really want to commit down to a tier 2 turret.
it's some fairly unreliable wave play from Team Solomid. It's just Bjergsen who can like jump into the wave with distortion, and you can never do that if a team is already sieging. You have a Trinity Force AD carry with Sheen completed, you have an Azir who's going Nashus. The siege is fairly decent for KT to start poking us out and keep Bjergsen under control.
Oh, Nagne taking a lot of damage.
Ignite
This could be the 1v1 Ignite. Will be enough, not quite.
And that's really the thing.
That cleanse.
Bjergsen keeps looking for these trades here. He does really well in this one-on-one, so KT needs to find a way to control him. That's going to be by sending multiple members to this mid lane and just push the LeBlanc into a tower.
Yeah, I mean, and you would expect a player like Bjergsen in a 1v1 dueling situation be able to beat a player like Nagne, but he didn't get the kill. The question is, can he get far enough ahead to make that difference in the late game? He's got a decent CS
and most of the turret.
Yeah.
Now here's
Good start.
I know. There's so many interesting things in this game. I wish I could talk about all of them, but as an AD carry, both outer turrets being down, it is so hard to play against Vayne as any other AD carry in the game. Arrow has to pretty much always respect Wild Turtle in the one-on-one because of the champion matchup here. And if you ever get an extended lane phase again, it's just hard to be Kog'Maw.
And we just keep seeing how the side lanes are pushed towards either team. So bottom side now was pushed in, then Dyrus gets a big wave. Before it was down to some that he got the wave and...
Oh, Nagne, that was not a good decision. Bjergsen
I missed
failed
that
to kill.
one.
He missed the Empress Divider. There's a kill for Bjergsen in the 1v1 in mid.
Bjergsen, he kept trying. This time around, there was no summoners in the mid lane. He gets another engage and some misplays come in from Nagne. But in the end, Team Solo mid, we highlighted how this mid lane matchup is where they can really get far ahead. And Bjergsen has been on fire so far.
I gotta say, Nagne's looking a little bit flustered in this mid lane now. That was a pretty poor duel we just saw from him, and you can't do that against a player like Bjergsen. He will take every advantage he can from every tiny mistake you make.
EU mid laners, man.
In NA versus Korea, the EU mid laners reign supreme.
It's a global game. Let's watch this one again.
This is the E, wants the shield from it. Bjergsen somehow lands the chain while Nagne's moving, and then again, Bjergsen expects the ult or something, but happens to walk around the side to never get CC'd.
I thought maybe he expected someday to get there a little bit quicker too. That could have been part of it, but either way, not the strongest play we've ever seen from Nagne.
But due to Team Solomid keeping the Vayne in the side lane, keeping the Olaf in the side lane, catching farm, pushing waves down, they force KT to respond and defend those side lanes so they cannot group on Bjergsen. And as we mentioned before, use your Azir, use your Trinity Force AD carry to start pushing in and just avoid this one-on-one. That's going to happen again and again. So far, good job with the 1-3-1.
You know, the biggest thing to me is when I look at the minimap right now, what I don't see is wards on TSM's side from KT. And when you don't see that, it's usually meaning a KT loss is coming in. So, yeah, if you're a KT fan, you got to start to get a little bit worried about the situation now.
I mean, meanwhile, look at the vision. We're 50 seconds from Dragon. You can see 4 wards in this southern jungle. Score will clear 1. He's got a defensive pink, but there's 3 more that KT have yet to deal with here. TSM doing a very good job of kind of beating KT at their own game. The jungle support roams have been okay, and they've been getting Dragon control.
And once again, it just opens up for Bjergsen to continue sitting in the mid lane. Slowly, he will push down this tower. If Nagne stays for too long, he might even die.
Oh, big chunk of damage dealt there.
It is not going to get better for KT because they've lost control of their own jungle. So we get to see the pushes happening in every lane. Dyrus is just sitting and farming for himself whenever there's a wave. And now TSM saying, you know what? It's time to take down the tower.
Yeah, TSM starting to pull farther and farther ahead. It's a small gold lead, but it's much more about the vision, about the positioning. TSM's got it all right now. Oh, we might see a fight here in this mid lane. Score gets caught with the chains, but they're not going to follow it up. Dragon is live.
Arrow's getting a lot of damage down.
That's right, Santorin has to flash away. The flash gets 2 with the E. There's a Brahma coming in, but the knockup from Peekaboo. KT, this could be the fight they're looking for. Pushing TSM back right now. They got a kill on Santorin, and they are just going to go for this mid lane turret.
Exactly what KT wanted here. Someday is still very strong on his Darius. He's finally part of the team fight. They got together as a group. This team, they want to fight 5 versus 5 and not take these 1 versus 1s against a Vayne, against a LeBlanc. That's not in their favor.
Well, they got the team fight. They're going to get 2 turrets out of that as well. Can probably just go for Dragon on the way out. We'll see if they decide to do it.
It's a bit risky because there are all the respawns coming in for TSM. Santorin doesn't exactly have any ults to worry about here, so it's going to be interesting. Looks like KT will be recalling, which could give TSM the chance to knock that down.
And we'll see. Either way, a little...
Yeah, this is TSM's Dragon.
I think so. A little gold lead from KT. TSM, though, gets that second dragon, so the pressure is on. It's bizarre to see KT in a situation where the other team is up 2 dragons like this.
I don't think in this game, though, they care. Because you just got 2 mid lane towers. You just won a team fight as well, where you were in a very bad situation, getting pushed in every single lane, basically. Maybe outside the top lane, where Someday was always in control. However, getting that goal lead back for KT, and the fact that they finally got to group, that's what matters for them. So now they also get a chance to get a few wards into the jungle of Team Solomid, slow down the split push. And if we get to see them grouping up one more time with AD carry and mid lane together, KT should be able to at least keep track of where Team Solomid is.
Should be. They did also use that opportunity to finally get some wards into TSM's jungle too, so they finally got a little bit more vision to work with. So I'm sure, if nothing else, they're in a little bit more comfortable of a situation now.
And it's interesting as well, you speak about being more comfortable. The fact that a Negatron Cloak is now in here for Nagne means those Bjergsen solo kills are going to be much, much less likely to happen. Bjergsen got a good laning phase. He got the turret first. He got a solo kill. That's good for him. But Nagne is in the full team fight power now. Took some wounds, but he's already back and recovered. Nashor's Tooth done. Level 11 is here. The team fight power is already here.
Yeah. Definitely is. And Score going into the jungle there. Bjergsen's got an eye on him, though.
And this is very risky for KT because the mid lane once again is pushed down so far. Wild Turtle is in the top side, so he cannot join in case there's a teleport coming in from Someday in a big team fight, but then he can just push in multiple towers towards the base. So once again, Team Solomid is in a position where they should be able to hold because Bjergsen can always roam. So KT knows we cannot push this tower. It doesn't matter that there's minions. If we do it, we might just die to LeBlanc.
You know, one thing we haven't mentioned yet is the blue control that KT has had for a lot of the game. They've been able to get a lot of those blue buffs.
Yeah, good steal by them. And this was, again, just where the people were sent around the map. Wild Turtle sent to the top side to do up against Someday, who has teleport. He can always show up on that bottom side. TSM has to respect that. And in fact, we saw a second ago, Nagne had run to the bottom lane to try to defend a top turret they thought TSM was pushing, and that actually wasn't the case. Wild Turtle's just on an island. He's just getting farmed. They're not really pressuring with him.
We're going to see a lot more Vayne, though, in this tournament. With big bruisers like Darius, of course, in the meta, having a Vayne who can so easily duel them, or at least avoid getting caught by them with her mobility, is going to be very important. And being able to, again, split up this map and take care of the tanks.
I do wonder at what point this Darius pick's mobility challenges are going to sort of catch up with the strength that it has in team fights.
Oh, TSM aren't really very good at being anti-melee is the problem. If they had like an Azir or a Victor, being Darius would kind of suck a little bit, but LeBlanc and Olaf aren't really going to punish that in team fights. I think Summon's going to be totally fine, and this first pick becomes justified as the game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, just meant in general with Darius.
Oh, sure,
This game he's okay, but...
There'll definitely be a lot of games.
2 people, man. That's pretty decent.
We've seen it already with Darius, how he's been a fairly safe option, honestly, for teams to have over in that top lane. He has a lot of good matchups. It's very hard to deal with him. He heals for a lot more now in team fights compared to before, so even there he has quite some presence. But often it is, as you just said yourself, you need that flash pull to start a fight, so you should never be the main engage as a Darius on a team. There needs to be something else. In this case, Peekaboo is on the Alistar to engage in even a knockup from Score to start the fight. So they're helping Someday getting there and make sure he can always get onto targets.
Meanwhile, new item alert here for Someday. Sterix Gauge picked up for him. It's a big damage increase, and it's a great tank item, actually, with a shield that pops when you get low. But he's not buying items that make him go faster. No Dead Man's Plate, no randoms for the CC.
I'm surprised to not see the Dead Man's Plate specifically. That seems to be pretty standard as a second item on Darius these days. Yeah,
we talked a little bit about this before the show as well, how some of these new items like Sterix Gauge here is super good. However, it doesn't really give you what you need as a big, low mobility bruiser, in the sense that your main weakness is getting and sticking onto targets for yourself. Like, getting that engaging, that will not help you. Dead Man's Plate will, but it does make you insanely strong if you finally get the one-on-one.
Yeah, I mean, my general thought is it's a team game. You can pick champions for their strengths, and their weaknesses get covered by your teammates. Making Someday fast doesn't make him a better Darius. Making Someday unkillable and do 1 million damage makes him the scariest frontliner in the game. And if you can rely on your team to set you up, you've got Alistair and Rek'Sai for some initiation power.
Sure.
I mean, that's the role, just to be a big, heavy frontliner. Someday will do that.
You know, another big thing to kind of take note of, I think, item-wise, is that Score's been able to pick up his Aegis now. Talk about making Bjergsen, you know, more trivial in team fights. That's going to be even less damage that he's going to be doing.
What's another thing about the changes in 5.16? The Aegis Aura went down to 15 magic resist from 20. So for champions like Arrow, who aren't getting any other MR, it's actually worse for him. Of course, it's still good for Score and the rest of the lineup who are buying other Magicus items.
I suppose.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still good.
It all helps.
I'm just referencing patch changes because I love items.
Now, Bjergsen is 14 at the moment. He's going to hit level 16 fairly soon, at least for himself, which is one of these big spikes for the Blanc, where he can really start one-shotting the back line. Arrow, of course, is behind him in levels as an AD.
Oh, someday.
Don't care about that one. Jumping straight back to Distortion.
I gotta be careful, though. He took a lot of damage there, and with less than a minute until Dragon, they can't really afford to have that happen. Oh, Wild Turtle comes in, contempt for Score against the wall. Your Score has to burrow his way out. Shield thrown up by Lustboy as KT disengages. But again, Dragon is coming soon. You cannot lose someone right now.
No, it's going to be 3 Dragons for Team Solomate if they get it. And with KT being forced back in base, giving up all control, at least towards the bottom side, not that Team Solomate has taken over because they want to push this tower instead.
I don't know if you're going to get a lot done.
Siege on the tier 2. Arrow can do a lot of damage to Lustboy if he wants to, and he may. There's a chilling smite. Score comes over the side. Lustboy taken down. There's another kill for Someday. Lustboy just simply out of position.
Yeah, very strange. The rest of his team just walked back up the mid lane, but he stayed a little bit too long, and in the end, Score just ulties in behind him. Very important kill for KT.
Very awkward, and it may give them their first Dragon in the game, too.
Well, that's the thing is TSM, the rest of them had postured around Baron, daring KT to even try that. This is normal, like typical TSM. After 20 minutes, will dare you to take Dragon because they'll kill Baron instead. Lustboy didn't get the memo, went to the other side toward Dragon, and because of that pick, there is no threat, and a clean pickup for KT.
Yep. It's been one of the problems we can highlight for Team Solomate in this game is that some of their members have been caught out when they shouldn't have, and that has given openings for KT to get ahead in gold here, to now get a second dragon, or get a first dragon instead of a third dragon for Team Solomate, which could have been a very key thing. As we know, KT as well, once they are behind, don't always know exactly what to do on the map, and often rely on getting towards these 4 or 5 dragons and then look to close it out.
And well, that train has begun for KT Rolster. Started with a dip, 2 dragons down, but now they're back up on the lift, getting 1 dragon for themselves.
I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to the super late game, and it comes to 30 minutes plus, who do you really trust to make the better late game moves, better late game decision making? TSM is good in NA, but KT is just so strong overall. They have one of the longest average game times in Korea right now. If anybody knows late game, it's definitely this team.
Yeah, but for NA's sake, TSM is kind of the same way here. These are both the low kill, mostly map control focused teams. These are actually the 2 least bloody teams, kills plus deaths per minute.
We don't have a lot
games.
to do. It's sad for us, isn't it?
Well, this is why we kind of start talking about the histories of the players. That's why I'm glad you're on the cast. You know these Korean teams so well, and I start gushing about items. This is like how you expect KT vs TSM to go. 6 kills, 26 minutes.
And this is what we expect for Team Solomate right now. They need to find a new objective where they can bait around and put Bjergsen in a position where he can assassinate a target. He's getting higher and higher up in terms of levels, but there's more and more magic resist coming on the side of KT, so it's not going to be easier for him to get these kills. And as long as there's map control or wards down, he can't find that assassination. And it's a problem, but we see them trying to use bait near the Baron. Come on, move closer. Someone gets out of position, then Bjergsen pops in and tries to get
Bjergsen coming in. Nagne tries to do some fancy dodging, just takes a lot of damage in return.
I mean, Nagne tries to land the E to get a shield to make that trade a bit easier. And you can see he keeps the control up in the mid lane thanks to the turret. But Bjergsen right now is about 500 gold shy of a Void Staff. That item comes through, that combo might actually kill Nagne in its own right. So that can always be a risk, but there's a lot of time that TSM has to wait, and Someday making a nice play here. Yeah,
slowing Dyrus down, doing a bit of damage. Misses that Q. Dyrus can always pop the ultimate to just walk right out if he needs to.
And Olaf is one of these champions here who's normally extremely strong in the early laning phase when it comes to his early duels here, but late game, it becomes very difficult for him to really take down anything, especially these big tanks like Someday. The one-on-one has been very much in favor of him because Someday's been getting the early kills as well. And by him just constantly having this pressure, he will keep control over Dyrus is, and that means KT might be able to make the proactive move. Because again, they're still just waiting. They're just waiting, making sure Bjergsen cannot kill anyone, and then slowly scale up on your AD carry, scale up with your mid laner.
Yeah, KT has all day as far as they're concerned.
They're actually controlling the minion waves much better as well. Take a look at the farm leads on all these players, aside from specifically Bjergsen, who is ahead considerably. Every single one of the other 4 roles is better for KT, and now Dyrus pops the ult. The slow is enough to get him away just barely, but he's out of this lane.
Afraid it might be the end times for him.
Here's typical TSM play, though. Right away, they're trying for it, and Dyrus can teleport.
Oh, Score comes in, too. With that ultimate himself, Nagne coming up, Bjergsen trying to zone him out. We can see on the minimap. Here comes Peekaboo, teleport coming in for Dyrus. Peekaboo goes in for the knockup.
No Kog'Maw.
Score coming in. Where is Kog'Maw? Someday needs to do the damage. Here he comes, arrow right there. Bjergsen very, very low. Kills coming in for Wild Turtle though, but a double comes in for Nagne and KT. They've got the fight as Wild Turtle caught by Someday. That's 3 kills now. A double kill for Arrow, that's 4. Might as well be an ace because they've got the Baron.
Very big mistake from Bjergsen in this fight here. He starts up by using his abilities on Peekaboo, who's popping his ulti anyway. So suddenly Nagne knows, oh, there's no threat of me being one-shot. I can move close and start dealing damage. Arrow obviously comes in fairly late, but because Bjergsen was not a threat to Nagne, he could pick up the kills. The rest of KT comes in. Team Soulmate is stuck in the Baron pit, and then there was nothing they could do.
Beautiful stuff. KT replying to this Baron attempt so very well. Here comes the Bjergsen combo. Q, E, gets chunked down, dodges away with his W, jumps back in. He's doing no damage whatsoever.
And look at Nagne here. He was on 50% HP, and yet he just stepped forward right next to Bjergsen. I don't care about you. You have no cooldowns right now. So I'm just going to take care of the rest of your team instead. So well played from KT, but also, again, a missed opportunity for Team Soulmate. Never, ever focus the Alistar. It's just not worth it when he jumps in.
You know, and that's exactly what Peekaboo wanted. He wanted to scare him, wanted to get right in their faces and force that out, and it worked like a charm. Not like an Ari charm, like a different, like a metaphysical kind of charm.
A little bit mixed communication as well from Team Soulmate here. Arrow was gonna be late, so it could be a 5 versus 4 team fight. But it's like half the team were kind of staying on Baron, some of them were turning around, a little bit of everything, instead of just instant call saying, okay, disengage from Baron, take the team fight while the AD carry is gone.
Yeah. Bjergsen looking for a bit of redemption, nearly gets it with close to a kill on the Arrow. Should heal up pretty quickly though.
And now it's how much can KT Rolster take while this Baron buff is on. Dragon will respawn during its tenure, but they can also try to keep sieging. Azir and Kog'Maw, 2 of the very best of what they do, while Alistar plays bodyguard. This should be incredibly difficult for TSM to do anything. You guys mentioned earlier the low wave clear by TSM.
Oh,
and
Bjergsen from the side nearly takes down Score.
They do some damage, but the turret it can't run away. It can't heal up really, and you can see very little gets done by TSM as the turret loses more and more health.
Yeah, Bjergsen poking. Dyrus going very, very low. He's got to be careful here, but as a minion wave dies, KT needs to wait that cannon minion. And still doing a bit of work.
Azir loves being in this position where he has his own turret behind him, he has the Baron buff minion, and nothing you can really do to stop it right now. They're just waiting for Bjergsen to pick off a target on the side, and that can really be the go button for Team Soulmate. Yep. There's really no other main engagement.
Oh, the stun hits him!
By Peekaboo.
Bjergsen's got to get away from this one, but now the dive in towards the turret. Few more hits will do it, and Arrow's still safe in the back line. But the W's down, he's got to buy some time. Bjergsen again can only find Peekaboo as his target, who pops the ult, knows he's safe, and now KT can run right for this Dragon. TSM are on the hunt, though.
Wow, they're actually going to try to tie up the Dragons here, and this, if they can get this Dragon, pretty much undermines everything TSM's accomplished this game.
Well, they're coming down for it. Bjergsen down to 50% mana for himself. The rest of Team Soulmate, though, except for Lostboy, are fairly healthy. Arrow,
he's going to go for it.
Back down. Maybe KT said, you know what? We don't want to risk it. We're in a good position right now.
No flash for Someday. Score coming back in with the ult, but the burst comes down. What a pull! It stops the W, but the Dragon comes through. No steal for Score. Ult's in for Lustboy, but it means Dyrus is by himself. He doesn't get the memo, takes so much damage. Oh, does not quite get sniped, but TSM does at least sneak the Dragon.
Man, Vikings are not known for like running away, but Dyrus, he made it a thing that I think other Vikings will consider in the future because he actually lived.
This time he stayed alive.
Right.
The other times where he didn't run away, he died for it, and that has put him really far behind in this
might
game.
Cost him. They're going to lose this tier 2 turret for sure, and KT, even if they don't get the Dragon, has been able to at least get something out of it each time.
And we got to see an early game here from Team Soulmate where it was clear what the plan was, you know, trying to shut down Someday. We have a strong laner in Olaf. If he can get rolling, we maybe can keep Darius down. However, because of these early deaths with him being caught out on the Olaf, the fact that KT managed to get a few picks, other than just Dyrus dying, of course, left and right, kept them even in gold at least. And then they get that first 5-on-5 team fight where the combo or where the composition is so strong. And from there on, they've kind of been in the lead. Because Team Soulmate could no longer just put up this 1-3-1 split push, because suddenly the map control were evened out. and KT's just been leading the charge from there.
And it looked like a lot of bad decisions in a row from TSM. There's Lustboy getting caught, taking the wrong exit from the mid lane after a kind of lackluster siege. Then the Baron attempt where they could have forced a 5v4, came around the wrong side.
They're going to go after score here.
It's some poke, it's not that important, but TSM again trying to make the exact same play. Can we set up Baron? If they put wards down now, they will last until that respawns. It's kind of the only play left. KT Rolster up so much gold right now.
I feel like I've seen this before. Peekaboo comes into the flash, headbutt pulverized Dyrus right away, pops out almost to get away. Lustboy taken down. Another kill for Arrow. Dyrus just immediately had to flee along with Wild Turtle. TSM was not ready, and now Wild Turtle caught on his own. Another kill for Nagne. Disaster for TSM.
There's so little they can do now. They're just trying to make some aggressive plays, maybe surprise KT, but it's not going to happen. KT are in full control. Bjergsen once again looking to see if he can flank and get one kill.
Yeah, it doesn't much matter what TSM do here. Peekaboo has been so incredibly good this game. 90% kill participation, practically a perfect score, taking almost all the damage and yet finding picks all the same. The Moby Boots Alistair just not being stopped at all. Again, trying to stop Bjergsen mid-combo, and KT in control of everything.
Now, what a great story for Peekaboo throughout this year, too, was the support for SK Telecom, sidelined with wrist issues, quit the team, said, I want to play, join KT, and it was a big part of getting this squad to Worlds, and he is performing at Worlds now. Awesome story for this guy over the course of the year.
Every single kill in the early game was him, and of course his trustworthy jungler right next to him.
Yep.
Walking down and finding Dyrus out of position, getting the kills. And that jungle support synergy is just so key in this meta here, because it's what sets up all these tower dives. It's what sets up the vision on the map. I will say, Santorin and Lostboy, though, were making plays as well at the same time. They just weren't able to find the same openings because Someday knew when to back away.
And just to kind of underscore how much Peekaboo has done for this team, the only best of match KT has lost has only been to SK Telecom T1. They have lost to no other teams in a best of series. Since that roster addition, he's been so much miracle sort of work for this team.
Even though that was a 3-0 loss to SK Telecom in the LCK Summer Finals, you still see this KT team come in and look so good. But on the other side, TSM, not looking bad at all. It's relatively small things, isn't it, that they need to go back and look at with this game. If they can fix them, they can be much, much more competitive going forward.
That's the thing with this World Championship. I feel like these teams are actually fair. Oh, dear Lord, that damage.
Whoa, that was a lot of damage from Arrow.
So these teams are all fairly close in skill level, a few outliers notwithstanding. It's one or two very catastrophic mistakes that pull the game out of contention anymore. Lustboy getting caught, TSM making the bad Baron call, game blown wide open, and KT no longer having any issues.
When you're talking about the world's best, it doesn't take much to separate the wins and the losses. Arrow just chasing away TSM. They've got that ward. Score maybe trying to come in from the flank here. Bjergsen catches him, but he's just not doing a ton of damage now. They catch Someday. They get Peekaboo. Oh, could be back. KT coming in, though. Arrow manages to get the kill. Arrow, this Kog'Maw is untouched, and he is raining down chaos on TSM.
There is no threat on him whatsoever. This team has done so well to create chaos in the beginning. KT engaged the fight. TSM can't go back in. Arrow can do all the damage he wants. The front line is doing all the work.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Bjergsen trying to make plays. Got a big chunk out of Someday, but that's not going to save this inhibitor. It's not going to save the turret either, in reverse order, I guess. KT still pushing ahead for that win. Bjergsen just desperate to make plays, and TSM needs him to, but they need more than Bjergsen.
Yeah, KT now full control. They have been for the last 10-15 minutes. Really just a strong performance to show how you can get back into the game. Because they were suddenly being put in situations in the early game, maybe they didn't expect them, where Team Soulmate had that strategy, and instead we saw KT say, you know what, easy boys. What do we do now? Okay, where do we punish them? Who's out of position? And that's how they kept it even until we got the grouping. So smart game for KT.
Yep, very, I would say, other than a few lost dragons early on, a very typical KT game. You know, it's playing it safe, methodical throughout, waiting for that late game strength, using the vision they gain to make those plays.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. So KT taking care of business.
It might just be for Team
There's
Soulmate.
two in base.
They kind of...
TSM had the opportunity to force really hard and make something happen there. Kog'Maw was in base. Kog'Maw was in base and Azir was far. That was actually a window TSM could have used. It's too late now.
Still, you got to do just to take the fight and force KT to move
they
down
haven't
near
even
the
killed all the
river.
wards. They're standing on one. The sweeper missed it. TSM have nothing to do here. 2
all
inhibs are
going
dead.
wrong.
The mini waves are already pushing and nothing TSM can do.
Yeah, side wave control has been good for KT as well. TSM looking for an opportunity. Wild Turtle gets caught though. Pushed back. The pulverize actually did not knock him up, I guess.
Peekaboo doesn't like the patch notes right now. The slowed headbutt.
Dude, it was that was a close call. If they had caught Wild Turtle there, that would have been basically game.
They're just gonna stop the recalls because super minions are already in the base. They're gonna be a fight though.
And there's the dive on in. Summoner gets the Sterix shield pop, but here comes the rest of the fight. Peekaboo on the side, ult already popped. TSM cutting away, but that's okay for KT Rolster. The minions can win the game for them. And the big engagement score. In comes Nagne, and it's gonna be a bloodbath there. Here comes the Chaos Dug. Here comes everything. What can TSM do aside from run and cry and lick their wounds? Santorin gonna be the last one to go down as Dyrus is already somewhere else on the map.
I don't even know where Dyrus is. I know he's back to base. He's like, sorry guys, there's some minions in the base. I'm kind of worried about him. Good luck, bye.
They would have won the game though for KT, so Dyrus will, for now, delay it. But come on, we're talking 10 seconds, and then KT's gonna push in. They won this game. They played it well. They got back. They got to late game, and they showed what they could do.
Death timers are too long. I mean, yeah, KT showing what they can do, and what they do is play a very, very solid mid and late game. Stayed safe early on, and second inhibitor goes down, and there goes the Nexus. KT will take down TSM Korea 3-0 and a 2-1.
Big congratulations there to KT Rolster. They only gave up 3 deaths the entire time. All those pretty much in the early game. Closing this game out was pretty much textbook by these guys. Good job, KT.
I saw a very early game focus, composition, and strategy for Team Solomate here. They're long in the mid lane to apply pressure. Olaf up in the top lane. Vayne, once she gets to play, can always be a split pushing threat as well. But just the individual mistakes really hurt Team Solomate here. It made KT always have a way back into the game.
Yeah.
They found that way. And honestly, Team Solomate is going to look at this game and be very disappointed at some of these early mistakes they made, because they are fairly easy for them to fix.
I mean, we saw some hope for TSM too. We did see Bjergsen, I feel, pretty comfortably outplaying Nagne in the mid lane.
Exactly.
It was fairly small things. You know, Blustboy cannot get caught. Basically, it's if people cannot get caught, TSM will have much better results in this tournament.
Yeah. I like the early game strategy from them. Pig and Manface made sense with the way they were playing. It was just executing it perfectly. Wasn't there for Team Solomate.
That's right, and as KT Rolster takes a bow, we will see another win by a very, very strong team here. And this is exactly how they wanted to start this tournament. KT Rolster, again, finally at the World Championships, getting a big win over TSM right off the bat.
And it's still a sub 40-minute win, so even though it did look fairly close for, to be fair, actually one of our longer games at Worlds, actually, with how snowbally they've been. It's, KT doing exactly what KT does. I do want to see a lot of growth from TSM. Honestly, like I don't have much more to say about KT Rolster. I thought they played a solid game overall. TSM, it was fraught with individual misplays. The very first tower dive they did, they had a guaranteed wave pushing in, and Lustboy went before the minion waves were there. He took 3 turret shots before even dealing damage just from jumping the gun on a dive.
They got a kill on that one. Lee's first pick for TPQ, and take like a Rek'Sai pick or a Lee Sin pick for Amazing and try and match him in the early game, and then also get a very strong dual lane for Mithy and Nils down at bottom, because I think those two guys can make plays and they can use that in the early game very well. We're gonna have to see. LGD for now is banning away one of the top tier picks in the Gangplank, so Origin can just remove the Lulu and then go for a third option as well.
The Lee Sin the second though for Origin.
Yeah, so these are just these teams doing their standard research, though. Yeah, the Lee Sin member. These are teams doing the standard research into these teams. They know Soaz is an amazing Gangplank player overall, not wanting to risk first picking it. The Varus, we saw Peke win a game with it in the finals, then immediately get banned every single time by Fnatic afterwards. So, again, just standard prep work actually paying off here.
I don't think, though, you should ban the Gangplank on blue side. I think you can always first pick it. It's a safe matchup in every single lane, unless you specifically want something for your own
bad matchups.
Because this is now allowed. Okay, there are a few counter matchups, but we haven't seen them in action. So far in competitive play, Gangplank has done well in basically everything, and he's been considered a very safe flex pick. However, it means for Origin, they could ban away the Lee Sin, they can take away Lulu now, and then the normal first pick would be the Elise come in for them, but that would leave Kalista open, which has been such a key pick for Nils. They're going to give him Lulu
and Elise up. So Origin saying, hey, at least we'll get one of these two.
Yeah, and again, keep harping on Kalista just for Nils because we know how much he likes to play it and how key it can be for Origin to have that winning matchup one way and also get a last pick for Source maybe up top against Acorn.
I don't know if Kalista is actually that high priority anymore. I know she's gotten a couple of bans here, but she's been unpicked a lot as well. After the 5/16 nerfs, I wouldn't ever first pick Kalista in a game here. Lulu, I think the obvious choice.
Oh yeah,
there
not
comes
first
through.
pick, not first
but
pick.
even as like the first round red side either, like personal opinion, I don't think it's all that good. We'll see which teams do care, but a lot of teams let it go completely. But as you mentioned, there's the hover, there's the lock-in.
I think, yeah, so you have a good point, how a lot of teams do not value Kalista that highly anymore. Origin is one of those teams, though, whenever Kalista was open, Nils would just go for it. And in Europe in general, whenever it was open, teams would very often quick it super early. Now, of course, been a few nerfs here and there.
That's the thing, is we haven't seen it since 5/14, so even with those nerfs, he's still really happy to grab it early.
Yeah, talk very highly of it at least. You can still even do the combo with Thresh for Mythi, one of his main picks, unless he wants a Braum. So LGD either has to pick the Thresh away if they want to avoid the 2v2 lane. But they can go full Juggermore here with the Lulu first pick. I really think Origin should not have left Lulu open and just let him first pick an Elise instead and go like Rek'Sai into it.
And they got the Braum as well. I mean, of course, you have to be afraid of Imp's Kog'Maw, or Imp's Kalista as well. Of course, he's very good at the champion all the same, but yeah, if we're just looking at tallying up power picks, LGD looks so strong with their first three.
I mean, Gragas is still available too. They could pair that along, you know, with the...
Origin needs a Thresh so they can dominate the 2v2 lane. I can go Alistar as well, and you have that insane dive combo of like Fate's Call, Alistar, and of course an Elise who can take care of basically everyone on the turret. But they need to win the laning phase here to make sure that Imp doesn't just farm up to be a late game monster. Kennen would work as well in the support role. You just need something that can bully, and then you aim for that 2v2 lane if you are Origin.
Kennen Kalista, man, this is a matchup we don't see all that often, but when it comes out, it's certainly a delight here. Mostly known for his laning phase there. And we're going to take a little bit more time. All right, safe mid laner comes in, and it's going to be Annie support after all.
Yeah, so Origin is basically adapting to the Juggernaut being built and saying, you know what, we wanted to run like Kennen and just try and go completely crazy in lane. Annie also works okay, not as strong as the Kennen, but she offers the hard engage you of course need, otherwise you're never going to reach that back line. I like the pick here for Pekka as well in the mid, just as a safe pick. Mentioned very quickly how getting Source a counter pick could be very key in this matchup, so you can have a winning bottom lane and then a winning top lane for Origin, and therefore try and get that early lead. So safe mid lane pick for him. He's most likely expecting it to be into the Lulu, which is a good matchup for Orianna as well.
He can't even expect that. Acorn's second most played champion was Lulu this split, so even though we see PYL hovering a couple of top laners, you saw that click on Syndra briefly as well. LGD gets to decide who's going to actually face Orianna. Will it be Lulu or anything else we want to do? The Hecarim actually the very most played by the champion, or by Acorn up there. And
for TBQ as well, looks like they might lock in that Vi actually. A lot of popular junglers banned up or taken. The Vi would certainly be good at getting in on the Kalista. They're going to lock that in with Malphite. So it was Juggernaut. Now it's kind of like a weird hybrid of like a little bit of protection with some really hard engage.
It's a bunch of hard engage with Kog'Maw in the backlines. It looks exactly like how KT Rolster won their last game. Alistar goes in, starts all the fights, and you can't possibly get to the AD carry in the backline because everyone's already stunned and dying. So LGD with a very aggressive composition. I mean, this fits their play style, picking on people all the time. Vi and Malphite can start fights whenever they want.
Knockups for days on that team.
And that's what Lulu, again, offers your team, because suddenly you can make your AD carry so insanely fast that he can also play super aggressive in the front line with this hard engage. Vladimir is a counter matchup into the Malphite up in the top lane. Another option could be Fiora, who does well in the early game at least, but that would really require Origin to start snowballing from there. Vladimir gives the more late game scaling with the Orianna. A lot of AP coming in, though only Kalista is providing the physical damage.
I actually like the idea of having composition that can absorb the engage and then sustain through the rest of it. They've got some shields from this Orianna in the mid lane. They've got the Vladimir to tank things up. I do think this quick style switch there for Origin to have a more absorbing backline may work out, but it does leave the Annie kind of by herself. Yeah,
and LGD is going to be very happy to lane swap in this game here. Get the Vladimir in a lane swap where traditionally in the early levels he doesn't do a whole lot. It can be fairly difficult for him to farm.
Yeah.
And then also avoid this Kalista lane that can be such a pain to play against, because it's very clear what Origin has been doing here. They want winning matchups on the side lanes. We talked about it earlier. Pekka sits and farm in the mid lane. He won't do anything else, and then you win the rest of the map Origin. So they had the last pick for Soas, early pick at Kalista. LGD should look just to lane swap in this one here. and try and at least avoid Origen just getting these fantastic lanes from level 1.
Yeah, I mean, every single one of those matchups just feels so good to lane swap against there. So LGD definitely looking for mismatched lanes, and we'll see how the level 1s play out and how the lane swaps play out. Curiously, as much as you say matchup-wise and you know, in an agnostic game, a lane swap would be better for LGD, every single time we keep seeing the Western teams are still playing the lane swap games better. I mean, every single time they're getting the first turret, they're getting more farm, and they're getting the setup afterwards to go well. It's the late game decision making that's getting these Eastern teams to do better. That's one thing I'm going to watch for in this one. Either way, guys, you at home, let us know what's going on. As we hit the Rift, tweet at LOL Esports. Tell us who you think is going to win this one. Hashtag LGD win, hashtag OG win. We'll check back in during the game, but let us know who's going to be the last team to start 1-0 as we finish up our Group D games for the day, and then we start going into the repeats after this one. But starting your group stage off right is the way to do it. Getting ourselves into our second game of the day.
Yeah, it is time, guys. This is what a lot of people have been waiting for. LGD taking on Origen, and it is just about time to move on to Summoner's Rift. In fact, it is time. And we will see if the European powerhouse, the second-place team out of EU, can take on an extremely strong Chinese team. A team that a lot of people think of as a counterpoint to EDG. Let's see if they can handle it. Here we go.
Yeah, we talked about how KT, despite being the 3rd seed from Korea, were the second best team. It's the same for Origen. They had to go through the regionals. Didn't have enough points, obviously, which is what H2K qualified on as the second team. But Origen is regarded as the second best team in Europe, and they have to show it here. They have some good lane matchups.
They've got the Mecha Malphite skin, too, for LG. It's a big cause of concern for Origen, in my opinion.
The Mecha Malphite. What about that terrible early skin we had for him, where he just green and nothing else?
Yeah,
no nose.
Malphite is great.
No nose.
I mean, that's his mouth is like his face in the middle of his chest, basically. He's not really supposed to be that humanoid.
Maybe he's got other scent organs, you know? I mean,
obviously, no offense to whoever made that skin. It is a classic.
Absolutely, man.
Sure.
If we ever play in Ireland, it's the only one you're allowed to play.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Wow.
It's actually locked. You're not allowed to use
True
champion
facts
select.
from Freak.
Yep.
From Freak here.
That's how it works.
Huh.
Irish summoners, you can tweet and let us know it's true.
Completely true. Indisputable facts from Freak. Facts with Freak.
So,
prove me wrong right now.
Where's the video series coming?
One thing we see in this game here, we
don't want to hear those.
Some early vision down, obviously from Origen on the side, and also notice the one ward they put here on their own red buff. It's very important because they're expecting LGD to start up there. At least they want to see if they do, and therefore they're going to spot 2 members moving in. So they get some extra information, and we'll steal away a camp on the bottom side. So it is the expected lane swap.
But also some interesting choices. You're seeing Imp being left alone on the top lane. He's going to essentially build a freeze by himself as LGD goes for a late invade. Meanwhile, similar for Soaz, he's hiding up the top side and wants to actually scrounge up a little bit of golden experience, and he'll be able to do so. That ward you mentioned does, in fact, spot the LGD invade. Origen is aware of that push. And actually, no, Imp is going to fast push it. And this makes it difficult for Soaz because he can get dived.
So what Imp does very, very often is he will fast push the first wave. And I don't mean like just wait to last it. I mean literally start hitting the minions instantly. Mythy was looking at the mid lane. God Video moves to his strong side of the map. But what Imp does, he will instantly fast push because he wants to bounce it into the tower as quickly as possible to get some early experience for himself and then freeze it there after he gets the bounce. Obviously, he's going to share experience early on with PYL. They might look to just dive onto Source because he's sitting on the tower. He's going to be intercepted between the 2 turrets as well if they move straight in from LGD.
Yeah, TVQ looking to come in from the side with the Acorn to provide some pressure. Soaz, though, wise to the ways of the top and jungle from LGD, and at least he's going to be able to stay safe for now.
Now he's still trying to mess with TVQ and Acorn a little bit, gets slowed, still wants to try to steal the big one. Takes a
careful, man. Soaz takes a lot of damage
to the face.
Oh, has to burn that flash. He could have just stayed out.
Yeah, that's such a Soaz move. I just want to see what happens if I step a little bit closer.
Gotta get the Krug, man.
Yeah, maybe I can steal it away, but it's such a risky play. No flash for him. LGD get to push their wave in. It resets, and Soaz has not been double jungling because he was sitting in the top lane. I'm not sure if he was expecting a freeze to happen from the start, and therefore he could try and absorb some experience.
I think he was.
Because right now, he's just really far behind. He's calling for Mythy to come help him.
Well, that's the only reason you do this, if you expect the rest of LGD to start somewhere else on the map, and for Imp to freeze, that didn't happen, and so Soaz's bluff got called. He's going to walk into this top lane alongside Mithy, and thankfully for him, TBQ isn't exactly close by, so maybe they can keep this lane afloat.
But they don't know that. Right now, LGD is keeping Acorn and TPQ out of vision. They're just hiding in their own jungle. You have no clue. You can see how concerned Origin was moving. They had to wait for Amazing to come as well to be 3 guys. And now they suddenly moved through, because in case they were waiting in the bush where the pink ward is from Origin now, they would just have jumped on Source, jumped on Mithy, forced them off again, and then Source would have been sitting on 0 CS by now. So what LGD likes to do is always, again, play in the shadows. Sit out of vision. You don't know where we are. We could be farming, or we could be sitting here. Do you roll the dice and just move in? Might cost you the game.
Apparently.
Well, sometimes, yeah. This time he didn't. The second time around.
He at least has a little bit less shadows to deal with. He just got trinket wards from both Mithy and Amazing, the tri-brush and the front by the Raptors there. So he knows no dive is coming. Now he sees the Vide here, but Mithy able to be defensive.
And I want to see now just Acorn get down to this bottom side as quickly as possible. The reason he doesn't teleport down is because he doesn't know where Amazing is before now. Now he spots him here. In case he TP'd down and used the summoner, and then he started trying to shove the wave out, you see it's being frozen by Niels, then Amazing could have sat there and just ganked him instantly. There would be no TP, and you'll be super far behind as the Malphite. So it's safer to walk, but Niels has a massive experience advantage down there. Not even massive, I'm lying to you guys. It's only 1 level. It is a big deal in the early game, but it shouldn't be enough to completely deny Acorn by now. He's gonna at least sit and just get some experience.
He's even gonna get free gold and a tad of experience as well from this top lane turret going down. LGD actually, in my opinion, winning out in this lane swap, and the Imp's still getting all the farm he wants, but they're getting a turret kill as well, so as absorbing experience. But Acorn is double jungling, they're both level 3.
So they're winning step 1. Sorry to interrupt you here, Dora, because look here what Amazing is doing now. We just talked about how this wave was pushed up towards Niels, opening up for Amazing to be there. This is again why Acorn didn't use the teleport at first. He can still get punished a second time, so it's all about denying him. Amazing is moving in now.
Coming from behind, Acorn recalling though.
He knows it's too risky. I cannot show myself. My entire team just showed on the top side of the map.
Oh, no Malphite.
So right here, we see what Someday did so well in the last game. Reading, okay, if I show myself, will I get ganked? Is there a chance? Okay, I'm not going to show myself. Exactly the same move here from Acorn, and therefore he stays alive and still has both summoners.
Absolutely great play by him. You can see exactly what it means to be so on top of your game. It's not flashy to have 0 deaths, but that was an incredibly intelligent play to make sure he got away in time. The recall before release would show.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, we saw, it's very similar to last game, really, where we see top laners really, really pressured, and we saw such differences between Someday and Dyrus in terms of who played safe and who died.
And now, as we saw, LGD won the first phase of the lane swap by taking down that tower. Problem is, as soon as the tower died, Source picked up a lot of farm for himself, and now the second thing starts in this swap. When Niels managed to sit in a lane for himself, he has an experience advantage. He got a decent back timing off, and now he has to start bullying this lane where he's ahead of him already in experience. And then he needs to push that wave into the tier 1 tower of LGD, and that's where Origin can pull the trick of TPs and Amazing coming down and like 4v2 dive them. That is the next step. A lane swap is more than just the first tower dying. It's the following 5-6 minutes as well, and what happens from there.
Well, there's still a pink ward up aggressively in the tri-brush down on the bottom side, so a return path by Amazing can certainly happen. You see Imp and PYL, pretty heads-up play. They push the wave in, then take Scuttle. Yep. Really very smart things by them. Overall, LGD sitting up 400 gold. Amazing has been power farming this whole time. He wasn't defending any turrets. He wasn't even double jungling, so he's level 5.5, getting his red buff here up against TBQ.
Oh, PYL and Imp smash a scary face coming at him when they come back into lane, but more farming, and we didn't really get to see a 2v2 at all last game.
We will get it this time.
Now from Imp and PYL, yeah, but Niels and Mithy, they're going to struggle a little bit. I mean, this is a terrifying bot lane that they're playing against.
Yeah, Mithy had a bit of a poor timing here for himself. He had to go back and get a few wards, so he couldn't stay in lane with Niels and start pushing it out. But we have level 6 now on the Kalista, so again, there's an advantage. It has to be used from Origin. The other one, as we highlighted before, with Source being a bit greedy and staying in lane up there, he did manage to get up quite some experience. And because Amazing went down to the bottom lane with the frozen wave from Niels, Acorn didn't get any farmer experience, so he is behind.
On to Mithy, trying to build up that passive for the stun. Mithy just backs off, though. Doesn't go as badly as it could have. You got to wonder what's going to happen a little bit later in the game with Kalista throwing Annie into the fight. Do you do that? Or do you just let Annie engage by herself and then pull her out?
Pull out.
Yeah, you let her flash in. It's way too telegraphed otherwise.
Boring.
Hey, man.
Throw her right in there,
You can still be bloodthirsty by going into the flash tippers, okay?
Think about the range. Throw her in,
5-man tippers, and then you take her and you throw her into the 5-man tippers as well. Is that what you want to see?
Yeah, absolutely.
Double CC. That's how you do it.
Time to show it, Minty.
And the thing is, actually, Origin playing their bottom lane pretty well, though. You can see Imp and PYL can't really deal meaningful damage because Mythy can always get pulled out of the all-in.
Teleport coming in for LGD. They really want this Bloom. A shockwave brings TBQ in, and the Bloom of actually goes over to SKT, grabbed it. Meanwhile, LGD using that teleport to put a lot of pressure on the bottom. Flash from Acorn does not connect. They still want the turret, but that's a lot used for not a lot of kills.
Very smart move, though, from Nils. Notice how far back he was standing already, knowing, okay, Mythy, in case anything happens, I can pull you in, and then we can just flash out. And they're going for TBQ.
Hello, TBQ taking a lot of damage. Tibbers dropping TBQ over the wall, tries to get away with that ball breaker. Peke comes from the side. With the command attack, that's first blood for Peke, Acorn, and PYL on the run right now. Imp there to try to support, and that'll be the end of the chase, but first blood goes to Origin.
And it gave a ton of time for Soaz to farm up in the top lane, 51 CS, no teleport on Acorn, complete map control, and Soaz can even equalize the turret score from all of this. So the TP from Acorn horribly backfires, and Origin completely collapsed correctly.
Isn't gonna find a Lulu all by herself right now.
Oh, Godby in a little bit of trouble. Ults himself, has to burn that flash as well. Peke with the command protect. Command attack onto Godby, but that's more pressure onto this already hurting LGD team.
And what's been happening now here the last few minutes, instead of Nils and Mythy being able to win the 2v2 lane, Mythy had to recall and obviously help Source on the top side earlier, so he was behind in experience. He wasn't that strong in the 2v2, but instead, because he was there to help Source earlier, he managed to pick up farm and experience, and he's really for it. So they sacrificed the bottom lane for their top laner, and then Acorn trying with this TP to make a big play, take a tower, get some kills onto him. It backfires completely because Nils read the situation and moved back. This guy's 17 years old.
Yeah.
And he reached that so well.
And even though Imp is winning in CS, Origin as a team up 1,200 gold right now. And Peke, a player that was pointed as the most obvious mismatch in skill here, is actually winning his lane and
a great lane matchup
against Gad.
I love Orianna into Lulu.
Yeah, and that's good for him, but he's still doing it.
Now the question is, as this game goes on, my concern for Origin is just how squishy they are. I mean, if a good engage comes in from LGD, if Malphite comes in, if the knockups start happening, aren't LGD just going to tear them apart?
They can very easily take down that first target. You highlighted yourself, so instead it's going to be Origin trying to pull the trigger. With Mythy going in with the flash tippers, you're going to have Source in the middle of it, and then of course Peke trying to put the ball on someone. And we're going to get a massive wombo combo of so much magic damage, and then Nils kind of standing at backline being like, hey guys, I'm helping as well. But it's not really going to be about his damage in these fights. If Peke and Source can coordinate it with Mythy, they can also one-shot some squishy members on the side of LGD. So it can go both ways, but it would be some very explosive team fights. We've had a fantastic early game already, going back and forth between the teams. I can't wait for the fights to break out. Come on, guys, do it.
Oh, they're going to be so much fun.
Definitely. One more time with Feeling Freak.
They're going to be so much fun.
There we go. Okay, now I'm believing it.
I love mechanics. I'm going to talk about one more thing. So Peke is very likely, I think, to go a Zhonya's Hourglass second. Every single person not named Niels can dodge a Malphite or Vi ultimate trivially easily.
Yeah.
Vladimir Pool, Repel, Zhonya's Hourglass, Kalista ulti onto the support. The hard engage, like you talk about picking that one guy off, that one guy can only be Niels. He's the only reliable engage, or target for the engage as we move later on into the game once the Zhonya's comes through, and that is honestly a concern. Playing ultimate-based engage compositions are obviously very ulti-based, but those cooldowns are quite long. Yeah,
we're going to have one of these games here for both teams where Flash, I mean, it's in every single game, so of course it always has a lot of value. This one even more, because if you look at Imp here, if he dodges around the shockwave and of course Source going this big wombo combo for Origin, he will never die with a Lulu protecting him as well. Origin will not have any backline threat left. But at the same time, when Malphite flies in, you highlight yourself how people can dodge it with abilities, but then also with the flashing. Tibbers down the corner.
Here we go. Yeah, they're going to try something, but Mythy and Niels, the ones who take a lot of damage. A turret does go down in favor of Origin, though. They get the mid lane.
Now the summoner teleport from Peke actually working to keep him in the mid lane and keep the pressure up. Amazing, who's been out farming TBQ all game, shows up to knock the turret down. The bot lane is still going to Imp PYL, probably the best bot lane at this tournament. They're doing work. but OG winning the rest of the map.
The adaptation to send Mythi up top and help Source was so key for them getting him ahead. So the two great matchups they had in the solo lanes could really start shining for Origin. They're ahead in form, they've taken down the turrets. Bottom lane is the only one standing now, so we could see a potential 5-man. There is double teleport. Pekka is running it in this game here. Haven't seen it used aggressive yet, but getting that for late game always has a lot of value.
Looks like that turret's finally going to fall to LGD. That'll be their second of the game as well, which should tie them up well in turrets, and fairly close to gold, I would imagine, too.
Yeah, but this is still a very close game here. Godby looking for some aggressive plays to make Peke as out of mana, and TBQ's coming. Spots himself on a pink ward and says, you know what, never mind. But Peke, teleport's still down, and is going to hope to get his blue buff.
I mean, he was just powering up to hit that ward as hard as he could. TBQ hates wards, apparently.
Just
didn't even kill it, man.
He can't even Q it.
Small girl instead takes out the pink ward, so Mythi gets that one. Amazing, starting the dragon.
Oh, this is so fortunate. Imp just recalled for Triforce. They didn't go now. They couldn't contest this. And they sneak through the Triforce of Imp, and they get it easily with Ren.
So good timing.
That was crucial.
Very well done by Origin there. Getting that first dragon, and I gotta say, this one already is a lot closer than people were thinking it might be.
Here's the way I always consider teams at World Championships, especially Western versus Eastern teams. We've certainly seen, some very good games from like of KT Rolster and SK Telecom where they deserve to win those games. Individual skill level is not actually that far apart at a World Championship. You're seeing Peke hold up against Godby, who's like the #3 player at worst in the world. Peke's not even on the list. He's doing just fine. It's how the team plays when the game breaks open. That's where the big differences are. And that's where the players start to shine when they're set up in these really good situations.
I thought we agreed we weren't going to bring up that top 20 list on the cap.
Freak's
that's
own
dangerous
top 20
territory,
yeah.
Freak.
Godby's in my top 3. Next Peke is, in a top 10 all time, but this year it's hard to contest for that.
So when we look at these two teams as well, though, and you just highlighted how the teams play outside of laning phase, outside of individual skill, it's not really something uncommon that LGD doesn't get super far ahead in the early game. We've seen this multiple times before, where still when it comes to the late game, with the decision making, with the team fights, and of course again the side lanes we keep talking about, how well they use them is what really shines through here for LGD. Origin is a team that in the EULC has always had to do well in the mid game really to take wins. They had to get a lead going, and then they could start playing all 3 lanes, as you see here. Nils up in top side, Pekka sitting in mid, and then Source on bottom lane. So you're farming 3 carries at once.
Oh, it was the trap. Imp going in onto Soaz. Now Soaz pulls underneath it, pops that Hemo play. Here comes PYL with the shield. Soaz on the run.
One more hit will do it.
Kill. He gets him. Imp with the kill. Xpeke coming in, though, getting knocked up after using a shockwave. A little bit too early. Is Xpeke takes a lot of damage, and that's going to be a double kill now for Imp. The wild growth keeping him alive.
Massive outplays.
An outplay, man. Imp baiting it, and then instantly we see PWL coming down. We saw the roam from Godby. 2 members dying from Origin. They will get a top tower, but down the bottom side, we have 3 guys still pushing for LGD.
Yeah, if they can make it a turret for 2 kills, that's about equal, but this bot lane already under fire, and it's likely to be an uncontested turret take, so definitely advantage LGD, and they're right back in it.
Just talked about how Origin likes to play the 3 lanes when it comes to farming. LGD, they can do exactly the same because they're so good at everyone controlling. How far up can I be? When can I take a one-on-one? And then just the roam coming down. Imp played it perfectly, waited for the rest of the team. Godby even flash forward. Look
Check
here.
out this bait.
PWL
is recalling.
PWL is coming. Source can't see him. It's completely dark in the jungle, but he thinks he has TP backup. That's why the ward is there as well. So now it comes in, but Godby is also moving, so it's too late. And Source already goes down. The flash shockwave, we're going to see this multiple times in this game. And suddenly Origin loses 2 guys and a tower.
Well, teleport even canceled by Acorn, too. He's like, nah, you guys got this. I'll handle it.
Yeah, I think there was one also minor mechanical thing by Imp at the very end there. I don't think when he activated W, it popped his Triforce. It was still on cooldown. He actually cast another spell with the attack in the air to get the bonus damage on the auto attack to actually get the kill off on Xpeke.
Wow.
Either way, it was Triforce damage that didn't kill him. I didn't see exactly what charged it, but certainly good things there. Still some farm coming in for Kalista, but I mean, Imp, 2 kills on a Kog'Maw with a Lulu on your team, that's so hard to deal with.
It is. I mean, Juggermaw is an apt title, I suppose. Even if it's not the classic comp that we know and love, this is still a Kog'Maw that will be nearly unstoppable if it keeps up at this rate.
With takes 3 more kills to be unstoppable. That's going to be probably not far away.
Literally unstoppable.
Literally, as far as the announcer is concerned. We'll hear it, and it'll be true.
I'm thinking you're right. Well, they're putting a little bit of pressure into the jungle for LGD right now, trying to drop some wards, get a bit of vision, and it's smart. You know, you need to get some sort of edge, and wards are a great way to do that.
That's going to be a key thing for Origin. Keep pushing the mid lane every time you have the chance. It's so easy for an Orianna, just instant clear the wave, and then it opens up for Amazing and Mythy to start moving into the jungle, get some of the deep vision. The problem is still that Mills on this Kalista, because of the way the early game played out, where Mythy had to leave and sacrificed a lot of experience, he never got to be the lane bully. So now he's 2 kills behind, and Imp is very confident in sitting in that side lane against him. No problem at all. Double teleport from Origin can be a big thing, but we obviously need to wait for Pekka to get his back before we might see another fight in the side lane where suddenly 2 or 3 guys are joining in with globals and 1 guy is roaming down and we get one of these big skirmishes.
Well, it's only about a minute until Dragon comes up again. If there's going to be a fight, it's going to be around that objective.
And no flash from him. Again, look for it. We will keep highlighting it because there's so many abilities from Origin that's going to be so key landing onto him. And if you get the whole combo from Origin, even the Lulu ulti should not be able to save him at this point in the game.
Yeah, they need some sort of CC to keep him safe.
There's going to be a 15-second difference as well between Dragon respawning and Pekka's teleport coming up. So choosing to use him as a split pusher, there's a small timing window where LGD can absolutely abuse that. Right now they're using Soaz. He's, of course, very safe out on the side here.
TBQ clearing a ward, another one dropped immediately by Amazing. They really want to have vision control around this Dragon.
Oh, and actually Acorn doesn't have teleport, but he has to deal with the top lane push from Soaz. His TP advantage, it should give Origin this Dragon.
They have Flash and Mythy as well to start the fight, and Acorn is extremely weak in this game.
There goes Acorn, he's running.
He's been forced to go for magic resist against, of course, Soaz here, so the damage is barely nothing from Acorn. He's just going to be an engage, and that's about it, and then maybe slow the attack speed of Nils. But I like this fight very early for vision around the Dragon. Even before it spawns, I believe yesterday the average time the Dragon was alive was 29 seconds.
Yeah.
This game here, because both teams are fighting for vision, it might be alive for a little bit longer because the fight should happen first and then Dragon after.
As long as LGD has vision control, though, there's no way you can react to the Malphite ulti in time, though. They're going to start right away. The back control. Soaz is pushing in the top side, and Origin choosing to contest this instead of getting the push in. Mythy up in the front lines. Dragon already picked up. There's the dive!
Oh! Acorn helps him take out the Dragon. Mythy barely alive. They're going to get Amazing, though. Another kill for him. Shockwave does nothing because there's no follow-up for Origin. That turret in top lane, though, in the base may go down.
Such a big mistake, though, from Origin, even walking in the river near that Dragon. So basically what they decided to say was, we're not going to fight you. You can start the Dragon because we have TP advantage. We will take the top tower, or at least a lot of it, and get extra farm on Vladimir. But then you should never move in the 4 guys, even close, so you are open for this hard engage.
Vampires don't do very well against beings made of metal, Soaz on the run.
And it looks like he's happy to just suck oil out of it, actually playing on the Chinese client where the blood turns brown instead.
That does not taste good, I bet.
He's doing fine, the hard engage!
The Timbers on to Imp, Mythy getting low, but Imp as well. Imp in big trouble, flashing over the wall, they get the kill on the Mythy. PYL goes down to support for support. How in the world is Imp living through this?
Due to PYL and his fantastic position on this Braum here, blocking all the damage from Nils, he sacrifices his own life, stays, or makes sure the Imp stays alive. No extra gold going over to Origin. They pulled the trigger, but PYL saved the day, at least for now.
They can Baron bait. They can Baron bait. Imp has to be in the base, and the guys kill this pretty fast. It's a
They have no tank with armor that can tank this Baron. We're 22 minutes in. 3 guys is around. It's too much.
Yeah. With a Spiderling, with Spiderlings and an Orianna Shield and a Vladimir, I feel like you can do enough to if you weren't contested, you could do it, but you're right. You
would have to rush it down, and I think it's too risky at this point for Origin. They are still ahead in gold. We have a lot of action going back and forth. Teams overstaying their welcome a little bit. Origin moving into the Dragon, open up for Acorn to engage. Imp now got flash tables, obviously, for Mythy as well. A lot of small fights going on. Still a big advantage for Soaz up in the top lane. Look at the gold here. But he hasn't been able to do anything with it just yet. He's still scaling up on his Vladimir.
And the thing is, Kog'Maw is actually one of the best champions in the game at killing off Vladimir. Percent health, magic damage, there's no MR on Soaz. Part of the reason Vlad's even tanky is the passive just gives him bonus health. Imp will shred through him in a team fight, especially if a single stun can land. And him having all the gold in his team, it's very scary for Origin to deal with.
Not to mention Jurassic Kog'Maw again. No blood.
No blood. It's amazing Soaz even tried to pick this champion. I mean,
it's true.
Well, he didn't know the skin before.
I mean, it's just like going into picks and bans. You know they could pick the champion. You know they could pick the skin. Why would you even bother when you know they could pick Jurassic?
It's a lore mismatch big time.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, well, PYL and TBQ. How many more like 3-letter acronyms can we get in this game, by the way?
I think it's PUL, not PYL.
Pill?
PUL?
You think so?
Is that Danish?
PUL, sir?
No? You just with the slash through it.
Pill, that's what he's supposed to do for Imp, right?
He's done a great job of it, actually. 4 assists on him. He's died for him.
Yeah.
Still 100%. The bot lane is all of LGD right now.
And
That's where it all is.
has done a very good job saying, okay, you're constantly pushing the mid lane. That allows Amazing and Mythic to walk into our jungle. We don't want that to happen anymore. We want to make sure we control our own side of the map. So look at the amount of pink wards defensively placed, so they can always see the invade coming. And they know, okay, Origin has no control in this area here. We can play around. They're trying, though, to deny the vision. They're going to see 2 of the guys getting 1 pink ward.
Well, they know exactly what LGD needs to do to sort of keep themselves safe. So, of course, Origin's going to be looking for those wards and getting a couple already.
That's the interesting thing is Origin have the ability to play around the map so much better. Again, double teleport, a big mismatch in the Vlad versus Malphite one, who's still having to stack MR and has no CDR. So Acorn's actual fight power is even lower, his damage so much worse. And Origin just trying to play a split up map. And they're honestly just trying not to have Imp in a fight somewhere. And unfortunately for them, he's already gotten into 4 of them.
Oh, a little blue steal from Imp coming in, going to be able to get that buff. Double buffs on Kog'Maw, definitely something that every Kog'Maw player wants. A small smattering of applause for the blue steal, I guess.
It's almost annoying for Origin that this top lane is all the way down near the inhibitor turret so early on, because you cannot move all the way down and push it out and farm it. So there's always this lane that LGD can slow push back towards them every time they get it down near where the old tier 2 turret were. And that means Origin always have to send the guys back in towards mid lane, and suddenly Nils and Xpeke are sitting next to each other, sharing farm and experience. It's never ideal when you run triple carries for themselves, so it's a little bit annoying for them. It's great you have the global gold, but I'm sure they would have preferred the bot lane tower to be down at this time instead, and maybe just have it that way.
Well, Soaz trying for that right now, in fact, and again, teleport up, and no one who's able to easily fight him 1v1 aside from Kog'Maw. Maybe you can actually get some pressure done. Origin starting to really play around the top side of the map, but Scuttle Crab's already been taken by LGD, meaning Origin cannot faithfully go for a Baron sneak here.
And we have a very, very big wave being pushed in the top side from LGD. Ooh. It's very easy for Origin to go and grab it, but Soaz needs to be careful that not 2 or 3 guys suddenly show up. Pekka can join in with teleport. We have to keep that in mind. But for now, continuously pushing for himself. They need to get this wave coming on top side, though, before it gets completely out of control. They just push it back. Nils is going there now.
Yeah.
So he's just going to shove it back in, and then LGD can do exactly the same. And we have this wave that keeps bouncing between each other. Nobody can really kill each other's towers because there's such a long route between the tier 2 and the inhibitor turret.
All right, looks like mid lane's the push, and next package is going to teleport just to make sure he can clear the wave in time. But Imp does so much damage, he has to respect Shockwave, which you saw him stop attacking there, but this turret is only 1 wave away from dying.
Yeah, it's also only 15 seconds.
Oh, here comes Lulu.
Dragon comes up too. Yeah, Lulu coming down to help out. Soaz could be in trouble here. Acorn doing the damage. Soaz pops that pool, pops the emo plague. He's still going to go down anyway. Wild Growth, though, had to be used. That's a crucial out of the way for this Dragon, but a crucial player out of the way for Origin.
Yes, they get the kill. Soaz here with, again, a little misplay. As soon as Pekka uses TP mid, Soaz has to back away. He knows there's the chance of 2 guys coming out to gank him, and the security before was Pekka being able to join. Obviously, he can't do that because he just used it in mid lane, so Soaz had to just back away and not risk dying here, because Origin cannot take a 4-man Baron when Acorn has teleport as well, and there are 3 guys sitting in mid. So LGD right now are using better knowledge around the cooldowns of these globals to get some kills, and now a Dragon more.
Yeah, Imp having no issues at all taking this Dragon by himself, and that's Dragon number 2 now. LGD takes the lead in that objective.
Yeah, I mean, this LGD is showing why they are such a good team. I talked about individual player skill being close in some occasions, but when the map opens up, you really see the mettle of the players and the decisions they're making here. Peke's TP goes down, immediate gank bot lane, nothing taken by Origin. In the meanwhile, the side lane's under control enough that nothing's getting picked up on the backside here. It's very, very strong stuff from LGD.
And simply what happened before here, with this big wave being pushed in the top side and Nils had to go up and clear it and push it back, the mid lane was suddenly open. And that's what forced PKT to use his teleport to go in and try and defend it. Origin should never have been in that position in the first place because they needed that second summoner to help Source on the bottom. So that was kind of their way of getting the goal lead. Let Source continue to solo farm against Acorn, slowly push down this tower. They might catch TBQ here.
They did catch TBQ. A lot of CC coming down. They force a flash.
Oh, into the wall!
Whoops, doesn't go for the wall. Wild Growth use. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. He's going to go down. Niels with a kill there.
TP
teleport
coming
coming from Acorn. Teleport coming in for OG as well. Origin, SOAS joining the mid lane brawl.
Tibbers is still here for Mythi, so Origin can now start the Baron and bait a team fight with Flash Tibbers onto him.
Oh, there we go. PYL comes in. There's the knock up on SOAS.
And now here comes the rest of the fight. There's the hard time. They've caught Amazing. He's forced to repel up. Now Mythi in the back lines gets stunned, gets jumped on. He's going to take a little bit of safety from Peke. He's trying to run and actually somehow not going down. The Flash 4 gets the kill. Shockwave hits only one, and Peke is a member of a 3-death team here. That did not go well for Origin.
He's got to get away. It's incredible that Mythi didn't die sooner than he did.
But LGD, they punish everything you do. So it's a kill onto TBQ at first, but they see Peke sitting in the mid lane. So when Origin is setting up around that Baron, LGD is like, well, your mid laner is not there, so we're just instantly gonna hard engage with the Malphite. And once again, they catch out Origin, they get more kills from it. So we see a lot of good moves from Origin, but LGD just knows how to respond every single time.
He does seem that way.
LGD doing such an amazing job throughout their mid game here. The TP in from Acorn, he found a 2-man knockup, and the follow-up was so incredibly good here.
Look at Peke sitting all the way back at his tier 1 or tier 2 towers. LG's not afraid to just flash. It was Origin who was supposed to take control of this Baron with 5 members to 4, but that's the engaged. Source drops instantly. Good ulti as well from Acorn, and now the fight is already won. So they're simply always, shot calling wise it seems, ahead of Origin, and therefore they can keep finding these openings in an otherwise very close game.
Yeah, that fight was PYL, by the way. The flash ulti knocked up Soaz before he could react. And then the Braum Q afterwards chained the stuns beautifully. Nothing he could have actually done in that battle whatsoever.
Didn't even get to use his Zonias.
Exactly, and that's why he went for the flash ult. The point-blank knockup can't be reacted to in time. That was a really, really big deal. One of those subtle things that make you a better player. And PYL leading the charge here. 7 out of 8 kill participation, really keeping his team alive and setting up the fights as well.
And taking that blue buff for the second time too. I mean, now we really see a shift in where people are in the map this game. Suddenly, everyone pushed over to Origin side.
We have a lot of cooldowns with teleport here. Only Peke as he's ready. They're going for him. He's all alone down the bottom lane.
But he's going to dodge through the minions
Wow,
to get the shockwave dodge, but there's nothing else to do. Overextended. Imp's been solo pushing so much this game. This is the first time he's ever been punished for it.
Had to happen sometime.
Well, that was still really far up from him. So where we have now been commentating on some of the misplays from Origin where they were in the map, Imp now makes a big mistake for himself. Staying so far up the lane, just all alone. The rest of his team were sitting in mid lane. Nothing they could do to really respond, and they couldn't push a tower either because Origin were ready to defend it.
And it feels like Origin aren't tenacious enough to really take any major advantages. All of the gold and almost all of the kills are on Imp. He's still dead for 15 seconds. But Origin have still yet to pressure an objective. Finally, Peke walks to the bot lane. I guess he's got teleport. He can knock down bottom outer, finally. But to only get an outer turret at 31 minutes for picking off the AD carry, that's less than you should be getting.
I guess it does tie up the turrets a little bit. He's just got to worry about LGD pressuring Baron now. He's still going in the bot lane, though.
He has TP ready.
He does.
Again,
no one's reacting to him. Peke could keep going. He thinks someone's going to defend, but Acorn doesn't have teleport. Acorn is not allowed to be down here. Peke doesn't realize it. This should be another turret kill.
Double teleport. He's playing it safe because the rest of his team is back in base, so he doesn't technically know.
He has no wards to see.
Yeah, if 2 or 3 guys suddenly show up and kill him, but having double teleport in the late game just offers you so much map control. It's way better than having like an offensive summoner in this situation for Peke because again, he had a free laning phase against the Lulu, and also he now gets the split pushing threat where Malphite, we know Malphite is a one-trick pony. TP in, ulti someone, and your job is done. And that's what Acorn is going to do again and again, but whenever that is gone, he's not going to do a whole lot. And that's why we can see an opening for Origin to continue split pushing.
Wow, fan vote going to 76% now as far as who they think is going to win this game. And Origin with a tiny little lead right now, perhaps. But I think this one is, I would say, our closest game of Worlds yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be this neck and neck at 33 minutes, absolutely. And honestly, I think many people are surprised that it is this close. LGD stacked with talent. And Origin still making him work for this one. It's going to be close. The double teleport roughly back up now for Origin. We'll see if they can open this map up again.
And while almost nothing can beat a Joggermore in the late game, let's talk about that after, because POL taking some damage. Engage might happen.
Took a bit. Not a lot. I think he's able to back off. TBQ got cocooned. Took a bit of damage as well, but so far nobody really poked out significantly.
That's the tense point, though. You know there's a battle about to brew. Dragon spawns in 3 seconds here.
Oh, yeah.
Origin cleared mid first. They've gummed down the Dragon first as well.
There's too many wards behind Origin here. There's so many good openings for Acorn to teleport in and just get the perfect flank where it's so difficult to react.
I think he's going to try. Dragon started now by Origin.
LGD are setting up a Baron bait instead. They've actually got all the wards swept away.
It's way too late, though. It's a very late Baron bait for LGD.
But there's no vision. Like, there's a blue trinket up, but he's not in range to use it yet. LGD can play with fog.
They know it, though. On the side of Origin.
There it is.
They saw them sit in the mid lane. They reacted very late after Dragon was started. But obviously, teams can take it down so fast. Mythy has flash again.
So Origin have inside track on mid. If they're tenacious, they can go mid tier 2 and force LG to come into them. They're trying now.
Oh, yeah, look at this. They're
coming
coming
from
out mid lane. They're going to try to go. It's going to be pincher maneuver. They're all grouped up. They got to be careful here. They're coming in. Imp is okay. Amazing takes a lot of damage. Soaz trying to get to the backline. He did get hit by Emo Plague. Expect is okay. Big old shockwave. That shockwave does work. Oh, and the wild growth. It keeps him alive. Expect gets a solo kill. That's it.
That was the combo. They got onto him. They got the beautiful shockwave. Everything was used to protect him, but it wasn't enough. We highlighted how much damage Origin will have if they pull off the combo, and they did.
Oh, they caught Acorn.
They're going for it. Can they land?
They got the stun.
Comes in. Is it going to be Peke's pentakill? Is it going to be no? It is rookie split. Gets the aids and the inhibitors down, and Baron can be next.
Look at the side lanes here, though. Origin has to go back and defend all these turrets. Just send one guy. You can still do Baron, though, with the rest. Let's see here on the side of LGD. There's still 25 seconds on Acorn. He just died. Pekka will stop the wave here. That team fight, it wasn't even like Soaz ulti into Shockwave. It was just one by one they came in the end, Pekka pulled through. This is a guy who's been criticized so much this season for being a passive mid laner.
Looking to cause some trouble.
The Shockwave buys time to stun steering.
Such a PYL coming in later. Godby uses the wild growth. TBQ still alive for the moment anyway, and here comes Imp. The damage coming in. Imp gets a kill. Can they turn it around? Origin chasing Imp. He goes down. TBQ goes down as well. Origin takes the fight. Double kill for Niels, and that is nearly an ace. Only Godby and Acorn surviving.
3 for 2, and Godby's not even done being part of this one. Would you believe it? Origin now soundly in the lead against the #1 team from China.
And I gotta say, it is off of great plays like this. Let's watch it again.
All right, let's see. So first, Cocoon from Amazing. I'm only looking at Imp here. Everything is on him. If you look at Origin, they're focused. They throw in Mythy, knocks him off. That's the wild growth being used. And then it's Shockwave coming in. Such an insane amount of damage. Beautiful chain CC, but again, Dota, you wanted them to throw in Mythy, and they did.
They did it.
And it set up everything for Pekka to get the kills.
Bloodthirsty, man. That's how you play with an Annie. You just toss right in there.
One of the biggest problems there was actually Acorn's teleport. He TP'd in on the other side from his team, so there was no real front line to absorb the CC, to buffer the team back. Origin did not have to respect Malphite because they could run away from Malphite and into the Kog'Maw. The lack of frontline meant so much there, it allowed these guys to catch up to Imp's Cog.
And we're hitting the point here where LGD, yes, they have 2 hard engaged champions. One of them has done absolutely nothing in the Vi pick. For TPQ, he tried to lock up Mythy in that last fight and see if maybe he could delay the tippers. But now, because there are 3 very, very strong carries on the side of Origin, that hard engage becomes so difficult to use properly because all Origin care about is killing him. There's no damage from Malphite, there's no damage from the Vi, there's no damage from the Lulu really because she's shielding onto him. So as long as you wombo combo him, you win the fight.
And that's the thing is, the weird thing is there's so many threats on Origin. It's a triple threat composition.
4 bigger power
Peke's the big one, by the way. He's got triple Godby's damage. He's got double anyone else on his team. Peke is the man in this one. All eyes are on him as the weak link, but he is overperforming.
The passive mid laner Origin, they don't play around him in the early game, but they do like to really rely on him in the late game. He's shown it before in this split here, how strong of a team fight he is. And also, can we just highlight that every single time we have a big tournament, Pekka will always show up.
Well, he certainly is today, man. As that inhibitor turret getting lower and lower. Still 2 cannon minions remaining, and Origin, all they need to do is keep doing what they're doing, and they'll close this one out.
Depends how much more they can do. Baron buff timing out in about 30 seconds here. LGD looking for the attempt. TBQ cannot find anything to do. 0, 4, and 1 on this Vi.
Daria
like
from TBQ's life.
Champions away.
He's really not been able to do anything in this game here.
Oh, Acorn caught with that stun.
Yeah, you can't jump on a Malphite. Origin are responsible enough to know it is the Kog'Maw that matters. He is the only damage source. Cinderhold Vi not exactly scary.
Not a whole lot. That turret nearly dead. Just a couple more autos and it's going to be gone.
Godby is on 4 items now.
Yeah.
The Void Staff and Deathcat both in. Makes him a threat on the right targets here.
It helps. It does clear waves pretty well, too.
Acorn is coming.
Oh, he is trying to go in. Oh, he misses the ult. They get out of it. Acorn has to retreat. Wild Growth already used on the Imp. There's a knockup onto Amazing. Shockwave coming in. Soaz gets in the back with a big Emo Plague. Meanwhile, LGD, they lose TBQ. And here comes Origin coming in again. Timber's drop. Imp still alive, but it's not going to save the turret. They're going to lose an inhibitor for sure.
And Origin's going to keep on going. LGD needs to buy home guards and heal back up, but there's already 2 inhibitors dead. Origin able to walk away with a clean 1 for 0. 2 inhibs gone. This is the play.
No,
Acorn wants in, but he's got no teammates.
What's he gonna do?
He's trying to stop recalls. Dragon's up in 6 seconds.
Recalls for what? That was the most useless teleport.
I think it's literally to try to get Dragon. I think that was literally the only reason why he did this. Origin are now injured on this Dragon attempt, but it's too desperate to try.
I think it's going to die so fast, not going to matter. PYL trying for a Miracle Steal, doesn't get it. Another Dragon goes over to Origin as they back away. Victorious over that big, long skirmish on the bottom side of the map.
So the base is open. 5 Dragons is not going to be a thing. It's 3-2 at the moment. Baron is not alive. But Origin are so strong right here. We saw the engage come in from Acorn, but how easy it was for him to flash it, max range Malphite ulti, and then they can turn around. Godby, at the start of the fight, will just instantly ulti on him. They're like, okay, Imp, they're gonna come for you. Ulti him. Source in this fight, he got a 5-man, a 4-man ulti at least. They have so many threats, and they have so much damage. It's insane.
Origin has played around this hard engage so well. They've minimized the impact of the Vi. They've taken away the impact of the Malphite completely at this point. So check this out.
I want to see the teleport here from Acorn. So he comes in from the side instead of running straight at them. So they're ready with the flashes. They're sitting with the finger and ready to use it. And then Soaz comes in the back line. TPQ goes down, and the fight is already won now from Origin. Acorn has to use the teleport there to flank from the side to make it harder for Origin to avoid that engage.
So here we go. 9 turrets picked up, a 7,000 gold lead. And I mean, the curious thing is, for as well as Origin's playing, it's a 3-kill difference. Dragons are only 1 apart, and 7,000 gold at 41 minutes is not the craziest gold lead. This is certainly still comebackable. That's a word from LGD. They've got a big Kog'Maw, and if he can outplay the Shockwave in the Annie, he can crush this front line still. You still got to respect LGD's back line.
We saw the amount of gold lead that Origin got with that Baron power play, man. It was like 3,500 gold in the lead, That's huge.
That is obviously with the Baron as well as what they got after.
Right.
But you highlight yourself here. Imp is still a massive threat. If Origin has a team fight where they do not manage to land these ultis that are so key for their composition to work, Imp will then take them down 1 by 1 by 1. Again, the tanky members here, we're looking at Amazing basically, and that's nothing even as a Rylai's. That's going to be a few hits for Imp and he's down, and then suddenly he will just chase them down and take them out.
They do have to be careful, I mean, like you said, killing Imp basically kills LGD, but if you can't kill Imp, he could kill your entire team.
Yep, exactly. So it's still very tricky for Origin. There's a lot of pressure on how they can perform in the fight, but so far they have been able to pull it off. Baron is spawning, they're setting up vision in advance. They're gonna try and bait LGD to walk straight into them, and then you get an easy engage. And now,
Shockwave has to be used on him early just for XPeke to keep himself alive. That's big, and they're going right to Baron. But Soaz going after the base now.
But the Baron is up right now. This is the wrong choice. LGD are going to lose their base if they go for Baron.
They're going for it.
They're going
to stop the recalls. Amazing's there. It's okay if he does. Because Soaz can make up for his mistakes from last Worlds against OMG. And they're going for the
in, but the Nexus is still dying. Kills are already coming through for Origin anyway. And Soaz extinguishes the ghosts of his past. He will slowly but surely get enough damage down. He has to. There's a bear spot for LGD, but it's gonna be enough.
No way.
Soaz says, I can do it better, and Origin beat LGD.
That was insane. Expeke is like, hey, I'm supposed to be the guy doing that, but this time it's Soaz. Origin takes down one of the contenders to get to the finals and Worlds right away in their first game.
I cannot believe that this happened. China's the reigning champion right now. Edward Gaming won the mid-season invitational. Then LGD one-upped them and became the #1 seed from China. And Origin were a challenger team last split.
With a lot of veterans who had so much experience.
It's true.
The whole split, the whole season for Origin has been fantastic. You said it yourself, they were a challenger team. They won, of course, the Challenger Series. They came into the LCS. We didn't know really what to expect from them, but they just showed up big time from the start. Great mechanics on these players here, able to execute some of these strong and very hard to play compositions like this one, where you need to really time your ultis correctly. And they pull it off against a team that we keep saying has the most stacked lineup at Worlds with superstars in almost every position. Such a good game from Origin. LGD really made sure they had to work for it because there was so much back and forth in the early game.
It was so close for
very
so long.
high level game. Very high level game and the best we've had so far.
That was a fantastic game, man. And what a huge, huge game for the crowd here in Paris, too. To see Origin take out a team like LGD. And, man, this group is wide open at this point. Who knows what's going to happen now?
I mean, absolutely. Even TSM was a bit of a threat up against KT Rolster here. All down the line, every one of these teams can do something. LGD, you saw their phase a second ago. They are shocked this even happened.
I think we all are.
I know the Twitter vote was like 76% Origin, but if you ask
Twitter's always
any analyst...
And once or twice.
Yeah, I know, but
yeah, I do that. And I'm in silver 4, man.
Exactly. As your first act in the game, it's a hard way to start your world championship here. Bangkok Titans, we'll see what they can play for. Again, they do have a bright star in G4 here. Faker has actually been in his one game so far. Actually got picked on a little bit, so maybe G4 can pry something out of that lane. But
I think it's a race between SKT and EDG to see who can beat them faster. I bet they got together after the game yesterday, and EDG's like, all right, here's our time. What can you do? And Faker's like, I think maybe we can try it out. But
got a speedrunning championship here at the World Championship.
Pretty much. Get a little speed. Everybody loves watching speed runs, right? Yeah. Gangplank, the second ban. Mordekaiser, of course. I was hoping Mordekaiser would get through one of these games.
Not gonna happen.
Not this one, no.
I think it'll happen later on in a series.
It will happen at some point, of course, but then, I mean, people are so afraid of the snowball potential of a Mordekaiser. Push that bottom lane, take that dragon, take your mid tower, and just how hard it is to play against him when that happens. But we see the same 3 normal bans. Fiora, Darius coming in. It's a lot of these very contested picks. Fiora is the one where it would be a surprise, but because against SKT and because Marin showed up big time yesterday, it's of course not a surprise in this match. It hasn't really been banned or picked too much in other games we have seen so far. Marin had a fantastic performance though on Fiora.
So do you just go with the Elise first? It seems like a solid pick to start things off with. You can build a lot of stuff around it. She fits into pretty much anything these days. I
think going Elise first is very good for Bangkok Titans. Again, it will give them some of this early game power they will need. I mean, you cannot start building like a late game Giacomo composition and expect to reach late game against SK Telecom. So Elise would be the standout. Maybe you want to go for a Kalista.
Thing is,
up there if you want some AD carry pressure.
All 007X is playing as big dumb tanks. Gragas, Rek'Sai, Sejuani over and over again. There was the Kalista, so I was wrong about it earlier. I didn't think she was that important, but Bangkok Titans seem to care a whole lot about this one.
Well, I think Bengi will be quite happy to take that Elise, perhaps. Rek'Sai is a great champion for him as well. And Marin, are we going to get to see that deadly rumble? We haven't seen it a lot for Marin lately. There have been a lot of other picks that take priority, but maybe in a game like this, you could use it just to push ahead a little bit quicker.
Sure, maybe you could try out some of these things you have been working on in practice and you're maybe not 100% sure if you want to use it. Give it a go, see how the performance goes, and maybe learn a few things, so just get it out of your system if you really want to play at a Rumble, which is, of course, Marin's most played champion. I mean, Marin... More people are probably expecting him to play Maokai, though.
Well, Marin is a champion, or, well, Marin's a champion.
He's a champion now.
But he's also playing a champion, such as Rumble, that's very good at early dragon control. And if SKT says, hey, you know what? we're just going to go for fast early Dragons, going to get 5 stacks right away and end this thing quick. Rumble's a good pick for that. Braum Rek'Sai, the next 2 choices for the Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, BKT picking things that we're not too surprised to see from them overall. Braum definitely a great support pick when it's left open for you. And the Rek'Sai just kind of next on the list for 007X once you ban that Gragas away.
Yeah, and I think it's okay to trade Elise for Rek'Sai. I think Rek'Sai is a very, very strong pick still by then getting the Kalista, as long as you can then bully your lane. And that's why I don't really like Braum too much here for Bangkok Titans. I would rather see him just all in on that bottom lane. You use the first pick on the AD carry. Give me a Thresh, give me a Kennen, something that can really dominate 2 versus 2.
By the way, this is really a Faker Master Yi game. I know we saw him hover over Aurelia.
Hey, they got the AP
he has
top
played
lane.
that in mid. It's true.
They're setting up for them. AP top lane.
He played Master Yi a couple times in Korea in the summer season. He won the games with him.
It could be Riven as well. It could be the Zed.
Could be.
Coming in. I mean, they're setting up for a physical damage healer in the mid lane.
Yeah, and gonna grab that Alistar, I'd imagine, rather than the Shen support or something like that. Yep, it'll get locked in along with Bang's Vayne, which is a pretty common pick for him.
Well, you mentioned speedrunning this game. They've got a whole lot of really good tower divers here. Alistar can ignore a turret for 6 seconds. Elise can repel away. And again, you mentioned Rumble with the early game dragon control and whatnot. SKT is certainly set up for a very fast, aggressive composition, and they can always fall back on the Vayne if it gets a little bit later than 20 minutes.
Lane swap it early on. Rumble doesn't require that much gold to be super effective. You have the Vayne Lane who gets a lane swap lane, gets a few levels under her belt. So SKT can play that style, and as well, the Bangkok Titans is not a team you would expect to do really well in lane swaps. It often something we see a lot more of when it comes to the best regions we have around the world, and especially international tournaments where really you get tested on your lane swaps. So they might find themselves in a situation where they don't 100% know what to do, what the next few moves are going to be, and then you get punished super hard in lane swaps.
I think Maokai's a great choice for the top lane. Just pick something solid, pick something that's not going to die very easily, and the Aurelia possibly for mid lane. I don't know, man.
Interesting. Mid lane Aurelia for G4.
Okay, well that may make the Master Yi harder to play. There is that.
Already predicting the matchup, Doa. G4's a level ahead, all right?
This pick and ban phase went downhill pretty fast with the last 2 picks.
Really, it's not a blind pick mid lane.
For Bangkok Titans, you blind pick Aurelia. You also have purely physical damage outside of obviously a little bit of true damage. And yes, okay, we can count Maokai and his insane amount of AP damage.
He's got good ratios.
So Bangkok Titans are really gonna fight against the clock here. They have to win that early game so hard against SK Telecom, but the lane swap for them can still just happen. They don't have a wave clear either, no.
Go Riven.
That'd be a fun matchup. Mid lane is essentially top lane. Now it's a race who can fight more often.
Yeah, I feel like G4 is like, you know what? I want to pick into a 1v1 skill matchup against Faker. I'm like, all right. I think Faker's going to be fine with that.
That is one way to test yourself. The hover for
the Olaf.
And mid lane has become top lane. Aurelia versus Olaf up in the mid. Actually,
they could swap it.
Yeah,
no, this is going to be Olaf mid.
Yeah.
Randomly, one day, I was sitting on Reddit. I don't know why, but I was just there.
Why do any of this sit on
why do we? And suddenly this guy links a Faker highlight video where he's playing Olaf mid lane. I'm like, come on, we're never going to use that in competitive play.
Yeah, not unless it's the World Championships.
And now we get Olaf mid lane for Faker into the Aurelia. So strong early game for him. But it's 2 melee champions. Like the junglers, they really want to go towards that mid lane and say hello and see if they can impact something. SKT, again, as you mentioned earlier, might just look to lane swap the Vayne away from the Kalista and then play that game against the Bangkok Titans.
I mean, the nice thing for SKT is everyone on the Bangkok Titans jumps into melee and suddenly they're just dancing on an equalizer. It's going to be a little bit rough, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. A melee-heavy team up against Rumble, definitely a hard one to go for. Just a lot of slows, a lot of AoE crowd control on the SKT lineup overall. We talk about the mid lane matchup. There's one thing I know about Aurelia versus Olaf. At level 4, it power spikes for Aurelia. That's when she can take over the matchup.
That's the moment.
That's literally when you go for the all-in, and that's the one moment I think G4's got a really big attempt for.
Do you have the same power spikes versus Faker?
I mean,
is it different?
I think Faker kind of throws off the standard matchups a little bit, you know?
Well, we'll see what happens, guys. We're going to get ourselves into the game, and so you at home, let us know how it's going to go. Tweet at Level eSports with the hashtag SKTWin or BKTWin. Let us know if you think the Bangkok Titans can upset the #1 Korean seed in SK Telecom T1. I mean, we've had upsets here at the World Championship, but this is the upset to end all upsets, really. This is a tough road ahead
for the Thai team coming into Worlds here.
I would say so, and I haven't looked up the stats, but I think it's fairly reasonable to say this is Faker's first professional game on Olaf. I don't know if I need to look it up to make that call. I know Monty's probably looking it up right now. He probably already has, like 10 minutes ago.
Sareen can be happy. We're running double teleport again.
Yep.
On the side of SK Telecom. They're already looking for G1. This.
Oh, undercut.
His first slow, yeah.
They got a lot of slows. Yep. There's a flash already from G4.
Yeah. We just talked about the two melee matchups and how the junglers can look to impact that very early. Flash is now gone for G4. Respect to him in a way, though. You're blind picking your mid laner. Yep. You're taking a ready. You say, you know what, Faker? I'm going to duel you. I'm gonna take my gloves off and slap you once and say, come at me. Let's see what happens.
Well, he loses Flash before a minute into the game, so not a good
He's
start.
making it a little bit harder for himself.
He's putting the training weights on.
Right.
Yeah.
Just sandbagging for the, for the lane matchup, right?
To be fair, Faker doesn't have Flash either, so I mean, really, he's just playing fair.
That's a good point. Faker has decided to go teleport Ghost in the mid lane with this Olaf. Double teleport.
Yep.
Saw how well it worked for Origin last game. A little bit different this time with the mid Olaf.
Well, it's a strong split pusher, though.
It is.
Coming into the mid game. So SKT going for that lane swap, but Bangkok Titans is going to read it and meet them up and get the 2v2 lane.
Yeah. No buys.
So, and this is going to mean there's going to be a jungle start for SK Telecom, so they will get an experience advantage. Must might try to go out and just freeze the wave, but he's soon going to find that SKT is going to be up there as well. Didn't even do the full camp. They just stopped, took the small one, went instantly to lane as they saw Must was up there.
And already the mid lane's actually pushing in towards Faker's turret. This is actually very smart of SKT to do this. Elise has great early gank, and actually already Faker can go for this kill. The chain slow is available. Ignite pop by G4.
You do not find an Olaf at level 1, but
No.
he can reset his axe again and again and again and again.
He doesn't know about the power spike.
Level
You got to
4.
run down there and tell him, man.
Now, interestingly, of course, with Flash for both these guys, their base health is actually quite low. Both do plenty of damage early on, so like an all-in is possible to do the damage. You can see G4 trying to go flash.
There's a Ghost. He popped it. He's going after G4. He's got no flash. He's got no life. First blood, 1v1. Olaf versus Aurelia. That's a sentence that was actually said in the World Championships.
Hey, for top end, that's normal. For the mid lane, it's a bit more rare.
But G4, why would you fight the level 1 Olaf at first? Lose the trade. You don't have a flash from level 1.
He was literally just standing there, waiting for him to come in. What's going on, Deficio?
Again,
analyze this.
He's making it harder for himself, so it's even greater when he picks up the kill. Later on, we get 2v2 lane top. That is where Bangkok Titans can try and make some plays with the Kalista. But Alistar Vayne can very often just sit and farm and just try and out-sustain basically with the Alistar. Played very defensive. Will be a gank down bottom lane. Look here. 007 is coming down. That's a TP.
Teleport canceled.
Yep. But that still means that they could go after Marin.
They can go for him, yeah. He's
Marin
running away
flash.
Yeah, he knows what's up.
Saw him on the ward in the river.
Yep.
They have now information on where the jungle is, so Bengi can make some moves on the top side of the map. Blue buff has not been taken yet. And Wolf also knows the jungler's not here. We can go aggressive.
There's a knock-up onto Lloyd. Condemn pushes Moss back just a bit. Wants to avoid that shield. They're going to chase Exhaust onto Lloyd. Bang getting chased. There's a stun. Bang in a little bit of trouble here. Lloyd low as well. They're going for it. The brawl's real. Bang low. So is Lloyd. Wolf going for the bloodthirsty kill. Here comes Bangy. There's Repel. Does he get the execute? He does. And Bang coming in. Moss in a little bit of trouble. And that's a Moss that's not going to grow on any side of any tree. It's gone.
Mechanical misplay by Lloyd. He tried to make a really cute trick where you attack a minion, you kill it with Rend, and you get the reset so you can keep rending onto Bang. But Rend didn't kill the minion. It went on a cooldown. He had no more damage left. Close, but definitely, much like Graves, no cigar.
It's going to be one of those games. I expected this when I saw who I was going to cast with.
Just take a break, Deficio. We got this one.
You guys just go crazy.
That's normal day.
That's not our... Oh, okay, it is? All right, it is. That's our normal day.
Going crazy.
Man, this game will drive several people crazy, I'm pretty sure. Boss, Jason, there's the fadeaway smite for Bengi for that blue buff, and Wolf just says, talk to the hoof, I guess. He's got hands, but I wanted to make it power related. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
I guess it's more steer, he's male, right? Like,
that's no bull.
Noah, you're great. But Warlock, meanwhile, not helping.
Oh boy.
Has to flash.
Yep. Summoner out of the way. Martin doesn't have to worry about that anymore, and I mean, we're kind of seeing what we expected to see, right?
So, Freak, where's the level 4 power spike in mid lane?
Well, he's down 14 CS and half a phage. He's level
1.
4. Oh, I missed it.
5.
Oh, it's only level 4 you can do it.
It's like
too late now.
I mean, rank 3 acts is too much damage for you to trade back in, but you had this like small window.
Jungler fight. And 007 getting a little bit of damage onto Bengi. There's a chilling smite. Bengi has to get away. A little bit of damage at the undertow. Meanwhile, play Marin with the kill. It was so close. Bengi still on the run. There we go. B4 he's got the kill.
Bangkok Titans, but Faker is not going to be stopped. Level 6. G4 should have turned around and not let him pick up the undertow act. It's too late now. Faker can't lose this.
I don't think so.
Come on, attack the Wolf.
There we go. Wolf coming over. He wants some pieces, but Benny's flutters. Are they going to give it to him? G4 try and get away. There's a kill for Faker.
Marin has gone Soul Stealer first item, getting some confidence after that kill. Meanwhile, the very exciting top lane, they're farming.
Yep. All right, Moss condemned against the wall there. Takes a bit of damage from Bang's bolts. Faker's just going to go ahead and take out this mid lane turret, because why not?
3-0 already.
Yep. Not as fast as Deft, though.
Yeah, it was a later third kill.
2 minutes, almost 3 minutes slower than Deft had 3 kills.
Separates the great Olafs for the good Olafs, though, is when you make sure you take damage before you hit the tower. So your passive kicks in.
Yep.
This is some lessons for you, Dora. If you want to go play Olaf mid lane,
I would love to play Olaf mid lane.
Do not try it in solo.
Where else am I going to play it?
So speaking of speedruns, I have legit seen a speedrun of League of Legends. It's playing a 1v0 and winning the game with no one else in the game. It actually is playing Olaf, taking 3 turret shots at the start of the game, and then pushing with 10% health the whole time. I've actually seen that footage, so Faker's learning those lessons.
The more you know. There's a teleport. Doesn't want to miss a single minion. It's kind of like Aerosmith. He doesn't want to miss a thing.
I was going for the Rick Astley, never going to give up minions.
Well, that works too, yeah. Never going to let them down. G4. I think he only needs 2 of those Gs for this game. I dropped the mic that attached to my head.
You let go of the head that stayed where it was.
I can't. I'd have to fall on the ground for this. That would not be comfortable.
I mean, you can try when we're back on camera.
I could.
Bring out the theatrics. You can do an interpretive dance for this game.
I want to see Warlock kill Mar. That's the only
he got real close.
that counts in this game.
He's actually winning in CS, by the way.
Yeah, so he's technically a better player right now.
He got solo killed. I don't know if you can say technically better player.
Yeah, but that was unlucky. That was
unlucky.
Yeah, because the sapling ran the wrong way.
Yeah. Okay,
what's the kill worth, though? It's about 15 CS. So it's pretty even. All right. What about this first item Magi from Marin? Is that standard Deficio?
Yes. We haven't seen Rumble in a while. This has been the big change for him. It is gold efficient when you buy it, I believe, with their
it's
new
very
way to
close.
stack
If you
switch.
get
Very
exactly.
close.
Yeah.
If you die, however, it is a pretty bad item.
We'll see if SKT goes full elements.
Well,
Elements Copenhagen Wolves was the match.
I mean,
3 or 4 snowball items.
Perfect game is already ruined for SKT. Thanks, Bengi.
Yeah. I think EDG were further ahead at this point.
007. He's in trouble, man. G4 goes in on Faker to zone him out. Faker pops that Ragnarok, going to slow him down with the undertow. 07 backing off already.
Oh, the
I think he's in trouble.
There's the 1. There's the 2.
A little bloodthirsty action for Wolf there as he picks that one up.
He really just wants to be part of everything.
He does.
What a triad support, just roaming around the map, joining in for fights.
Hey, that's what I'd do, man. Only I'd get more kills.
And you probably die a little bit.
5-0-0.
I don't think so.
He's playing Alistar. It's impossible to die.
Yeah. It's true. Well, what can you say? We're less than 10 minutes in. There's been 9 kills. I'm happy with this game.
10 kills.
There's going to be 2 more here. The flash pulverized Lloyd just delivered to Bang. And Ethiopia's coming through. They're going to try to take this fight around, but can't Bangkok Titans
double TP.
Really with this.
2-side fight. They're going to go into there. Bengi takes out Lloyd. Moss on the run as well. Wolf could come over the wall, but 007X right there. Faker comes down to finish off Moss, it looks like. Reckless strikes. And another kill for Faker. He's 5-0-1 at 10 minutes.
You know, unfortunately, he did it wrong. Moss was facing east. You're supposed to face north as Moss if you want to survive a lot longer. So.
Well, he was on the south side of the map, too.
Yeah, but is that below the equator?
I don't know, man. This Moss stuff is like too complicated.
We actually have Moss and a tree in the same team. There is some synergy, but here comes Faker. Look for the outplay, but suddenly 007 is here. One more.
007, he gets Faker.
Wow. Danger is his middle name.
He got a quantum of solace there for that kill at a time.
That's right.
For his mid lane. Meanwhile, SKT, did Benki just cocoon the dragon?
You can almost say it took a golden eye to hit a skill shot like that, huh?
Yeah, for Faker, you only live twice, so one more death, he's out of this game.
Oh. This is truly the casting apocalypse now, isn't it? Well, Dragon goes over to SK Telecom with a 6,000 gold lead at about 11:20. That Grob's like, just kill me. I don't even know what's going on in this game.
I think we're getting to see the new meta pick in mid lane.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
In Olaf.
I mean, he's double the CS.
How can you argue against that KDA?
I don't know.
And you know KDA means everything.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, pick up your axe. Faker. Somebody else is going to have to pick that up. That's so irresponsible.
Yeah, you just leave them on the ground. The vendors restock them all the time. It's fine. Ooh. Moss just mad lifed that Braum Q. It meant nothing.
Yeah. Well, it was something.
It momentarily lowered the health bar.
Yep.
All right, G4 is a blue buff. So, that's scary.
Moss and Lloyd just trying to do whatever they can, but they're already so far down in CS, and
Faker's coming down as well now.
Uh-oh, here he comes again.
Wherever this guy is in the mid lane, he really wants to be part of it.
Wolf doesn't even need Lamb to hunt champions. Lloyd is stuck under the turret.
Lloyd.
Goodbye. Faker gets that one. No bloodthirstiness for Wolf there. Lets it go over.
Lloyd kind of sounds like that friend in your group of friends that's always messing stuff up. It's like, Lloyd, you tipped over the grill. Oh, Marin caught in the mid lane, though. There's a knockup. This might be another kill for BKT.
Away.
Oh, he's not gonna... he made it! There's the equalizer coming down, and 007 is taken out again.
Man, this is not good for BKT. No, I take it back. They take down Faker. Oh, that's a bit of a turnaround, actually. 2 for 1, though, still in the favor of SKT.
Yeah, they got to back off, I guess, a little bit. Faker going a bit too ham, finally.
I mean, he's the depth leader on his team.
Never expected to hear that from you, Dora. Too ham?
No, I never expected to see it either. All right, well, Marin with the sickest bait here.
Oh, yeah, fight. G4. So...
Oh, that shield came just in time.
G4 is really trying so hard to get these kills, but it's just so difficult. But Warlock, on the other hand, every time he's gone in, he's been able to get something and a kill on Faker.
Faker just like forgets that turrets do damage to him there. I'm worried that this game is actually going to reduce SK Telecom's skill as a team.
Well, they're playing Olaf.
I mean, it can't go much lower.
Well, they are playing Olaf mid, I suppose, aren't they? Yeah.
That was my SKT jab. He didn't react to it.
We still see the same here for Bangkok Titans as to try against EDG, though. They're not afraid to go in and really just go all in. Like, it's what they've been doing as well. Home in the GPL. It's very aggressive in the way they like to play, often around G4. He got their Aurelia pick, he blind picked it, and obviously hasn't made it easy for himself.
Why would you blind pick Aurelia mid lane? There's so many other picks out there. Azir, Victor.
It hard counters the rest of Faker's champion pool. He had to go outside the pool to win the matchup. That's why the Olaf came through.
I suppose. Well,
next level.
Oh, turret has been destroyed.
Yep,
just found out.
Oh, Marin.
Marin in a lot of trouble. I don't think he's getting out. No, Lloyd with the kill there.
That's Soul Stealer.
Yeah.
Not paying off very well.
4 stacks at the moment.
Now, under efficient. Really.
That is not value.
Now, SKT, in all seriousness, Faker is in a little bit of trouble. He might have to pop that ult to get away. Taking a lot of damage from the ultimate from G4. Doesn't use the ult. Doesn't need it. This is still a World Championships group stage game. You do have to play a little bit seriously. It's very sloppy right now, but it looks like it's not going to matter too much, is it?
No, SKT is pushing it to the limit.
Yeah.
And like that chasing for some of the kills, but they also know what they're doing. I mean, that trade in the middle lane we saw earlier with Faker, he knew exactly what was going on level 1, level 2, so of course he just takes the kill for it.
Marin
with the Soul Stealer is a different thing.
It's time for revenge. The flash from Lloyd used right away. Equalizer, where does Lloyd go? Right into a Flame Chunk, Flame Spitter, Flame Chunk. What the heck was that? Marin.
Flame Chompers. I think is what you were going for.
Flame Chompers, maybe.
The wrong champion.
Flame Chunk. I guess that's a new move.
Sick.
I've just revealed it.
It's the new Chips Ahoy flavor.
That does not sound tasty.
No, it doesn't. But
Faker run.
A bit tasty as well, though. Red buff on him, still walking away safely with the flask on. And now the engage onto the turret. 007X is going to have a pretty hard time on this one.
Well, Bengi gets under the turret. Going to get taken down very, very low. Very sloppy stuff from SKT. What do you expect, though? BKT, Bangkok Titans pushing them back. 007 coming in.
You know, I don't think they're going to win the speed run here. World Record's going to stay with Edward Gaming on this one. SKT doing what they can in the front line.
The turnaround.
Oh no, G4! He's trying to run away, but there's one more attack. That's going to be Bang picking up the kill. 2-0-3 on him.
Marin just yelled face melter. You know what I realized is that I've never really heard Super Galaxy Rumble in English before. This is the first time.
Oh yeah, you used to the Korean.
Right. I've never heard it before in English. Wow.
Oh, it's great.
We need Lissandra in the game.
Yeah, well, Korean Lissandra's the best.
Oh, Korean Vi and Korean Lissandra are two of the most ear-shattering champions in League of Legends.
Like, I don't know why in the Korean client they made Lissandra have to, like, make some noise like she's choking to death every time she auto.
Look, she's made of ice.
You think she breathes?
How would ice sound otherwise?
Not like that. Dude, I'm from Wisconsin, Minnesota. I know what
come on,
ice
that doesn't work.
I mean, have you played Glacial Malphite? He's chilling.
He just kind of still says, like, rock solid and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Ice hard. Doesn't work as well. Never mind.
Less, yeah. A bit less exciting of a line.
Pending.
All right, well.
You know, SKT Bang is using the SK Telecom buy skin right now as well, I believe.
Doing his best Piglet impression.
He is.
Obviously, Piglet, one of the 3 SKT members not returning to Worlds this year.
Yep. Bengi and Faker are returning Season 3 champions.
Maybe they'll make it Season 5 champions.
Maybe. If they can take out Bangkok Titans, it's a big step on the road to the finals.
It is a step.
And in no way was that sentence overhyped.
Overhyped like SKT. Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh no, if you die, your government will disavow their knowledge of you. Be careful.
All right,
that's something 007 needs to watch out for.
That's true, but
yeah,
right now 007 has to watch out for a lot as SKT are sizably ahead in this one. 10,000 up at 18 minutes. Not quite to Edward Gaming's record, but certainly SKT flexing their muscles on this one as they continue to play throughout the jungle. 4 turrets picked up already. They're overplaying the dives, but objective-wise, they're doing a good job of picking everything up they need. Dragons on spawn and turrets kind of all across the map being picked up here.
They're basically just waiting for Bangkok Titans to go aggressive somewhere, and then SKT can respond.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because you got 3 lanes pushing down. Basically, all the towers are gone except for one Faker's trying on now.
You can wait for the next dragon. You can pretty much do whatever you want. And Faker's like, you know what? I'm not going to attack you because I don't want turret hits. I can just do damage here. Fight in the mid lane. There's the ult used by Moss to get the knockup onto Bengi. Lloyd takes a big hit on his way out. Looks like SKT backs off for the moment anyway. Oh, G-Far getting aggressive. There's a stun on Marin, followed by the Q from Brong. Wolf gets a knockup. Teleport coming in. Here comes Faker. Oh, never mind. He doesn't come in.
But again, it means the fight's still going.
I guess so. They're just going to walk away.
The Faker's getting the bot lane right here. He's getting for Warlock. This is the fight that Bangkok Titans need. A knockback there from Vayne means no kills picked up yet. 007X still on the chase. They may kill Bengi for the 3rd time, but Faker's up to the inhibitor turret.
So Faker's still pushing on the bottom side, but again, Bangkok Titans, you know, you just have to go all in.
Yeah, Faker's just abandoned his team completely at this point. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to split push.
Nobody can kill him one-on-one. They know they have to just try and engage. Sadly for them, they only got 1 kill.
Yeah. He's playing it like he is playing Master Yi, though, right? Ignore your team, split push all the time, steal all the kills, overdive. That's.
I'm sure he's flaming Bengi too in chat.
No.
He's like, stop feeding jungle. I'm carrying so hard. Undoubtedly.
Bang and Wolf are playing it pretty much straight up, though. Low KP for Bang is he's not really diving anything, but he's being the big turret battering ram. Wolf's roams have honestly been amazing.
Yeah, man.
He's setting up a lot for SKT. I mean, keep in mind, like, Bangkok Titans are a team that have pretty well crushed their region. They crushed the, not crushed, but they won the wildcard tournament fairly well. And
You can see, just, I mean, like,
it was
the
a weird
high
tournament,
level
though.
of play.
A bit of a gap.
It was a weird tournament without, they played in the group stages and then suddenly they came into the playoffs and kind of surprised.
Yeah.
And won in the end. Goes to Worlds here. We heard in the feature before from Warlock saying,
It was going to be hard no matter what.
we know all the teams here are fantastic, so no matter what group we're in, it's going to be tough. It's just about get the most out of the games.
Yeah.
Here, obviously, again, they're trying to have a bit of fun with like their Aurelia pick and saying, I'm going to try and challenge Faker to a one-on-one duel and see what happens.
Yeah.
So for them, they know this is just about getting whatever experience information you can get
I like
in games
the
like
bravery.
this.
Yeah.
I respect
the bravery, too.
Especially from G4, man. He's like, you know what? I'm going to take it.
Yeah, dude. Gotta go for it.
But it's just interesting to show that, you know, how strong of a team SKT and Edward Gaming as well from yesterday really are as teams. Like, their ability to punish every single overextension, every single mistake. You know, don't miss the skill shots. The roam's always on point. The turret push is always safe. You can sort of you can learn a lot here from a team like SKT. When they're not opposed, you can see sort of what their normal decision-making can be.
Yeah, the problem is just SKT is also, of course, fooling around.
I know.
So, like, it's very
I don't
difficult
think
for
you're
you
gonna learn out this game.
to really pick up anything. It's just more the individual fights.
I think it's the individual players. Like, it feels like Bang and Wolf are playing this as though they're playing any match in the LCK.
Sure.
Intelligent roams, no deaths, no dives they don't need to do. Faker's definitely taking a lot of risks unnecessarily.
Faker's having some fun, that's for sure. SKT, starting Baron, backing off, baiting a little bit.
22-minute Baron bait here when you got to lead this big. That's when you start looking for it.
Yep.
Scuttlecrab's going to despawn here. I believe that was Bangkok Titans, so that was giving vision that SKT couldn't remove. They play around the fog of war. They're going to find a slow on to Moss.
Yeah, Moss a little bit.
Oh,
Faker
he's fast.
coming in. He is really fast with that Ragnos filled with spears, too. Wolf tries to go in. Bangkok Titans backing away. Bangy getting low there. Marin drops the equalizer very late. Doesn't do a whole lot, but it does push the Bangkok Titans back. Marin flashed over the wall with that flame spitter. Gets himself a kill on Lloyd. 007 knocked up, and Faker is going after G4, who is trying to escape the fight. And there's another kill onto 007. 1 for 3 already. The duel in the jungle continues. G4 fighting Faker. Gets a stun with that equilibrium strike.
We're at 11 stacks now.
Yeah, it's gonna be about it.
Tenacity's nice, but Permaslow's a little bit better there. Nice chase down. 19-7 in kills.
Wow.
Very bloody game.
No kidding. That's gonna be undoubtedly one of the bloodiest games of Worlds, that's for sure. Marin just taking down that tier 2 in mid in the meantime.
But it is what Bangkok Titans can do and should do. There's no reason to sit back and just try and farm and play it out passive.
Yeah.
Challenge them, see what happens. SKT obviously knows that as well. In the pick and ban phase, you highlight the Rumble, how, hey, get some more mid-game power in. The Sidestone the Soul Stealer.
Yeah.
For Marin, definitely getting close to fully stacked.
He's at 11 right now, I believe.
It's getting there.
Yeah, he's getting up there. We'll see if he can complete it by the end. It gives cooldown reduction, the only CDR item you'd ever see Rumble buy. If he did get it 20 stacks.
That one, death not hurting him too much. They've managed to control their blue buff. Oh, but they're going to lose a dragon.
Thank you, Red, on that one. This is going to be number 3 for SK Telecom here. Moss wants to steal. The sweeper actually didn't spot the ward, so he can attempt.
Oh,
yeah.
nope.
Well done. Smited at 550. Make sure the Q lands first. Doesn't give an opportunity for a steal to come through. As far as jungle mechanics go, actually, I think it's correct to smite late when you're facing a non-jungle attempted steal. If you're gonna time 2 abilities together, err on the side of smite being late, and you lower the chance of steals coming through. When you smite early and it's mistimed, it gets to 50 health, and that's when the steals come through.
Makes sense.
But again, when we look now at SKT, in this game, we're also in the group, because obviously EDG and H2K are the 2 other teams in the group. They're playing the next game, just after this one here. And SKT yesterday against H2K, to me, it was a game where SKT showed a lot of respect to H2K. They didn't try and go over aggressive and like go for crazy tower dives or anything. They played it fairly passive because their composition wanted to scale up. And H2K still managed to do fairly well if you look at just the early game at least. So now they're taking on EDG next. And obviously SKT is going to be looking at that game. The Bangkok Titans will be looking at the game as well. Because for them, H2K is the target.
Yeah.
Like, that's the team they want to be. That's H2K. And for H2K, they're obviously like trying to pull the upset against SKT or maybe EDG, and they have to be able to beat Bangkok Titans if they want even a chance of like force maybe a tiebreaker to get out of the groups.
Absolutely. Those are going to be, honestly, important games. You never want to get caught unawares. I mean, we saw teams like Alliance overlook the wildcard team dropping.
I don't remember that game at all.
Yeah, I remember it pretty vividly. I actually watched it about 3 days ago.
Sounds like a great game. I should rewatch that.
You got to make sure you never overlook an opponent. Things can always go wrong for you. SK Telecom now by the book here. Tower dives aside. 26-minute Baron, not going to be hard at all to pick that one up. Good smite once again by Bangi.
Bravery Shield. Wow. That's not going to get annoying when I start saying it all the time. Sorry, Monty. Sorry,
Courageous Giga Guard.
Oh, that's another one? I got to memorize these.
Yep.
I'm going to take notes, man.
And the other one is Audacious Bravery Shield, I believe.
Wow.
You have too much information in your head, Freak.
I've actually played quite a bit of Rumble.
I only know like Ramus, like okay.
Rumble's one of the few champions
that's
that I've never played a game on, actually.
Really?
There's like, I think like 3 or 4 left that I haven't played a game on. Rumble's one of them. Oh, the base. Oh, supportal combat. Oh, he's backing away. Never mind.
Sadly.
Oh.
No fights here, no bloodthirst. Sadly, only one Yordle in this game.
It seemed like SKT were enjoying the first 15 minutes, taking all these small fights, and then when Bangkok Time started engaging onto them and got a few kills here and there, even though, of course, it's never at risk for SK Telecom,
yeah,
it was enough for them to say, okay, guys,
let's get down to business.
Let's, you know, get the Baron. Let's look to close out the game.
Defeat. It's clean.
The Titan.
They're just playing it out methodically.
Here we go, the Baron Siege. BKT's wave clear is mostly just Lloyd. SKT have very, very few ranged champions, Bang and Bangi.
It's not the greatest siege ever. Marin's trying to do a bit of split pushing down in bot lane, but it's going to take him a little while to crack this base open, even with a gold lead like they have.
Again, just playing it slow and steady. The team is obviously also thinking about the next match for them.
Oh, here comes Faker. Going in with a bit of speed from that Righteous Glory. They're going to use that to take out the turret. Now they're coming in, knock up onto Warlock. Moss uses his ultimate early. 007 in the back a little bit, but now Bang doing tons of damage unopposed. Warlock nearly goes down, but this is all SKT right now. Another nice knock-up pulverize coming in from Wolf, and that's going to set up the end of this fight. Warlock low, and Moss is going to make it down to Fountain, but just like Randy Moss, he's out of the game. That was an
3
American
kills.
joke.
That was good. 3 kills quickly and easily picked up, and now it's time to close the game out. 20 seconds of the respawns. 5 versus 2, and there's no wave clear. It's just tanks. So SK Telecom T1 will take the game as they were meant to. A 28-minute win, 2-0 in the group stage.
Yeah, Nexus goes down, and SKT takes it just like we thought. GG. Well,
now, for SK Telecom, I mean, they're probably already thinking about the game tomorrow. It's against EDG. It's the game everyone is looking at in this group here. The 2 favorites to win the entire World Championship. They're going to be facing each other. There's a lot of talk, you know. Klailov went out and said, yeah, SKT wants revenge because at MSI, of course, EDG beat them. But it's going to be such an insane match between these 2 teams.
Yeah. We know they're very skilled players. It was actually nice to see that.
Maybe 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, I'd say down the line, these are obviously some very good teams when we see them hit the Rift later on. But, you know, I kind of like seeing that SKT played the game the way they did. Okay, they're like, oh, Aurelia mid. Let's have a little bit of fun. Let's bring out the Olaf. Sure. All right, let's have the 1v1s. Let's do a bunch of really crazy tower dives to make the game entertaining. And
yeah, of course.
You know, Faker, one of the most popular players here. Of course, an amazing, amazing gamer. And he knows how to have fun with it. But then when it came down to it, they're like, all right, guys, let's just turn it on. And the last 5 minutes was just like textbook SKT, prep the Baron, take it down, take the buff, take the game.
Yeah, they lost a couple of people here and there to dopey dives, but in the end, it was a very, very clean close for SKT. And looking at this team going forward, like we said, the big match tomorrow is happening, EDG versus SKT. That is the one that everybody's waiting for, the one that SKT and EDG undoubtedly are waiting for as well too. So even in a game like this, where there's a clear skill gap between the 2
that Oduwamne came down for, then H2K was kind of lost, and we could see that in their play, just not very together, not in synergy.
Well, we are in a champ slate now for this game. H2K over on the blue side, EDG on the red. Twisted Fate going to be banned away from Pawn, and Gangplank continues his very bannable status in this particular tournament.
Yeah, as we mentioned yesterday, Twisted Fate is one of the main champions that Edward Gaming have used to just steamroll in the past when they do get an early lead and Pawn just all over the map. So again, that's going to be banned away from them.
Yeah, that Twisted Fate ban seems to be only targeted at Pawn in this tournament, so a very player-specific ban rather than a lot of what we see is like what we call meta bans, like Gangplank being banned out, Elise being banned out. You can see that for any team. Pawn TF, different case.
What was even more impressive was that yesterday it was banned against them from the red side, so they didn't even want to try and counter it and, you know, let them pick it early on the blue side and then go for something that can pressure him. But this time around, Prolly's taking the helm.
Yep, gonna make sure that's banned out there. Elise also banned by H2K, and Elise in the response from Edward Gaming, so some of these top tier junglers actually getting taken out now.
Immediately springing to mind is again the Gragas that Lulex used yesterday. I think that H2K will probably prioritize that fairly heavily. Elise and Lee Sin being off the board are the top 2 super early game junglers.
And Lulu, most notably, actually gets open. Mordekaiser been 100% banned still, I believe, and Thresh is Edward Gaming's final ban.
Lulu's been perma-ban status so long that it feels like some of these teams may just not even have the Lulu strategy on point, and then the enemy team is using that to bait them into early picking and hoping that their strategy isn't that well executed, and then they can get more OP picks in return. Let's see if H2K fall for this trap, or if they actually just get Lulu and win.
Yeah, so, well, Lulu is up, and then there is also the option of getting one of those Juggernauts in the top lane. So you don't want to just have the Lulu plus 80 carry. Darius up in the top lane's another great Lulu target for a lot of the buffs that she'll give up. So EDG not going to let them have that combo, it looks like, hovering over the Darius already. They want to split it up.
Yeah, it looks like Clearlove's looking at Rek'Sai here. Obviously, that pick goes up in value if Elise and Lee Sin are banned, and Clearlove obviously good, fantastic Rek'Sai player.
He's got so many games on Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I think it's probably his best champion. So, I mean, maybe going to trade Rek'Sai for Gragas here, but Lulu was, of course, the first pick for H2K. Edward Gaming just deciding what they want to do with their next few picks. Lots of flexibility. They'll lock in Rek'Sai and Darius once again for Amazing J.
And here we see EDG wanting almost 3 picks and only having 2 slots available to them, so they have to let the Braum go. Or the Braum could be an elaborate hover bait, but I doubt it. I think Braum is definitely pick worthy on the first rotation on purple, but so is Darius, so is Rek'Sai. So many choices open here in this champ select.
Yeah, the Unbreakable just provides so much value when you are facing a Lulu buffed AD carry to buy that amount of time in a team fight where you can block out so much range damage.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Unbreakable can just instantly deny Lulu's Q to the wave clear, and suddenly that tower that was not open for siege suddenly is available to be taken down by merit of the support player.
And remember, they banned Kasing's Thresh here as well. He's a very proficient Thresh player, so Mako can have fewer options depending on what H2K wants to go for here in the draft. See a lot of different hovers. Lulex really flipping through the champions. Does settle on Gragas and Braum.
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny actually. Both the junglers were kind of planning on those 2 anyway, and they just missed paths anyway. Ended up with what they wanted.
H2K haven't really given away too much information yet in this draft. Lulu first pick is expected by Edward Gaming, and then a generic tank jungler plus a Braum support. This is a very, patch meta draft so far.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they are saving the solo lane picks here for H2K, but top lane's already been shown for Edward, and I do not expect Edward to early pick their mid lane, even though they are hovering over Yasuo right now. I would expect them to do the bottom lane double lock in and just save pawn for the counter pick. You don't want to give away your mid lane counter pick for free.
No, I like that they're at least, you know, maybe showing something. Hey, this is a threat that we can bring out. Kalista was also left open. That's a hover now for EDG, and Deft and Imp actually, both from the LPL, been very proficient on that champion.
Kalista Cannon is one of the more brutal lanes in bot lane. Not only is Kalista just so good at trading, having a range support with that, any range support with some CC like Cannon or even Annie in this case.
Holds true.
Holds true. You just keep talking until they lock something in. It's just so really hard to deal with. Yes, Braum has Unbreakable, but you're playing against double ranged with a CC component, and we saw what Mythic could do on that Annie, especially when you have Kalista to pull him out of sticky situations and throw him back in the enemy team.
And it's hard to say if it's Mako's best champion, but it might be his most famous on Annie. So Annie Kalista, the bot lane there for EDG, as H2K consider their final 2 picks of this draft. Seen a lot of Zillion hovers for whatever reason in the tournament. Don't expect H2K to be taking that one.
Yeah, this is going to be fairly difficult for them. Ryu, last game yesterday, he was able to get the counter pick to try and get some carry potential for his team, but he's going to have to blind here, go a little bit safer, and be very wary of Pawn, because Pawn can play so many different champions in the mid lane, and he just utilizes counter picks so well.
Yeah, just about anything there, and EDG have left the counter pick open, so we'll see with 3 seconds left. They do swap away from the Zillion. It seems like it will in fact be Tristana and Fiora as our last 2 H2K picks.
Obviously means that Lulu is going back to the mid lane. We were thinking about H2K, what do they need to fulfill this composition? More damage, because a one-dimensional Lulu composition kind of runs out of steam towards the late game. Now you have a lot of damage, but both of the damage sources are physical.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting, the Fiora-Darius matchup now, because yes, Fiora does have mobility and you can try and outplay the Darius Q to get either inside or outside of the blade. But with the reduced base stats for Fiora, just the toe-to-toe combat gets even more difficult. If you go straight into Darius and try and get inside the axe, he still stacks up bleeds on you, and he could just overpower you that way.
The biggest advantage in that matchup is that Darius' Q is incredibly telegraphed, so it should be an easy riposte for Fiora. However, then you're standing still, your defensive tool has been used, and we've actually seen that being used to be baiting. So you riposte the Q from Darius, and then the jungler comes in and kills you. So
yeah, I
very
definitely
weird.
think this is a pretty heavy skill matchup.
Certainly indeed, but Pawn has picked a very famous champion for himself with Super Saiyan in a quarterfinal to carry his team all the way through to a eventual win. It is Pawn's Kassadin.
Very low on wave clear though here on EDG. That's why we see a lot of these teams that come out swinging, confident that they're gonna win, but they don't take into effect the possibility that they could actually get behind in the early game, and then suddenly without wave clear, things get rough.
Exactly. The wave clear has been a really big problem with teams that have been trying to get their hands on juggernauts really early. So your top lane, you know, is going to be a juggernaut, isn't going to be able to help much with that. So if these teams get behind, then they start to bleed turrets very early, and the global gold that your opponent's going to acquire can sometimes be enough to overpower you in that mid game.
H2K here, running up that composition, they do have the tools to deal with a lot of the threats from EDG. They can kite the Darius, they can stun lock the Kassadin. One of the issues with Kassadin is he jumps in, then he has the mobility to go out. Braum passive being able to be applied on multiple members of the EDG lineup could be crucial for H2K to potentially challenge EDG in this game.
Also, this bottom lane can be explosive. Like, this is a very, very dangerous bottom lane for whichever team gets the early pressure. From either jungler or from top lane teleports, any sort of influence on bottom lane is going to result in a blood.
Even just 2v2, I love aggressive jumps from a Tristana or a Braum in this matchup once any cooldowns are down, any Orchilista, use a Q, use a Rend wrong. It's just an aggressive jump because Braum can jump after block Unbreakable, and suddenly this matchup is just so different.
Well, as we get into the game, tweet at eSports and let us know who you think is going to rise in groups. We've given you some of our thoughts, but use the hashtag H2K win or EDG win, and we'll see who you think has the edge in this particular matchup. Going to be tough. EDG likely coming at least somewhat favored, but H2K, a team that can certainly bring it. And if they're going to bring it, it's going to be nice and bloody in the early game.
Definitely agree. That, especially that bottom lane matchup that you're talking to. So let's jump on the rip and see about this early game. Will we get some deep wards scouting for any sort of lane swap, or will we actually get to see the 2 versus 2 even matchups? H2K up on the top side of the map here.
And we've seen, I think, a big importance on lane swap series. Never mind the lane swap.
Straight forward.
We have a big invade. 5v5. Is this going to happen? No vision here. They're actually got spotted at it. Huge stun there onto Lulix. Amazing J, though, gets absolutely mashed by all the damage. Clearlove going to get a knock-up on the Cassine. They're going to keep running his depth. He's hopping. He doesn't have that much damage, but he's going to try. Flashes burn. First blood to Mako. Ryu now. He's in trouble. That's going to force the flash out as well. Hyanan going to keep moving in, and Pawn does get slowed. They are going to still run. Pawn, he flashes with the E. Ryu barely lives as Hyanan now caught out in the top left there of the map. Ryu is going to keep going. Clearlove flashes for it. He wants the last kill. Amazing J not in range, and it's just one.
Pretty much everybody blowing their flash on both sides except for Lulix. There's only one flash.
Hyanan's flash.
Okay, Hyanan. But man, usually when you're talking about level 1s, you're so scared of the team with Braum, because if you catch somebody out, the chase potential with Braum is ridiculous. But Annie starting Incinerate, charging up the stun from the fountain and getting there in time.
AoE stun. AoE knockup from Rek'Sai, because Braum passive is really good. If Yarn's E actually exploded on the entire team, that is a massive amount of damage. This was so incredibly close to being multiple kills on actually either side, but EDG, bloodthirsty support. Doa would be proud. Mako picks up the kill.
Okay, so the silver lining there for H2K is that they do get back to lane first, and they can quickly shove it. Misses only one. melee minion there.
And after that, we kind of expected a lane swap. Instead, got a full-on 5v5. We actually do have standard lanes, but just flip them around, serious.
No, we're swapping.
Yeah,
swapping.
H2K, because they got there first, shoved the lane very quickly, and they're going to piece out.
No flash on Pawn.
Oh, Pawn could be in trouble. Does get tagged. Ryu going to keep moving in. Needs one more. Does get the stun, but it's not enough to pick up a kill.
Yeah, and honestly, this Kassadin in lane in the early stages is just trying to hold the zone here. So, you know, any chunk of health that you do take off of him could result in extra tower pressure from the mid lane.
And if you look at the top lane right now, both EDG members kind of backing off, and this is why we see Odoamne going for early teleport. Only gets 2 creeps, though. Could have done that a little bit earlier. Amazing J was very low on a Darius from the double jungling so far, so slightly propelled forward. Tempo advantage usually here for H2K.
All right, going to use the teleport to the minion just to
deny some CS.
Exactly. Try and zone off Odoamne there. Amazing J getting in place. Remember that they do have double teleports, EDG. They do have Pawn on Kassadin with one as well, so side lanes still have to be worried.
Yeah, we were talking about how brutal that matchup is, Kalista and Annie, and we see H2K thinking about swapping again here. We immediately pushed in the wave with Tristana and Brawl. They based, but I think they want to give the illusion that they're counter-swapping right now and then walking back to the bot lane. So some mind games going on here.
Certainly are, as Clearlove does leave his red buff. You can see things have quietened down a bit after the initial 5v5 fight. Just the first blood there. Actually going to Mako, who's got a quick Ruby Crystal, likely for a fast sight soon.
Yeah, this is actually fairly scary for H2K here. With EDG getting out to an early lead and having the double teleport, there's so much pressure they can put on the map. Kassadin is the champion. The reason you take teleport on him is for the early teleports to the side lanes where you can pick up kills and start to snowball really early. So we see EDG there, Kalista, any lane try and shove in, then the Pawn teleport comes in and they try and snowball that early game.
Clearlove actually looking for a gank in mid. He knows that Ryu's flash isn't back, although he does have that ignite, but Pawn little low on mana. Gonna get aggressive. Nice trade though from Ryu in the mid lane.
I want to keep my eye here on Deft and see what he maxes out on the Kalista. Very often in the Tristana matchup, you see Kalistas actually go for Q, so at least they can win the 1 to 2 auto attack trades. Auto attack Q, auto hop out, and then pop a little E, because if you go for the E max, then obviously you're stuck trading with a Tristana with explosive charge. You're not going to win that.
Exactly. Plus, you know, usually you're like, oh yeah, Tristana, she's so good into Kalista because her combo is front loaded and she can get off a lot of bursts, but Annie landing the stun really interrupts that and messes with the timing of your trade.
Ooh, look at Lulex here.
Going aggressive. Clearlove actually maybe forced out here. Good web there by Gragas. But the Wolf helping out just a little. Clearlove gets away safely.
I mean, fraction of a second later means Lulex picks up that Wolf, chunks out Clearlove, and suddenly he is the one doing to Clearlove what Bengi did to him yesterday. So close.
He did get some deep vision down there, dropping the pink ward as well, and that's in a fairly rare spot to check, so that'll probably last a long time. Up in the top, though, trade going down.
Yeah, real aggressive. Nice riposte from Odoamne, blocking that Q damage, I believe.
And that's what we're going to be seeing a lot in this matchup. Amazing J, obviously, once he starts casting that Q, it's going to come out, I think, 0.75 seconds later, and then obviously you can easily riposte that. But still got to do it. Odoamne deny some damage there.
Yeah, trying to do something there on the top side. Amazing J not too far behind his Pawn. Going to clean out these waves. Trying to look, you know, get his farm. Got his fast. Looks like he's run out of charges though, but he'll just clean up minions under tower as they shove towards him.
Oh, the Raptor buff going to proc just as the ward is dying. Heartbreaking there for junglers. I know that feel, Lulex. He's had the small misses that just put you on Dota as a jungler. Just barely not getting the wolf on the invade. Then that as well. These small things add up, Crepo.
The collective sound of all the junglers in the crowd crying. No ignite here on Pawn. Luckily for Rio, that's the flash.
Yeah, nice aggression there from Pawn, but couldn't quite finish it. Little low on mana, but starting to turn the matchup a bit.
This is actually huge. For Pawn on Kassadin to be able to turn this lane and gain control of mid lane. Now he's level 6 also. He does have that teleport that we mentioned. This is so much pressure for EDG.
And now Clearlove actually trying to invade. Lulex was sick of him in his jungle. Will go for the Grumpy. Should be able to smite this away. Are we going to have a battle? No. Lulex just completely backs off Pawn. Still too much of a threat.
Yeah, his turret is at just as much health as Ryu's is. He's leading in CS as Kassadin. He's buying the early blasting wand as well. Things are looking very good for Pawn and the rest of EDG.
Yeah, you really want to punish that Kassadin levels 1 through 5 and then use the advantage either to kill him in lane or use the fact that Lou is constantly pushing him to chip away at the tower, make a roam happen, but H2K didn't manage to do anything of all that sorts. Now Pawn is comfortably ahead in that matchup. Took a look at Deft as well. He is, in fact, maxing E because the laning phase is just going so unchallenged. So for objectives later, long out team fights, definitely in Deft's advantage.
And all that's actually led EDG to a nice little 1,000 gold up here at about 7.5 minutes in, so nothing massive at all as Mako is going to clear out that deep pink ward. Mako very vigilant when it comes to cleaning out vision and also placing vision for his team.
Oh, look at Hjarnan as well. He had to base picked up an early Avarice, even though he's on 51 CS, which is almost a BF sword mark, because he had a couple early bases for a long sword, some potions. Couldn't find himself some gold enough for a BF sword. Didn't want to get the pickaxe, so he's stuck on an Avarice. He is very far down in damage if it comes to a 2v2 skirmish.
Meanwhile, Mako's getting a lot of work done here. This is the dangerous line of wards to get in. This 7-minute mark is the most dangerous time for supports, and he just got down some very deep vision inside the back of that red buff. You can see there all through this bottom side jungle, which is what they're prepping for the big move. The Annie Callista about to hit level 6. They do have both teleports ready as well. This means that EDG will see any jungler presence coming.
And that makes Lulex's life so hard. And very often we and many others criticize Lulex for not getting anything done, but his team isn't ever helping here. Always get that deep vision in his jungle. Uncontested jungle invades by Clearlove here, and Lulex slowly falls behind, and then the lane starts suffering because more pressure comes out of Clearlove.
And that's exactly what they want here, Clearlove. We've talked about his Rek'Sai. It's a champion that he's so proficient on. It just fits his skill set so well. So, you know, the gold lead not really there yet for EDG, but the game playing out how they would like it. You can see Bilgewater Cutlass finish for Def nice and early on. We've got the Phage building up for Amazing J. And on, you know, on either side, just getting their components up. And we'll see what happens maybe 10 to 12 minutes in for that potential first dragon fight.
Yeah, it is so crucial to get some extra 80 damage on that Tristana if you really want to burst out Deft in a couple of stuns, and I don't see any realm of possibility where they win the 2v2, so pressure in bot lane from EDG, pressure in the mid lane now from some really nice trades from Pawn from EDG, so everything going their way.
Yeah, for H2K on their side though, at least, you know, Odoamne was getting pressure on top side. He would shove up, and then he came down just a second before to try and help Lulex here. They saw this invade coming. They're trying to collapse on Clearlove.
Clearlove got the blue though now. Pawn's him. He's got the Rift Walk in. Gonna go in for Lulex. Ryu ults himself, but Clearlove flashes in for the Umbaro. Great casting ignites good. Ryu's gonna get it, but Pawn is still chasing. Odoamne, he's come down. Pawn's barely gonna live as Odoamne challenges him and wins. Now Amazing J gonna chase himself down.
And the ultimate there from Odoamne, fully healed Ryu. He's coming in to back him up.
Amazing J riposte through. The slow's there as well, just on the edge. Ryu's gonna go for it. Odoamne claims the kill.
The #1 point we said for H2K, protecting Lulex's jungle. They did it here. The early collapse there. Odoamne shoving the lane, having priority in top side, and they're able to make Clearlove pay for coming in and stealing that blue.
And Pawn really wanted that kill. He left Clearlove alone. Ryu managed to kill him. Then Pawn comes back in, gets hexed, and that gives enough time for Odoamne to come in. So greedy player by EDG finally punished, and a good collapse from H2K. That's what we want to see more of in this game.
Yeah, great response, and too aggressive by Clearlove. I didn't think he was going to go straight for the Umbaro. That's exactly what happened, and paid the price for trying to steal that blue. Back in the bottom lane, though, as we calm things down. Deft and Mako still farming away. Deft actually building a nice CS lead, 20 up so far over Hjarnan.
Yeah, it was definitely touch and go there for a while with Pawn coming in on the Kassadin. Pretty big impact, but man, the healing on the Grand Challenge definitely underestimated. And they're able to chase them out of H2K territory. But again, they're still behind, even after that. That's just a small victory for H2K.
Yeah, but one of their 2 damage sources is propelled forward. Look at the Tiamat already finished on Odoamne, so he's now 2-0-0. If you get the lead in any of these Juggernaut matchups, it tilts so far in one of the people's favor. Either you push and roll, but
Lulex in trouble, gets bursted down. Clearlove cleans up an easy one.
So dangerous to go by yourself here, trying to ward, and EDG catch him out. 3-man, they do not hesitate to burn everything. That's going to be Dragon as well. So very quickly after the single win there from H2K, and EDG strike back.
Oh, now Pawn actually chasing out Ryu. Not quite enough to finish it, but going to pressure him away as EDG do take Dragon #1.
And that's just so sloppy. You have double pink wards. You don't need to get that green ward ahead of it unless you actually spot people. Early move from Lulex, and that is something we see very often, even in Europe from H2K, is that they ward on their own. They may be in the vicinity of each other, whether it's Lulex and Kasing, but they don't really synergize well. They don't back each other up, and that's exactly what you need. Now we see Odoamne.
Nice play, does pop the ulti. Amazing J going to pull him in for it. Odoamne, can he outplay the dunk? It's good, rebuffs it, and manages to live.
Clutch riposte right there from Odoamne, and yet he still has to leave because Rek'Sai could easily come. Oh, wow, he actually canceled his recall. He's looking to shove another wave here with the Tiamat.
But I think
luckily for him, you know, Clearlove's not around.
Not just yet, as Odoamne might finish that one off, but I think we can start to see the matchup you know, it's very back and forth. Amazing J's played it once before and did pick up a win, but you can start to see where Fiora can get an edge in that particular 1v1.
Oh, and poor Hyana, so he based first, picked up the Avarice because he couldn't afford the BF sword and he didn't want the pickaxe. Picked up the pickaxe anyways. It's going downhill in that bot lane.
Well, top lane could be very interesting.
EDG saw Lulex sink into that bush.
Good vision there. You can see a little bit of movement from the Tremor sense. Clearlove wants to be the one to come in second, I believe. He's going to spot Lulex here. And they're all back away.
Yeah, I think they were thinking about setting up a trap there with the pawn teleport, but Ryu is putting a lot of pressure on mid lane, shoving him into the turret with a quick wave clear.
Clearlove is here in mid, but just going to find a pink ward instead. Ryu looking good, building in towards that. Athene's Rod of Ages on the way for pawn. Both those mid laners should have the major items completed relatively quickly. As Amazing J think he knows what's up, but I don't know if he can stop this potential dive.
Yeah, very extended laning phase here. So far, not much cross-map moving, not too many roams, and I think that's a style we see very often in the LPL, but that's also a style H2K like playing. They're very accustomed to that. Especially in the later parts of the season, they stepped away from that very lane swap focused meta where they focused on a 10 to 20 and they just did the 0 to 10, 0 to 15. So overall, they can still come back from that deficit, especially if we can get to some more item spikes here. Some rough points due to the early game.
And pace of the game, not really going maybe as chaotic as we expected. It started with that big 5v5 at level 1, but it's just been some solid landing, some good ganks uninvaded by both sides here. And actually in bottom lane, H2K going to get the first turret of this game. They will take bot tower. Clearlove is not nearly enough to defend that.
Yeah, Tristana easily going to be able to take that one out. Let's see where they send him next, because Odoamne right now from base could swap lanes, but he's heading straight back to the matchup with Amazing J.
Yeah, Pawn has an advantage in items, but it does take time for that Rod of Ages to scale up, and then compared to the Athene's immediate power spike on Lulu in mid lane, get some magic resistance, so the poke from Palm doesn't really hurt. He can consistently clear mid lane first, so he always has the first step in that mid lane. Ryu here, so maybe you can soon see him roam a little bit. If he can get up top, Lulu is so good with and against these Juggernauts. That's why her value has even gone up in these tournaments, and we'll almost always see her as a guaranteed first pick.
Yeah, I feel like EDG just have so much control, though, because Clearlove was able to farm a bit more efficiently than Lulex in the early stages when they were, moving around top. He got an early sight zone here, and the Ninja Tabby actually very effective. He's going in.
Yeah, collapse here onto Kasing. Knockup's going to be there from the Fates Call. Mako does line up the stun. Unbreakable. Not enough. Deft is going to get the kill. And now actually the chase on Lulex could be in trouble. Ulti used. And they'll clear the pink ward.
This is exactly what we talked about earlier. Lulex and Kasing, yeah, they were on the same screen, but they're not backing each other up. Look at Clearlove and Mako. They were in the same brush, clearing vision together, engaging together, knock up into stun. That synergy is completely lacking in H2K, and it will be their downfall.
Clearlove and Mako work so well together. Plus, Clearlove is really using the Void Rush for more uptime on the map. Ryu here just gets soloed.
Polly's there. Wildgrowth comes out as well. Pawn has to flash. Rift walks away. Teleport's been used, but here's the follow from Amazing J. He wants to dunk, but he's been challenged by Fiora. Odoamne gonna run into Siana, goes through. Huge double upper hand, flushes out of the way. Clearlove's here as well. He's popped in with the ulti, and now Mako flash ult, max range damage. Odoamne goes down to Amazing J, and Hyanan, he will continue the chase. Clearlove, hungry for blood. He has his flash, he uses it straight onto Hyanan. The ult there from Braum, sorry, the Q from Braum, not enough, and they'll keep chasing Hyanan. He needs the rocket jump up, but he's gonna get it. Clearlove will chase. Can he get the kill? He will.
And that's going to mean some extra time in here to steal away the blue buff, possibly. They do have Sight Zone as well. They can just drop wards over the side, so blue buff still on top of it. That could also mean pressure on top turret. A lot gained there for EDG, collapsing very quickly into the mid lane.
And we're really starting to see what it does to a Kassadin if he gets untouched in terms of pressure, and he can just farm up 10 CS per minute, roughly, is the goal you want as a mid laner. Pawn right now sitting at 0.6, 0.7 of that, so really getting farmed up. His Rod of Ages stacking. Look at the damage already on Ryu. Ryu is forced to ulti, but Pawn, he makes it out alive.
Yeah, so Pawn able to get a lot of damage done, and then the flash rift walk, as you said, to evade Odoamne, even though Odoamne get the first teleport into the fight.
And then that jump from Hyanan barely does it, so Amazing J makes it flashed out, and obviously the turret zoning out in that fight makes Hyaran's life so rough. And then Mako, again, flash Tibbers, that is bread and butter when he plays Annie. For me, whenever Mako picks Annie, I have this vision of a 4-man Tibber stun. That's what he really excels at later in the game, and hopefully we'll get to see more of that.
Yeah, Clearlove able to get right in there and get the knockup as on Arnin to stop him as well. And as you know, he ends with a death.
So close for Tristana to get away, but a very aggressive And a trademark aggressive flash from ClearLeft to secure it. Bottom tower did go down as well, so EDG do pick up a tower. H2K, though, still ahead in that metric, 2-1 in towers. 1 up in EDG for Dragons. This one's back alive, so they might be able to get it, and still up in gold for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, they should be able to secure this fairly easily. Deft on Kalista, so far ahead. You kept on checking in with the build there from Yarnin. A traditional, Infinity Edge Rush AD carry being behind versus the Kalista is just so frustrating for H2K right now.
Tibbers is down. Lulex is in trouble. Does die to Pawn. Now going to keep running. No, do they want the dive? The stun does not hit EDG. Just going to shove mid instead.
And this complete map control in terms of vision and pressure is really making H2K break apart, really. They're trying to move out, but every time they move even near the river, Mako and Clear are already in unison.
This tower looks to fall now as EDG just going to shove some spears into it. H2K doing a nice job defending. Clearlove does back away from it all. Looks like the top laners are pulled down as well.
As you can see, even with the lead, still fairly difficult for them to take turrets. Ryu on the Lulu does have a very good wave clear when backed up by Tristana, even with Tristana having no items.
And I wonder when EDG is actually going to start playing this game as a 1-3-1. They have a double teleport on their mid laner and their top laner. Both their top laner and their mid laner are really good in 1v1 scenarios. It's impossible to solo kill a Kassadin because he only fights if he wants to. And he can pressure you in that side lane with the mobility, with the teleport. It's going to be incredibly hard for H2K, whose composition relies around grouping so much, to get out of that split push.
Yeah, the one strength for H2K has been Odoana in the top lane on the Fiora. He's been their point of power. That's the only reason that their top lane outer turret is still standing.
You can see the items, honestly, for both sides starting to come out. We've got the Hydra down for Odoamne, but the Black Cleaver there. I think we're just going to have a fight. Odoamne does pop the ulti, but Clearlove is here. They are going to come in, but I don't know if it's enough. He'll get pulled back in. The teleport from Pawn, amazing day. Already too low. Heal does go up. He hits the vitals, but he does die as Odoamne dashes back in. There'll be a trade there, and now Ryu caught out in the top side. Kasing trying to make it happen. Lulex here, but Mako and Def already up, collapsing so well are EDG as they'll keep running through. Fate's called down, double Tibber stun. Def gets the neck till Clearlove finds a knock-up. Yarnin coming in, but he doesn't have enough damage. He'll keep diving straight through. Great buster shot from Yarnin to save it, but Def hopping man around the turrets, and they're still going. EDG, they want the last. They will not get it.
Def hops out the tower.
Oh my God. Me and Crepo both hands on our heads after that skirmish from the bottom lane of EDG. What a great play.
But where was Yarnin? That entire fight was 5v4 until Yarnin joined them on their tower. Fantastic buster shot. You would think Def would die, but then Def just hops out, uses Lulex as an escape. That's what Lulex has deterred to right now. Being used as a vessel to get out of that tower range. Def still 0 deaths here, and he's getting ready to carry these.
Plus the timing on that counter engage from Deft and Mako, where he uses the Kalista ultimate right into All right, we'll take a look at it here, because Odoamne does do a good job chunking down the vitals. He's going to actually proc the healing, and that's almost enough because Ryu made the first roam, but again, teleport from Pawn, he's there as well.
Yeah, if he could have just killed Amazing Day immediately, use that Q on Pawn, maybe the fight could get different. But look at your minimap. Deft and Mako are already zoning Yarnin, so he's taking the long route around, and then look at him, throw in your Tibbers, your Annie, then throw the Tibbers. Ryu gets stunned, so beautiful 1-2 combo every time by EDG here.
Then everybody thinks Deft is dead here with that knockback, but he goes with the heal, barely gets out of range of Lulex and secures another one.
And again, classic Deft popping the summoner spells just when he needs them with that heal as EDG starts a rocket ahead as far as gold goes. Now 5,000 gold up in this particular game. Well, we've talked about the items from H2K. They've got at least one major item on most of their players, but EDG have at least 2.
Yeah, Deft right now, he's got the Runons plus Blade of the Ruin King Power Spike on Kalista combo, even upgraded boots, whereas it's just the Infinity Edge for Yarnin.
And then Avarice with 400 gold.
Okay, there, your Avarice that you've kept your eye on all game.
I hate that item, personally. I think it just delays the builds way too often, and you're better off just getting early power, especially in a non-BF versus BF matchup. BF pickaxe into Cutlass can actually be the breaking point of this matchup. H2K didn't manage to read it. Props to Deft and Mako though for playing around with their synergy has been on point. So much synergy pairing within that team. Deft and Mako, Clearlove and Mako, top side of the map. Everybody works as a team as opposed to H2K, very fractured.
Right, and the plan going forward for EDG, since we mentioned their weakness in taking the turrets in straight up sieges, since all the outer turrets are down right now, it's just about Operation Ward Line. Can they get them deep inside the red jungle, prepare for this dragon? They've got 1 minute and 30 seconds ahead. They can allow the split push with that vision as well. It's a 2-for-1, so they can pressure mid lane and bottom lane. They're doing it exactly right now. Very deep vision. And they're looking to draw H2K out into the map.
Yeah, exactly what we talked about. Look at Pawn here in the bottom lane, just starting to push. He's so strong, and Clearlove even ready with the ulti, or just there right now in case he needs him. And he's going to go a bit aggressive, but Pawn more than happy to fight.
And Pawn, after just getting the Phoenix Codex for cooldown reduction, went straight into the Zonias. That allows you to go extremely aggressive in the team fights because you don't have to wait for the Rift Walk while taking damage. Up at top, though, it's another duel.
Nice bait, actually, by Amazing Jay. He knows his team is coming. Odoamne goes a little too far, perhaps, but the team is running around the wrong side. Def going to start to hop off the Krogs, but Odoamne looks to be safe.
That was actually a good reaction by Odoamne. The second he heard Rek'Sai scream, he knew that he was getting collapsed upon, especially since mid lane was entirely dark. And then the safest path is actually charging at your closest enemy. That's how you beat flanks, you collapse on them. But Ryu is caught in the mid lane.
Collapsed anyway. Pawn getting aggressive. Clearlove trying to line up a knock-up. He does have his flash. Look for him to use it as Pawn now. Going to move in. They'll get the knock-up. They'll chase Kissing. He's not dead. Mako, yes! Will pick the kill up. Just barely, though.
Yeah, that entire act right there from H2K was just every man for himself. Try and get out alive because Hjarnen's not there. There's nowhere he can make it. He's just trying to push as hard as he can while EDG are going to take this Baron. I don't think H2K should even get close because there it is.
Oh my god, they've gone in onto Ryu. Damage out there. Q will land from Pawn, and it's an EDG special. They get one pick straight to Baron.
Yeah, I don't know what you're going to do there for H2K. They already had lost one member. Now it looks like they're losing another.
Throwing Mako.
They got him off Baron, though.
They did. Odoamne, nice moves there as Pawn's trying to chase Lulax. He has caught him. As we move back in, Def going to get the arrows out there. Slow is good. Pawn will collect it.
EDG playing with the necessary amount of respect. They know the only way to really lose this game at this point is lose a Baron and maybe 2 kills. They just hunt the jungler, hunt the top laner. They almost get Odoamne there, but I think he repulsed an anti-Q stun and just walked out of there. So EDG don't get Baron, but they're still in full control. We talked about that vision earlier. They're just setting it up consistently and then using their aggressive gap closers to really find these favorable fights.
Yeah, talking about drawing H2K out into the open, that was the very center of the map. And EDG did not waste any time. This dragon definitely should be forfeit here from H2K. EDG are going to take it. Unless Kasing can have a magical... No? All right.
Trip does try it, but will not connect as the dragon number 3 will in fact go to EDG. The gold lead starting to really stack up now. 7,500 gold as H2K will respond. Should be able to get this tower. EDG caught backing here. So a nice little move there from H2K. Def even going to clear some things out. Very strong. His next shop will be a big one here. Going to go back and spend a whole bunch of money. And you can see EDG just getting stronger and stronger across the board.
Yeah, Def sitting on 2,000 gold, and that's exactly what separates him from Hjarnen. So Def alone is 2,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent. Tracking the top laners, Odoamne is actually the only person, I believe, ahead of his direct opponent. Odoamne has 8.5k gold acquired this entire game, 7.7k here for Amazing J, so that's the saving grace.
Credit where credit is due to Odoamne. Our questions about the Fiora Darius matchup have been answered. Definitely he did have an advantage, and even in the face of a lot of extra team pressure from EDG, he's done quite well for himself. It just has not been enough. That one bastion of hope for H2K up in the top lane has run out. Turret's gone down.
Yeah, very big goal discrepancies too, just between Clearlove and Mako as a pair compared to Lulax and support Kasing there, and you can really feel that in the game as well. Vision is more efficient for EDG, it gets placed deeper, EDG works better around it. H2K feels like they're drowning, they're clawing to get back into the game, and Odoamne alone will have an incredibly hard time getting them back into it.
And speaking of that vision, EDG with the dragon down, doing what they really love to do, try and get vision around that Baron. They've taken the Rift Scuttler. Actually, no trouble there for Clearlove, does tunnel his way to safety.
H2K's composition does excel when they group. That could be the one angle they're looking for, you know, group up, you know, Jugger Tristana, call it what you want. Lulu plus X does very well in many scenarios, especially when you're grouped.
Yeah, they do want a bit more crit chance from Hjarnen. Here comes the teleport.
Yeah, Pawn actually flanking in now. Goes straight in onto Hjarnen, knows what he wants. Gonna look for a wild growth. This burnt Mako does land the stun. Hjarnen not going to live as Mako picks up his 3rd kill. And now EDG gonna do exactly what they do at this time. Run straight to Baron. H2K have 2 bad choices now.
Yeah, and this is the way you play the vision game. Stun here on Lulex.
Pawn back in. Lulex knocked up there. Oh, Bromot from Kasing will not save his teammate Pawn. Gonna keep jumping back in. They'll just chase here as Kasing gets mowed down by Kassadin.
EDG is just leaving poor choices for H2K. What do you want? Face check and die, or face check and lose, or don't face check and lose Baron? And there's no way to win that decision tree here. Good patience from EDG and vision control paying off yet again.
The vision control has been such a steady story for EDG, and their use of True Sight, upgrading the double oracles, so many pink wards purchased for them as well. They actually dropped the most wards per minute yesterday of any of the teams. Yes, it's only a single game though.
One game sample size, boys.
Plus, it was a dominating win for them, so it does make it fairly easy.
But yeah, Mako, he's right now is tied in kills with the entire H2K lineup. Generally, doesn't bode well.
He has unlocked the Bloodthirst. Like we mentioned, Doa is going to be happy. Pawn, he'll keep clearing some stuff out here. Going to take the Grump away. But again, the gold lead now ballooned almost completely out of control. EDG almost 10,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, and this is one of the few times we see Righteous Glory still being built on this patch. Mako going for just a very offensive Annie. Distortion boots, Righteous Glory, just all you have to do is close the gap. If you can't get there, Deft will give you a little nudge. Just get that stun down and your team should have enough damage to follow up.
Yeah, I've got a question for you, Mr. Support Main. How do you feel about selling the Spell Thieves and going coin to upgrade into the Talisman instead of going Righteous Glory? Since Righteous Glory was nerfed and Talisman is so efficient now, are you a fan of that path?
I think,
or do you like the extra beefiness that Righteous gives you? It is a longer cooldown as well.
The benefit of Talisman is that you can both disengage and engage, since Righteous Glory already works on offensive movement.
Lower cooldown.
However, EDG have no plans of disengaging this game. They're just going to go straight on forward, and Mako, all he needs to do is survive for potential and extra stun rotation. So in this game, in this particular case, extra health, extra beefiness is all he needs. His job is only to go in, potentially trade his life for others. Yeah. But EDG is killing H2K so fast that Mako doesn't even die in these fights.
Yeah, and they've taken that bottom turret as well. Getting very close to 10,000 gold ahead. Look at Mako on Pawn. Maybe even posturing for a dive. They'll line it up. They've got the Baron buff. EDG, very efficient once they get Baron. They usually close the game out from this spot.
Yeah. EDG are like, they're like a hipster with a fixie bike instead. You don't need, you're only going one direction. You don't need brakes either.
Well, I'm going to try and knock down some more turrets. Odoamne feeling tricky. But Amazing J is going to shrug off that ulti. The rest of his team's there. They'll knock down this turret in the top lane as their tier 2 falls. It's 5 turrets now for EDG.
Yeah, this item point is where Darius hits like phase 2 and it becomes so hard to deal with. And Deadman's Blade gives him so much innate mobility and tankiness on top of that Black Cleaver that works so efficiently. And no more 1v1 potential for Odoamne. H2K is already, they're starting to lose the group fights, and then Lulu compositions become in very, very peril territory.
Yeah, I mean, we can touch on the builds. The massive extra gold definitely helps out a lot for EDG. They're going to just bully this turret down.
They've actually stunned. He's taking a lot of damage, but they take the turret cleared up. Will still live. Odoamne and Amazing J having a brawl on the backside. Def will get a kill, though, onto Gragas. They'll take the tower, take the kill. That's all the tier 2 turrets dead now.
And again, Rek'Sai can just ultimate right back onto the field. They've got the Baron-empowered recall. There's just so much map control with this squad. Easily going to be able to pick up this dragon as well. Complete control here for EDG.
Yeah, that is the advantage that 2 teleports and a Rek'Sai jungle bring to you in terms of tempo. Every time you base, you can start the action so much quicker than the other team because you can get back there, set up for the... You're actually too early.
Yeah,
I mean, important. You're just too quick.
People make fun of the farm alarm from Rek'Sai and they're like, oh yeah, she's just getting back on the map to farm, she doesn't do anything. No, that's huge. That's how Clearlove got such a good early advantage in experience and gold and got to the early sight stone. It's a domino effect. Uh-oh, Ryu.
Someone's in trouble. It's Ryu. Mako does stun him up there. Ryu's already used his flash. Def gonna keep hopping away. Amazing J's the next one. Doesn't even need the dunk.
Thank you very much.
Def says, Mako, I choose you. I want to kill here, but goes on Amazing J in the end. Yeah, EDG, prime position to close. Let's see how efficiently you can do it, because that's what you got to look at when you have tournament favorites in group stages. How efficiently can they close? What will they give away in the later stages of this match?
H2K, you can see getting a bit creative now, trying to camp out a brush, because running out of options here as EDG are well and truly ahead, about 13,000 gold here in this game. H2K can still fight back. They'll be back in their base and see what they can collect here, but EDG very rarely lose a game when they're ahead, and they have carved out a very large lead for themselves in this particular game.
Indeed they have, and they can just continue to push all lanes at once to keep H2K bottled up inside their base. they can keep them bottled up inside their base so long that the wards actually time out on the map. So they don't even have to run around searching for the wards and trying to clear them. And then they could just starve them out.
And that is some way of how we've been tracking these teams. Hang on, we'll get to that stat later.
Pawn 1v2, ulted by Odoamne. Who's down here? Dakyanen as well. Pawn already popped the Zhonya's Brawn passive on him. He's going to try and get out of it. Riftwalk after the flash. Needs a stun. Does land it. Walk is there. Get a Riftwalk again. Bloom up, making this so hard. Aryu's dead on the other side of the map. And Pawn, he looks to make the greatest. Pawn pops a teleport. It's not enough to shut down out of Kissing.
Ah, here come these spamming
chaos. Deft has got another kill. EDG, in the meantime, breaking the base apart.
Our stats guys do so much work to bring us the Baron power play. Say, hey guys, look at this. And then Ponce are diving in 1v3 blind into brushes. 2 towers down, 2 inhibs about to fall.
Yeah, you know he was like, there's probably 1 person in this brush, right?
Maybe 2 at best. Dives in.
Does pick the fight, does lose it unfortunately, but EDG clean out H2K's base. 2 inhibs down now, many structures fallen, and a huge amount of kills. They'll even steal the blue buff just on the way out.
Yeah, we see EDG retreat to Baron area right now, starting the vision up, and that's some way we've been tracking the way these teams have been closing out games. Is there efficiency with Baron? Call that the Baron power play. Let's see how Ryu meets his demise here against Amazing J.
Brush trick of their own for EDG. Amazing J with the one-man Fnatic brush.
That was so much damage onto poor Lulu.
Slam dunk.
Yeah, and this is my favorite build once you get to this point for Darius. He just has all of the answers, so much move speed. He has the tenacity to back it up. And then even if you start doing damage to him and you try and take him down, he just kills you that much faster. Sterex, the only problem with it is that you can't buy it on non-Juggernauts. That's I was so excited when I saw Juggernaut items coming out. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play buy, get my. But on Juggernaut champions, it is extremely good.
And you can see EDG still vigilant about that vision control as Mako clears out a ward. They can, wait around for the next Baron or Dragon if they want to. And EDG very respectful, not making any huge moves, not overplaying, just playing safe. They know they've got the game locked up.
Yeah, I don't think EDG has face check to single brush this game.
What are you talking about? Pawn just freaking rift walked into the brush with 2 people in it.
Is it a face check if you actually rift walk in teleportation? Yes, okay, I yield. I think EDG this game has only face check 1
Mr. Forceful.
just gassing himself as EDG do line themselves up for this next
the manliest face check of all time.
I yield. You win, Kobe, you win.
EDG now are going to take this.
Okay, it would have been better if he flashed into it.
Dude, I agree.
All right, yeah, you're right, Pastry. Keep us on track. They're taking the Baron. That's going to be the tool that they use to actually end the game.
I don't think we'll be able to track another Baron power play because the game will be over, I think, before this Baron buff expires.
Does Nexus not give you bonus points for a Baron power play?
50 gold?
Yeah, 50 gold. That's true. That is the technical worth as Amazing J.
I don't feel like that accurately represents the gravity of taking a Nexus, but...
I mean, it doesn't compare to an average play, let's face it.
Oh my. As EDG now grouping up here. They've got the Baron. Remember, they've only got 1 inhibitor left that they can take, and they will group together in the bottom side. Amazing J, very sleek moves there out on the court. They are just going to move in and try and finish this the easy way.
Keep your eyes on Mako.
Always. He does love to get aggressive, him and Clearlove. We talked about that synergy. They'll do everything, including flashing straight at the enemy AD carry. H2K have already given this inhibitor. I don't know if they can even stop this.
I mean, this is a mental forfeit right here. Instead of typing /FF, they're just letting them finish.
Yeah, Singh now going to get aggressed on that. Damage is massive. Wild growth, not nearly enough to save it as Def picks up his 6th kill.
I like how H2K have such a good attitude, though. Singh smiling, spamming his emote as he charges in there.
You can see some flashes being burnt. EDG will take out the remaining turret to get on the Nexus. They do want some more kills. Mako went straight into the fountain on that one. And Deft is still firing away. Odoamne will challenge Deft to a duel. Can he win it? Won't matter as the Nexus explodes. And EDG, a very clean win to stay undefeated after 2 games.
Clean, definitely the name of the game for EDG. So much control over the map from the early stages of the game. Clearlove using that Rek'Sai, working with Mako to set up their vision.
We're still waiting for that SKT EDG to really confirm who's going to take #1 and #2.
Tomorrow, my friend, tomorrow. First game.
Going to be a massive game for sure. We've seen both SKT and EDG stay undefeated in this group. They're expected to come out, you know, out of this group as the top 2 teams. I guess the only question is which order, and we're at least going to get a glimpse at it tomorrow once they do take to the Rift. But EDG, another strong win, very similar comp, don't show too much here, and they'll pick up another win for themselves.
And Oderwalne involved in 4 out of H2K's 5 kills. 1 kill that I believe he wasn't involved in was that manly face check from Pawn, so it doesn't count. Involved in all the important kills here, and he played well, but H2K as a whole just outmatched.
Yeah, certainly looks that way as EDG pick themselves, like we said, a nice clean win. But H2K, you know, tough game certainly to start your World Championship. It's going to be a tough group for those 2 teams. They had to play SKT and EDG back-to-back, so H2K still have, you know, movement here in this group.
Especially on this patch where, I mean, we've seen so many different champions.
Yeah, guaranteed though, he does speak the same language. The communication will be easier.
And again, could be a comfort thing there for the Flashers, but KOO did really flex their muscles yesterday, showing just how strong they can be in the mid game. But we are into Champ Select now. Ash is the first ban from the Flash with a smart one there against the Korean sides, and Elise and Mordekaiser for a few more of the standard pairs. We've got Rek'Sai joining as well.
No cocoons, Crepo.
God damn it. They want to keep their AD carry. They want to keep their AD carry this time. But yeah, overall that Ash ban I think is well warranted, and this is probably one of the few Ash bans we'll see across the tournament because nobody really has picked it up, but Prey was fantastic.
Yeah, you know, a big key to recent KOO Tiger success has been the hard engage. It was either the Malphite top, you know, either comboed with the Ash or Leona support. Some form of really hard engage has been a big part of a lot of the recent success of the team. So I expect them to look for it somewhere else now that Ash is banned.
Yeah, second AD carry ban actually as Kalista does come out. Kragus banned, and that leaves Gangplank wide open, but Lulu is open as well. KOO Tigers waste no time. Lulu and Lee Sin.
Yeah, the all-important Lulu locked in. Plus, Lee Sin is very important here for Hojin because Karsa's such a big player for Flash Wolves, him plus Mabel. We always mention it when they're coming up to play. Lee Sin is a perfect champion for Hojin to try and combat the early stages of the game.
I want to see if Karsa and Maple can get back on track, because yesterday we talked them up so much how the synergy between jungler and mid laner could really destroy the enemy mid and Paul Welter, but it really didn't come out. Maple actually even fell behind a little bit in CS, so overall not as high of a performance as we expected. Instant Gangplank, I'm not quite sure how these picks correlate, you know, Lulu better than Gangplank, Gangplank better than Lulu, but I guess we'll find out this game.
How can I hold all of these top lane juggernauts in my champion select here? Mousing over Darius and Gangplank as well. I don't like the combination, but it looks like they're going to lock it in.
So that's Gangplank mid then, almost guaranteed.
Well, whichever solo lane they do go, you know, technically I guess you can swap them, but it leaves you very melee heavy. They are going to balance it here with the Nidalee for the jungle, and it is going to be a lot of early pressure like we talked about. Nidalee's still a champion that if you get the initiative on Lee Sin in the early jungle skirmish, then you can still come out on top.
Yeah, this could also be a throwback to preseason 1 where he had the double bruiser bot lanes.
Yeah.
And all the juggernauts steal them away.
But the main thing is why I mentioned I don't really like the double melees for solo lanes is because it's going to be so hard for them to get through Lulu. Like, you're fighting through Lulu. These Glitter Lance is the bane of Darius' existence, right? It's going to slow him down, take off the bonus from his Dead Man's Plate, and they also have the Alistar to protect as well.
I mean, something I like doing when I'm analyzing team composition is just like play out a fight. They try to run at you. You have Lee Sin kick to kick them out, Glitter Lance to stop them, Polymorph if they get close. You have a knock-up, and then you have a line of traps and a zap. How are they going to get through that? They almost need to flash.
Shield is a key for one person only, though.
Yeah, we saw it on Cloud9 as well, how that Black Shield can work really well against some of these Juggernauts. So that could be it. And yeah, lock your targets in place with Varus ulti.
Yeah, let's catch things up here. Alistar, Jinx were the picks for KOO Tigers, but Flash Wolves NL, we heard about it. It is the Varus Morgana.
Yeah, they mentioned, you know, a different champion pool, different AD carry. This is the Varus coming through that he played so often. And yes, he does go tier even in the bottom lane as well.
And there's Gnar, actually, a pretty common response to a lot of these melee juggernauts that we've started seeing. Gnar sort of dropped out of the meta, mainly due to Yasuo top lane becoming a thing, but Smeb happy to pick it up here.
Yeah, and that is, you know, I was talking to some of the top laners here, and that is their go-to pick for the Darius matchup because of the control that you can have if you stay at max range and you're able to land the slows. He has alternate build paths too that you can choose whether you're ahead. Yeah, exactly.
Frozen Mallet, Black Cleaver, so many options here on Gnar. We can even see a full tank Gnar if you're really far behind and go for a team fight. Something for the KOO Tigers here. If they get behind and Lulu gets put on defensive duty, meaning her shield, you know, and ulti all go towards carries, then she actually doesn't bring that much magic damage to the fight. That leaves KOO Tigers with a very AD heavy focus composition, even though they have an element of magic damage.
The thing is that, you know, none of these guys really stack armor. Darius builds a lot of health with the Juggernauts, but Jinx should be able to get to the point where the critical strikes are going to be tearing through before he starts really building heavy armor, unless he alters the build path and loses out on damage.
And I mean, same thing holds true for the Flash was here. Triple
Obviously.
AD carry, but the value of that Black Cleaver on Darius, if he gets ahead, if he can get that early for early group fights, can actually mean a lot here. Shred some armor, maybe Varus then starts poking a lot, you know, with his Qs later on in these fights too. Will be very interesting to see how this plays out.
Well, you guys going to keep sending in your predictions to @LOL eSports with the hashtag FWin or KOO win, and we'll see who you think will come out ahead in Group A. And again, we saw strong performances from both teams. A couple of flubs maybe in the early game, but both teams looking strong. KOO maybe favored, but anything can happen here at Worlds.
Yes, we have seen upsets already. KOO, as you said, gonna be the favorites, and they are gonna have the all-important Lulu. That's the main thing that I look for is a shreddable front line. When you have a Jinx and you're gonna be targeting the front line, you know, yes, Gangplank, he can land in a huge AoE barrel and chunk out a bunch of people, but you have to be very skilled to do that, and the enemy team has to be, you know, has to miss a beat and not kill the barrels as they're coming out.
I think the Gangplank ulti will be fundamental to really cut off an escape path from KOO, force them forward, and maybe then allow you to close the gap. I'm also wondering if Prey and Gorilla, they're playing with one relatively high range and one melee support against double range with a lot of crowd control effects here, so they may actually up the lane swap, but that would remove the Nard Darius matchup.
Well, right now we are seeing teams sort of posturing.
Knock,
Black Wolves, though, little too aggressive. Gorilla is going to spot them now, going to try and spring the trap. Binding is down, but Sword Art's been exhausted. Kuro is here as well, but Maple's also come in. Flash used Sword Art, trying to drench things out. Maybe enough here, the Rocket Town as well. Prey will flash, but GP already gets first one onto Alistar, and Aldo caught out. Hojin's going to clean that up.
Why are we talking about team fights? Level 1, we have back-to-back level 1 invades, back-to-back level 1 first bloods here, and it just goes KOO's favor right there. The early ward over the wall, kind of a late invade there for Flash Wolves to go that deep. It's so dangerous not to travel as 5 in the early stages if you're going to walk around corners like that. Beautiful setup there from KOO. Gorilla going to wait just around the corner, waits till the last second, gets off the pole even though he takes the binding. Pretty much perfectly played out there.
Yeah, really, really well played by both teams. And Karsa, he's just staring at his jungle alone. No leash for him, solo jungling. Stake obviously teleport down, so he has to walk back to the lane. Doesn't get a double jungle. Look at Smeb, already level 2. He got granted those Krugs, so he's going to walk to red buff, clean that, and then walk back to the lane immediately, or is it TP? Doesn't look like Smeb's actually tanking too much. He may actually walk straight to the lane.
We do have a pause here, as the early game is shook out quite interestingly here. 3 kills already in 2 minutes, but you mentioned the jungle there. Could be tricky.
Yeah, Smeb actually doesn't have teleport, so no way he's going to teleport back to the lane. That's actually why the double jungler got changed up. Usually you see the top laner tank, base, but this time his jungler has to tank everything.
Yeah, so this is a bit worrying for the Flash Wolves because we mentioned not only are they double melee solo lanes, but the wave clear doesn't really come in for them until Gangplank starts to get the level where he can spam barrels, and until NL on the Varus gets the freedom to change lanes. So this early lead for KOO could spell some early disaster for Flash Wolves. We'll see how well KOO can actually control the vision, though. As we talked about many times, the early game hasn't been their strongest point, but this is such a great start for them.
Karsa did start on the left side of the map, and he's looking to path obviously towards bottom lane, where both flashes have been expended. Both Prey and Gorilla flashes have been used. Prey is running Cleanse as well.
Yeah, we didn't mention.
On that Jinx, so that's something we completely glossed over. That is obviously to deny NL's possible ultis, but that leaves you a heal down in those exchanges. So if Karsa can get a good jungle path and gets to bottom lane, things can shake up again in Flash Wolves' advantage.
I mean, is there maybe an issue there with no leash coming up for Karsa? Nidalee does farm very quickly.
I mean, we'd have to ask a jungler.
Hey, Kobe.
I would say yes. Anytime I don't get a leash, there's a huge issue. Because on the other side, you mentioned, Karsa starting on the top side, he's going to end his route on bottom, but so is Hojin on Lee Sin. And if you get counter-ganked as Nidalee by a Lee Sin, you are in big trouble. Because in the early stages of the game, the guy going for the gank has to use his gap closer to try and gain distance on the enemy, and it exposes yourself because you've used half of your ability kit. Really opens you up to something like Lee Sin, who has 2 sets of dashes. You can safeguard and land the Q.
Well, we pop back into the game and Stake, actually. Nice little trade there onto Spep. Maple under fire, though, as Kuro just chucking out bubbles there on the Lulu. We've seen the junglers actually force back there from Casa quite early on. Hojin, though, going to go back as well.
And one camp advantage here, Hojin. They double jungled a little bit, so he gets the Raptors. XP should be roughly even. Smeb should be slightly ahead here of his counterpart Stake in the top lane experience-wise. But I don't think any major mismatches here on the level 1 altogether.
Stick in mid lane for a little longer. Maple, the big player here for Flash Wolves. We've seen him perform quite well yesterday on the Echo. We'll see what he can do here on the mid gangplank.
Yeah, and really no surprise how the early stages are playing out here for all the matchups in the lane. On the top side, Stakes being pushed in. Meanwhile, bottom side, KOO are actually shoving both mid and bottom is playing fairly aggressively as well. So both junglers are naturally going to gravitate to this bottom half of the map. As you said, they both started their routes up top side. They're both going to finish. Oh, early blue buff handoff here from Hojin. Yes, he does not need, any sort of energy regen or cooldown reduction, but even so, you rarely see the first blue buff handed off to the mid laner. What that is going to do for them, though, is tremendous pressure from the Lulu. Keep Gangplank under his turret and deny some of the early snowballing of the gold income that GP does have.
Oh, Hojin trying to get frisky, but Carson is going to clear out the ward. Very nice pink placement there from the Flash Wolves.
He's got to know that there's a pink ward there, but the damage is already done, the value from that pink ward. And yeah, Kuro was already pushing in Maple here, but you have a breaking point where Lulu just runs out of mana. With that blue buff, you can continuously keep the pressure up, and eventually this Gangplank will run out of flask stacks, and that's when this matchup really starts breaking, and then you can back up your jungler for invades, and that's something we didn't see in H2K game, but we may see here since KOO Tigers have shown a lot better synergy overall.
Yeah, the other thing that little play did trigger in my memory is how many times Nidalee was banned against Karsa in the normal season here. Because the mechanics of that ward clear, yes, it was a very small thing. He was just able to instantly clear a ward, but it's those small things with how cleanly he pulls off that Nidalee attack reset combo to instantly clear that ward. This guy, Nidalee was banned so often against these guys in the normal season.
I mean, it's the difference between having to guess whether it was an Orc clear or an actual pink ward clear if you don't have time to watch, so those little details do matter. What we did see, however, was Maple cancel an auto attack on a barrel, allowing Kuro to escape there. Remember, Kuro's flash was still down. If that barrel procced, he could have actually taken a lot of damage, and then the lane could have tilted in the other direction.
Well, instead we do visit the bottom lane for the first time. NL doing just fine so far on the Varus, keeping nice and even in CS, but Prey and Gorilla have been pushing quite aggressively here to the bottom side. Varus, pretty good in general in lanes, but Prey and Gorilla clearly have initiative in this lane.
I mean, to push so far up all the time with no heal summoner, has the cleanse, but no flashes. Pretty bold move, but they're confident in their trinket ward placement and just generally locating Karsa on the map.
Yeah, speaking of trinket wards here, Karsa actually sitting on one and hasn't transferred over to the sweeper quite yet.
Time for Smeb to get an Oscar. Tries to act. That's what you want to do in top lane. When they're sitting on a ward, you don't want to back off. You're just going to give them, bait them in just enough that they commit or get wary that they actually may not be spotted. But Karsa realized there. Hojin backing up. He's going to go back to base. So very standard game overall so far.
Yeah, both junglers actually will back away here. Smeb into Mega now, just gonna AoE down these waves and likely go home as well. We do a Ninja Tabby as the first early item for Stake, because he will pop that teleport.
Overall, gold is actually relatively heavy in favor for KOO Tiger. 600 gold at this point in the game is definitely a significant lead overall, so pressure from Kuro, especially in the mid lane. He's 11 CS ahead right now, and it's only going to get worse over time here.
Yeah, and I think KOO are extremely happy with the way this is flowing, because they're really looking for some extra damage on.
Ooh, huge spear from Karsa. Good wild growth though, Kuro. Not going to fall for that one.
And even if he doesn't get the kill, all that matters is that Kuro is now out of mana. The lane can get pushed in, that freeze can get reset, and somehow Flash Wolves can get back to farming though. But Gorilla's roaming, but look at the top side.
Yeah, everyone trying to get in this mid lane. Kuro eats another spear, but I don't know if the Flash Wolves fancy themselves a tower dive. They do spot Alistar and Lee Sin, and everyone's going to back away to their respective lanes.
All right, yeah. As we were touching on before, though, KOO, what they're really looking to do is wait until Prey has some extra damage, and then they get to the point where they really unlock the extra power of Lulu, and they can speed them up. They can have the team fights where they're able to make use of the Jinx resets.
Interesting here. NL bases and picks up Tier and Pickaxe. Might run into Prey's BF sword later on, so that could be interesting. Over time, though, those Qs hurt from Varus. If we have the same distance with no really engaged, it's very hard for Alistar to engage in these type of lanes. Yes, you're playing against Black Shield as well. If you use Alistar offensively, you use a lot of you lose a lot of the value from the combo because it's way better if you can space it out defensively. So we could actually see NL pull ahead in his bot lane right now.
Well, part of the reason why the lane has been going so well for Prey and Gorilla, even in the early stages, was the first blood for Prey that enabled him to buy those boots.
Yep.
So he was able to dodge bindings really easily in lane. He's able to dodge a lot of the arrows. You can still shoot an arrow from max range out of Fog of War, and then it becomes almost impossible to dodge. But the extra move speed for anything that is in vision will help.
Let's see, the state clears out means in the top side. Kasa does actually have his own blue buff, so did not give it over to Maple. Maybe looking for a bit more carry potential here. There's a fade completed there for Maple. Looking here at Smeb on the top side as well. Giant spell first actually, so no offensive item just yet here for the Gnar.
Yep, doesn't need to bully quite yet. It does signal that he'll probably go for that Frozen Mallet and look for the solo lane pushing.
Did it last time I think he played Gnar as well, so actually went Steric's Cage.
Yep.
Frozen Mallet ban fail.
Okay, so yeah, Gnar, even though he's not one of the newly released Juggernauts, he does actually have full AD ratios in his kit. So he does get extra benefit from the Steric's Cage, and it's not terrible on him, so just gives a little bit more of threat when he jumps all the way in if he's trying to soak some damage.
KOO getting the deluxe jungler treatment here.
Yeah.
Second buff already at 9 minutes. Many mid laners in solo queue are crying for their first buff at the 9-minute mark. Already received 2, so he's pulling ahead in that mid lane, now 20 CS of his counterpart.
And that is the big distinction that even Hojin himself talks about, and even Wisdom as well will admit, between the two junglers for the KOO Tigers, is that Hojin's so much more team-oriented. Obviously here donating a lot of the blues to KOO. Yes, he is on Lee Sin, but even with the builds, he's usually a lot more team-oriented, and he is the captain for the team as well. So setting his team members up for success here.
Like a good jungler would do.
Well,
Do you, Kobe? Do you set your teammates up for success?
Kasa in the mid lane.
No comment.
Trying to get with a gank onto KOO. But Hojin's here as well. KOO more than happy to go aggressive. KOO blocked actually there. Spear's getting blocked as well. These minions, real pesky.
And if you look at the HP of the mid lane tower as well on Flashwell's side, that one is about to crumble. So that is what Hojin accomplishes with handing over that blue buff. So he doesn't have to visit that lane. That one is almost falling, and it's the most crucial tower of the map. Opening the first mid lane tower gives you so many possibilities in terms of roams, deep vision, map-wide plays where you can redistribute your resources. So that will be big for the Tigers.
And
Nice cleanse from Prey. Getting out of that chain of corruption. NL still firing aggression, starting to mount a bit here as Kuro's gone very deep, just chasing him off the turret, is going to be able to take it, and KOO Tiger is going to pick up the first tower as Smeb 1v2 right now, but happy to kite away.
Yeah, Kar's actually working with State quite often here at the World Championship. Not able to get something done up top right now, but visiting up there a lot more than people expected.
And as we see the Tigers here go for that dragon, we could see how comfortable Smeb was in that matchup. He even walked back into lane 2v1. So that's what Kars has been doing this game. He hasn't been ganking, but he has been visiting lanes that were in unfavorable positions and pushing them out with the laner. He's been mid twice to break a freeze. He's been top right now to help Stake push in and be able to base. So he can't gank because his teammates need him to facilitate these losing lanes already.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even though I do have a bit of an issue with showing top like that when the mid lane is losing so heavily, because, you know, KOO obviously have so much control here in the mid lane with KOO constantly pushing with those blue buffs, it means that the instant dragon is going to be the obvious choice there for KOO, that they're going to answer if you do show top. But as you said, he's trying to make something happen. You know, like there's
just helping his lanes.
There's no really good option for him right now. And he's just hoping to try and get somebody ahead.
And KOO, we've heard about their strong mid game, but this early game has gone swimmingly for them as they find themselves up 1,000 gold here at 12 minutes in with a dragon and a tower. So plenty of room as they maneuver towards that mid game.
And Gorilla finished his Moby boots. Sword Art still looking for a little bit more gold to do that. So we actually see some of those really good roams from Gorilla. Yesterday we saw him facilitate a lot of ganks, a lot of plays. Basically him going in first, throwing the lantern backwards. This time he can't do that, but he's able to lock them up with some good combos here. Some deep vision was placed though by Sword Art, so he moved in, got the vision at the Gromp. That's really crucial because you can always spot the jungle, and if you don't spot him, you have a good instinct that he's actually at the other side of the map.
Yeah, Gorilla replacing a pink ward there, destroying one of his own. I guess it didn't quite see that other deep ward, so Flash Wolves with a couple of those two deep wards that you mentioned, actually in very good spots, and they're both able to survive.
Yeah, I just checked. These wards do not see each other, so it's not an elaborate mind game here from KOO Tigers to leave that ward alive. It actually just doesn't get spotted by the pink ward on their blue buff. So we could see Hojin spotted if he goes for Grump.
Hojin actually mid lane right now.
Sword out, very patient, waiting for that dark landing.
He was in there for a long time. Even cleared a ward out and still just hung out in there in the brush. But no gank forthcoming. Kasa will leave the bottom lane as Hojin and Kuro. It's just blue buff city right now for this Lulu. Gets a third. Oh, no, did get it.
So calm here from the KOO Tigers, and Hojin at the helm, just walking through this game plan. Blue stolen once again here. They're easily.
Look at Karsa pinging though. They know because they haven't seen him Grump in a while. They haven't seen Lulu mid in a while.
Plus they have that ward that they walked over real quick, and he just smited the Wolf Spirit, so that's going to tip off both teams.
Bottom lane though, Sword Art does use the Black Shield as NL going to keep firing. The ulti did land, but it doesn't quite connect for long enough. Gorilla going to stay safe, but this bottom lane actually starting to open up some space. The Manamune Varus really firing away.
Yeah, it's really hard to punish that poke. Even if Varus misses, he doesn't really get any... There's no opportunity cost on a missed Q for Varus. It's really hard for Prey to step in here. We see Stake getting kited again by Smeb, so flashes in those spear misses.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but they are going to follow in. Speb actually forces them away. They realize with the abilities missed, they have to give it up.
Meanwhile, once again, Hojin, he sees jungler top, immediately goes bottom. He gets sniped out though. NL on this Varus, dealing a decent amount of poke damage to anybody who comes close.
I like Prey's adaptation though, very early tier 2 boots to just keep sidestepping those binds, just like he talked about earlier, Kobe, how that movement speed helps against the binds and the arrows. He's really not been getting hit a lot in this lane. Only had to use cleanse once, and I believe that was on the ulti, so overall solid play here from Prey.
Yeah. It again speaks to the relaxed approach that KOO are taking here. Continually feeding blue buff to Kuro. I feel like he's almost had more uptime with the blue buff than he's spent without the blue buff in this game.
You see Maple now in the mid lane, trying to keep that very mid laner out and from under his turrets here. Smeb and Snake do battle once again. The Frozen Mallet is coming up, and even now, starting to bully as KOO once again very calm, very collected, getting themselves further and further ahead.
Yeah, this is without the Frozen Mallet. Yeah, once that gets completed, so you won't be able to walk out just like that. And then, yeah, Maple, he's still wondering what a blue buff looks like. He sees it on Kuro all the time, but hasn't had a single one.
Yeah, he can see it right there. It's in front of his face.
He wants to know what it feels like, Kobe.
It's part of the skin on Lulu, that that summer skin. It just comes with a blue buff half the time.
Well, speaking of,
here we go again.
Kuro gonna get it again.
Is this number 5? I believe it is.
4, I think.
It may actually be number 5.
It was a joke that I thought he might have more uptime with the blue buff, but I actually want someone to check, observers or something, because that very well could be true. Well, at the very least, he's getting a lot of mileage out of that mastery in the utility tree to get.
I mean, only 15.5 minutes into the game, so you might just be right. Maple.
Doesn't matter. 4, 5, 6, a lot of blue buffs have gone towards Kuro's way. And he's used that to take down tier 1 tower on his own, even though Karsa walked in and cleared a lot of waves. He's now pushing on the tier 2, already half HP. So Kuro, yeah, he's not known to be a very flashy, in-your-face type of player, but he will whittle away at your tower with continuous push poke here. Obviously, the matchup does allow it.
Man, can he glitter lance a minion wave, though. Right down the middle.
That's the essential Lulu skill. As KOO, not that far ahead in gold, honestly, only 500 now, but you can just tell with the control they have over the map, they're happy to play here. They're going to start knocking down turrets and bumping up that gold, and Dragon is alive in 50 seconds as well. Sword Art, whoa, going straight in! The game plan ulti out as well. We're going to have teleports also as Gorilla could be the one caught out, but the teleport answer from Smeb gets ultied out of it. Binding follows in. Kasa going to chase it, and there's the dunk. NL gets himself the kill.
Where's the cancel?
That was a good instant ulti there, though, from NL, locking up Smeb. Smeb should have cancelled. We all agree here, but good proactive play from Flashers. I like it. Flashing in with Morgana. At worst, you force Flash or Flash on AD carry, and that's always worth it.
Plus, here comes the Siege. They've got the double poke of Nidalee plus Varus here. Here comes the poke. One lands right there, and they're going to be able to get a turret off the back of that. Careless teleport completion there from Smeb does cost them an objective as well. Flash Wolf going to strike back. Actually even up the gold.
Yeah, and AD carry Varus has gone to a couple different builds in history. They used to be what they call like the Legolas build, where you just go for the really big arrows with Bloodthirster. Not the approach that NL takes here. He just goes for a lot of CDR, a lot of cooldown reduction, keeps spamming out the arrows. That allows him to stack his tier on his mana move quicker too, so he wants to get that Muramana.
Watch the barrel set up here, very important. Flash Wolves maybe overstaying at the Dragon. KOO want to commit.
You're going to try and finish it though. Flash Wolves need to get it done. They do collect it. Proactive play rewards the Flash Wolves.
I mean, we haven't added it up. There's arrows, there's barrels, there's binding spears, and then you have a Juggernaut Darius that can walk up and start executing people. So overall, around these objectives, KOO Tigers will have to be careful because Flash Wolves, a lot of poke. Gorilla.
Yep, straight into it. Good Black Shield, though. Now the ulti out. I think a binding hit him. And now Maple's going to chase in. He just dives through it, and Prey has to cleanse out. Hojin barely doesn't get snared.
That cleanse paying off, though. This is a second time or third time Prey uses it right now. Heal would have not saved him there. Chain connect.
Honestly, impressed with NL as well. You know, it does go both ways. He's landed so many of these arrows as well as ultimates. Even now, he's dry, and they're still going to try and push back and answer mid lane turret.
And all the standing goal for Flash Wolves is good news if they can get it. KOO up 3-1 in turrets right now, but now KOO are going to force them back. Going to kite them all the way down this long open mid lane. Maple going to get slowed up. Smeb does have that frozen mana completed. Going to force the ulti out of GP. Jigsaw goes in. Maple will flash it. Heal burned as well.
I think Smeb actually didn't want to transform there at all because it removes his range attack out of frozen mana. I was like, no, I don't want to change. Not today. Doesn't get the kill. That does force a flash. Prey misses ulti. Would have hit if it weren't for that pesky flash.
And KOO continuing to apply that pressure. Going to go over to the blue. Actually, Casa wants it, but this is not your jungle right now, KOO. Too many members around here in the top left are going to be able to take this away. Smeb actually posturing aggressively. Good hop out of it. And the blue will go over to Kuro. Once again, he gets the buff.
I would expect KOO also to actually use this blue buff to keep up the pressure and try and take down the last outer turret up on the top side. Get some pressure up there. Looks like they are going to bring Prey over, so maybe they'll make the rotation.
I like what this early game, how even it has been playing out. Slight advantage, especially on the map for pressure on KOO, but then some good moves from Flash Wolves. What it means for the group too, because we can see a really close group here, but this fight on top lane won't be as close.
No, this is why it's so obnoxious with the Frozen Mallet. Smeb just going to go all in. Wallop lands there as well after the gnaw. Prey's here. Gorilla's up as well. Good flash from Stake. Might clear him, but the zap's going to come through. They are going to dive in. Easy pickings there as Smeb actually gets the kill.
That's the reason he goes Frozen Mallet so quickly. That's going to be that outer turret they were looking for. Even easier than they thought it would be. Nice dodge there from Kuro.
Ulti missed though by NL, and Kuro's going to keep chasing. Flash Wildgrowth gets the knock-up. Black Shield across the wall is going to maybe keep him alive, but Hojin picks him off with a Sonic Wave.
Honestly, Kuro with the dodges on these skill shots, pretty impressive there. Goes in for the flash knock-up as well, and it's not only going to be one turret, but Prey on the front line is going to take down two.
And the KOO Tigers train really rolling now, starting to knock down turrets with this Jinx. We've talked about their mid-game since the start of the tournament, and it's arrived.
Yeah, that tower status almost reflects the blue status. We just got word from production. It wasn't 5 blue buffs so far, all gone to Kuro, as opposed to Flash Wolves have only gotten 2 blue buffs, and I believe all of them went to Karsa here. So KOO trailing ahead right now. It was a little even, but even though they have 5 turrets to 2, only having a 1,000 gold advantage means if Flash will stay even and they can even up these towers later, they will actually spiral ahead in gold because they're actually being better in fights, but KOO is just playing the map a lot better.
Yeah, and we've seen what they want to do. You know, Flash Wolves, they've got the Nidalee Varus poke and the threat of Morgana bindings. If one of those bindings lands, it guarantees the follow-up skill shots. So the thing they have to work around, though, Gorilla, obviously, the bodyguard on the front lines, Alistar's going to try and take those and go for the initiation. Smeb does have flash, so they also have to watch out for the flanks. KOO really would like to get a flank.
I mean, Sword Art has been ready with the Black Shields, and also look at what he's building. He's going for Zeke's. Won't be as efficient, I feel, though. He actually want to cast it on Gangplank instead of on NL there, because that won't really help him too much. KOO here, let's see that again on NL.
There's 1 dodge, 2 dodges. Gonna go in here for the flash, and then dodge another one as it comes out. Just...
Is it a dodge or a miss? Debatable there.
I'd say... I'm gonna go dodges.
I feel if you point blank knock him up and you still miss, I don't know, man.
I'll leave my vote out this time as a Dragon back in a minute 40. Kuro, there we go. Blue buff number 6 as he goes back to base. Rabadon's death cap is likely close, if not finished. So KOO going to be nice and strong again. We keep harping on about it, but the strong mid game is where KOO really excel. They've got themselves a slight gold lead, not massive here, only 1,000, but they've got the items to do it. They've got the tools to try and really snowball the game.
Yeah, exactly. You keep talking about the tools for engaging here, and usually when it's the poke comp, you're like, KOO really need to get to that back line and stop this poke, but they've got the Jinx with Critical Strike already, and Lulu backed up, so they can even shred frontline.
Yeah.
If they catch anybody, and they're able to get Prey a reset, he can just run them down.
And that's also the nature of Flash's composition. We talked about it in Champs, like they don't really build all that much armor, so what nothing really constitutes as frontline here. We see NL, Black Shield, get out.
Smeb, good duck binding. Hojin kicks someone out of there. Now they've gotten Jinx ultis out as well, and that's going to be the kill for Kuro. Sorta pops the ulti, but they're going to keep chasing Warlock. Locks up Stake. He's going to get gnarred into the wall. Kuro going to keep firing away, and Prey finally gets onto that front line. Going to try and do the damage. It is there as Prey picks up another.
That was some fantastic chaining of abilities here from the KOO Tigers.
I'm just so impressed with Hojin on this lead. Everybody's talked about, yes, he needs to return to it. They got 5 AD back. We're going to see it again. And he has not disappointed.
Certainly not. I believe 2 for 2 in plays now on the champion in the games that they've played, including this one. And look good at both times here. 2-0-2 right now for the KOO Tigers junglers. They're looking for a pick. Maple going to get fired on Dark Binding. Good dodge out from Prey. Whimsy really helping out there, but no kill forthcoming. Maybe just the Dragon that's spawning right now.
And Sordo actually, for going that 6, he's actually just turning that Amp Tome and that Cloth Armor into the makings of his Zonia's Hourglass. That's what he wants to do, because he basically wants to become the front line. He wants to walking zone with his ulti, then press Zonia's later, but he'll need a lot more gold to get that item though.
Sword in trouble. Prey doesn't have his ultimate though, but KOO have some good poke down. They're going to start this Dragon. Pinkwater already ready in the pit. We'll see what Flash Wolves can do here.
They just have to start a Dragon. They do it quickly.
Yeah, Flash Wolves really have to land the poke. They got a pretty good one right there.
Smeb ultied up. They're going to try and collapse in onto him. He will hop out of it. And Dragon does die. KOO, I believe, yes, did pick up Dragon number 2.
They can rotate. They can rotate mid. Even go for a potential Baron. They're pinging both. Let's see what they decide.
Yep, Flash Wolves going to just run down there. They've got some towers open. We've talked about the gold lead being so close. Flash Wolves in touching distance with basically one turret. But
you know what? I think they really want to secure a blue buff for Nidalee to continue the poke. Like this poke for them is what they have going. And without the blue buff, it's been really difficult for them. Wow, they're going to give it over to Maple instead?
I guess we'll find out soon. Maple, yes, does get his first blue of the game. Going to go back. I think Infinity Edge is close to finished, if not done for Maple. Is going to go back and does have it.
Okay. I mean, this is the core, right? For Gangplank, Triforce, I-Edge.
I want to see some impressive barrels then.
If you get a blue buff, if you take my blue buff, your barrels better be on point.
But Inner Jungler and Kobe clearly coming out there. As Flash Wolves, again, keeping it really close, going to mash this minion wave.
Look at those barrel mechanics.
That was a great barrel.
That was beautiful. You got a lot of cash right there. Okay, that counts.
Minions thankfully don't move too often or move very predictably. Maple, though, starting to get stronger, and it feels like it's one fight away from either team taking momentum in this game.
Let's see if Maple can get the Scuttle Crab with the barrels. I think that is
the real
challenge.
The real target.
Well, the thing that I would look for then from KOO is actually some more vision coverage, because, oh, here we go, actually. Smeb finds himself trying to land some slows.
He wants to go in. He's going to go in for the boulder. Does land it there.
Smeb's bravado on his top lane. So often he's find himself 2v1, 1v3, and then he just, he turns it around, especially the side steps. He's not afraid to offensively dodge a skill shot and then return some damage. Here we see Prey being speed up here.
NL a little too far forward. Heal does come out from Nidalee.
Prey right there, breaking the barrel chain. Attacks the front one, that's ticking down first, so that he cuts off the chain reaction. And
that's something we haven't really seen all too much. So often, Gangplank gets put up in a priority, and so many highlight reels where, especially where Palm, for example, gets that 4-man barrel here. Hang on, finish that story later.
Black shield. Sorda is going to dodge out of the way. Heal again from Casa.
But the TLDR is, just kill the barrel. So many highlight plays could have been prevented if people just auto-attack the barrel.
And that's why I say prioritize vision right now, because you don't want to have to face check a brush.
Yeah.
If a barrel explodes on multiple people,
maybe a catch. Gorilla does combo onto Stake. Chain though out. Gangplank God's going to zone them away. This is not a bad fight for the Flash Wolves, but the ulti out from Nick is good. There's actually a barrel does get it. Spam jumps in with a Flash ulti, but Carter's already taken out Prey. Flash Wolves double kill there from Gangplank. Going to keep running. Kuro's forced to flash out.
Maple's blue buff runs out, so obviously no more barrels. But that was so close.
Fair enough.
If Prey's traps connected on Stake there, that would have been a reset and a cleanup fight. They just landed just shy of Stake, and he managed to walk out. Didn't die to the Jinx ultimate either. And then really good barrels there from Maple, but overall, good fight here from the Flash Wolves.
And Flash Wolves actually got themselves a lead in this game. KOO are going to try and line up a Baron steal, but the Flash Wolves looking to take control of this game.
Just wait out the queue right now. You don't want to let Hojin get a free shot in there. Gonna land another one onto Maple. Still dangerous for him though.
Have to be careful. Teleport up for Smeb, but he's not alive.
Hojin, here's Stake.
Oh, goes in, kills Agent. That's gonna give him the Baron. Casa so low, but he heals himself to safety. Flash Wolves get Baron.
Steak with the big plays, jumps over the side, and he has the cover fire to get out.
And the patience just overall, not only on this Baron play, but also being so many towers down here on the map. Flashwolves haven't really panicked. They haven't really made any moves saying like, oh guys, we're so far behind. They realized they were only a couple thousand gold at best behind. And they've really been playing to the strengths of their composition. Yeah, well executed poke composition. Let's watch that fight again.
All right, so Smeb obviously on the front lines, starts it out with the slow.
Look at traps now.
Gorilla uses everything that he has on it as well, and they sit in this Gangplank ultimate. There's the poke that lands from both of them, and now that's the barrel chain, and he gets into the back line as well. The big deal though, Karsa goes in and takes down Prey. You have to be very confident on the AP Nidalee to go for that.
Sneaky Kuro finally steals a KOO blue buff. Oh, sorry, that's his own blue buff.
He steals his own blue buff. He claims it again, yet another one. So that's the story of the game. But overall, Steak narrowly escaping death there twice in that fight. Almost gets pinned into the wall from the Gnar ulti. Yeah, so close. He managed to survive. No resets there. And Flashwolves ahead with Baron with a Pokemon. Baron buff is the best against and with poke compositions.
100% agree with you there. And I have to say, Steak probably the most underrated player coming into this.
He's in trouble. They're going to keep going. Gangplank ult is going to slow him down. Steak winds it up. That's a kill for Flashwolves. They're going to keep things rolling. And they're just going to keep starting the siege. They're ahead in gold. They've got the Baron. They've got so much momentum here.
It's so hard to deal with this. Yes, you have AoE wave clear from Jinx. It's physical, so Baron buff doesn't really negate it all too much, but you have to walk up. Look for NL. His ultimate is still available. Look at Prey. His cleanse is also available.
And Flashwolves continue poking up that Baron siege minion. It's almost impossible for KOO to get through. And L's going to move forward. The barrel's up for poke. Instant wave clear as well. That is going to be a turret.
Yeah, they're so good at sieging because the barrel stacking gives you a lot of wave zoning potential at the turret. So you can block them completely off of the turret, not to mention all the poke that's coming through. And Flashwolves able to clean up a lot of the standing gold.
Yeah, both Nidalee and Gangplank serve a similar role when it comes to sieging. So much zone control from that poke, whether it's a spear throwing at you, the potential barrels being placed, Gangplank's ulti can be placed, and more importantly right now, if a fight breaks loose, Sword Art can actually engage, pop ulti, and have Zonias ready to zone in these fights.
Once again, that's why we mentioned the wards that KOO needed to get down for vision control. They also need them down for teleport flanks.
Smeb core, they actually are going to go in. Ulti out from Varus Maple, flashes himself to safety. Gorilla goes down, the Flashwolves are just riding such a huge wave.
What is KOO gonna do? They need an ultimate here from Smeb, but he's too low. They're backing up. Inhib's gonna drop.
And KOO are now 10,000 gold behind almost. Their mid inhibitor has fallen. They're safe, careful play, and just a few well-played team fights. And all of a sudden, this game's turned completely around.
And it all started with a single cocoon to knock Kramer out of the lineup. NL comes in.
Big I was like, where are you going with this,
NL plays Varus, and Varus, honestly, this team comes. Danos just pointed out, we have to draft around NL's poke champion, Varus, in the bot lane. And they did, and KOO Tigers weren't ready for this much, like, hidden poke.
Exactly. Honestly, it's a very intelligent comp drafted around, as you said. The signature Varus pick here for NL. Woo, shots fired there at the bench.
Good old as KOO. Honestly, I think just can't believe they're in this position. They were in the mid game. They had control. They didn't have a big lead, but they had everything in place, and they just couldn't do the next step. Flashwolves held on.
Yeah.
And then one team fight in this game is completely blown away.
Yeah, I have no more qualms about giving blues to Maple. I would give him every single blue. You deserve it, my friend.
Why didn't you give him any sooner? He could have.
I'm bowing right now.
But honestly, we actually haven't really seen Karsa poking these fights with blue buff, so let's keep it at a draw for now. But overall, doesn't matter who gets the blue buff. There's just so much poke on this Flashwolves lineup right now. Baron buff has expired though, so they don't really have that protection cushion from those minions right now. They will die faster. They still can die if Prey gets the reset, because he's building towards his third item right now. If he gets the Last Whisper, he's going to negate some of that armor that's built up, but it is incredibly hard for him to position and dodge all that poke coming at him.
Yeah, the outer turrets here are pretty much trivial for Flashwolves to knock down, so they have this giant war chest now.
And a huge Baron power play here, as you can see on your screen, 6,500 gold.
The biggest Baron power play from the entire tournament so far, and we'll see that's why you won Baron with poke compositions. We talked about it earlier. KOO were behind are slightly ahead in gold and massively ahead in towers. If Flash Wolves could hang out and even out those towers, they would swing the game back.
Yeah, and I just want to tack on to your poke composition, built around the favorite champion for NL. 19 is the number of times that Nidalee was banned away from Karsa in the normal season. Talk about it so much at the very beginning, but he has really been outstanding. Let's see if they can
see why. Smeb looking for the flank NL. Gonna keep moving. Smeb now just caught out of position. Karsa gonna try and chase him down. A fight on two fronts. Smeb will flash out. They're gonna keep moving. It's Steak. Wants to go in. Goes in with the wild growth sound. Doesn't quite go for the ulti. Looks for the dome. Doesn't get it. Merple's unstoppable though.
They got the flank, but you're gonna have to retreat on all sides here. Flash Wolves just turn and fight. They're gonna take down the inhibitor turret here fairly easily.
And that's what you want to, the moment you notice you're gonna get flanked, you want to engage on the weak side, at least get that fed away and then turn around. But Flash Wolves so far heading gold. If this was even gold, this could have been beautiful for KOO Tigers, but yeah, they're starting to drown. There's just almost no plays left for them to really come back into this game.
They need to do everything they possibly can to wave clear and hold out. It's going to be very difficult for every blue buff you're going to do that. All right.
It's a game of blue buffs, man. Story has to be told.
I see you.
Well, at least right now, blue buffs have been hotly contested, but the Flash Wolves, honestly, in a commanding position now. Actually, 10,000 gold ahead in this game. They've knocked down 2 inhibitors. In a prime position to close out this game. I guess the only question left is, can they? Because KOO, they are capable of a comeback.
They do. They are capable of a comeback. You know what? They expended so much in that last attempt at a flank, though. The teleport for Smeb down, flash for Smeb down, flash for Kuro as well. And obviously they have 2 inhibitors down, so this next Baron becomes so difficult for them to face check the poke team. All you have to do as Flash Wolves is continually bait the Baron, throw at your poke, your binding is eventually going to land, and they're going to be able to get a lot of damage down. KOO have to be so decisive here. It's just very difficult for them to pull off the play.
And that is the nature of the poke composition just in general. They're so binary. When they get ahead, it's so hard to combat against them because the only way to really fail is to drastically get caught, and Flash Wolves have played with enough patience, enough distancing from the opponent to not let that happen, and they've shown that they really know how to play these type of compositions. And obviously, if Pokemon's get behind, it's really easy to walk over them and kill them, but didn't happen this game. Flash Wolves setting up for that Baron.
And now Flash Wolves, they have started it up. KOO, I don't know if they can really approach, but they have just fully committed the poke. Still moving out, and Els tanked a lot of damage. Smeb, he's going to be the one pulled in, but he's almost mega now. This could be tricky. Steak, Black Shield, huge load off there from Gangplank, and now almost gets sniped by Jinx Gorilla. Straight into the back lines of Flash Wolves, playing well sword on. Flash ulti's on, is there at Steak? Dunks Smeb, as oh my god, Prey! He's going in, but he gets cut down by Nidalee. Karsa once again assassinates him.
And this was almost the best way it could play out. Instant Baron, no poke setup before KOO Tigers can commit. Snub gets an ulti, but it's just too little too late. This was the best case scenario for KOO, and it wasn't enough.
Yep, all that KOO have left now is the Lulu. There's no way he's going to be able to steal this. Plenty of vision for Flash Wolves, plenty of members left up on the field. They're going to grab the Baron, and again, the poke comp with the Baron, plus the massive gold lead here. This is Flash Wolves' game to take.
It certainly is. All that's left is the Nexus, as we're going to watch this again.
Yeah, usually we want to set a poke before this Baron, but already gets NLS at quarter HP at the start of this fight. Look at Steak, he's going to get Black Shielded, I believe, to dodge the ulti, and that's big, big. Sword Art is now going to move forward and zone with his ulti too.
That binding onto Hojin, he gets caught in the middle and immediately blown up. Great zoning there from Sword Art. It separates the team and allows Steak time to get his kill. Prey was going in for the crit.
Yeah,
he wanted the crit reset right there, and he almost got another auto attack off.
But it was Karsa landing a mark, I believe it was a spear, and then instant flash follow-up, and that's the difference right there. If he missed that somehow or didn't have flash, Prey could have immediately killed 3 people there, but
Karsa has no hesitation going into cat form and going for the executes. Multiple times he's been able to cut KOO off at the knees.
And now Flash Wolves are going to just go straight in here. This mid-in hit has respawned, and they're going to look to try and find something. Hojin was peeking over for a flank.
Look at the flank
still there. Oh my god, Gorilla goes in, but a great Black Shield by Sword Art. Now Flash Wolves 5v4.
Gorilla goes in, Gorilla goes down, and that is going to be an inhibitor here. With the Baron buff, they can just sit around and Baron empower the double lines of super minions that come in.
And I love me some flank wards when you're playing poke composition, because that is the weakness. Suddenly you're like, where is Lee Sin? Well, he's behind us. Get kicked in. But that doesn't, Flash Wolves don't allow it to happen. In addition, it does seem that Morgana seems to be a strong pick against a lot of these meta champions.
Yeah, when I saw the first 3 picks here in Champion Select for Flash Wolves, I was fairly worried that they were going to go, that LMS route of too much melee, and not enough wave clear, but they finished it out really nicely with the last 3.
KOO almost got one shot there as Gangplank's really coming out. Flash Wolves now going to look to take the final inhibitor and really put the nail in the coffin of KOO Tigers. KOO have almost nothing left to defend. And the Flash Wolves on the brink of another Game 2 upset. If you guys have limited watching time, highly recommend Game 2s because apparently these are the big ones.
Yeah, and just this group in general is about to get so excited. CLG, close game against Flash Wolves. Dianos tore it apart, said it was horrible. KOO Tigers were going to win, but now Flash Wolves, they turn it around. They're at the verge of taking their first win at Worlds.
Hoja tries to assassinate ANL, but he doesn't get it. Flash Wolves might just be KOO here. One Nexus turret is down. The Super Minions in the Baron are doing too much. KOO Tigers too far behind. Can't do anything. What is up with the upsets? And the Flash Wolves, a well-deserved win. Found their competition, found the fights they needed, and were able to very, very convincingly close that out.
KOO Tigers were not ready for the AD carry switch here.
No. Or just for the poke in general. When I looked at this lineup initially, you saw some elements of poke, but once you really saw that Dragonfly play out, you start to realize just how much zone control Flash Wolves were offering. And then also Stake, criminally underrated it seems coming in. It almost became a joke. Stake absorbs in the top lane, he doesn't do anything, but so far, 2 really solid games from him, so props to the Wolves.
And I think, like we've already alluded to, everyone on Flash Wolves stepping up this game. The top side of the map looked good yesterday when they played against CLG. Casa, Maple, and Stake, even though Maple looked a little shaky in the lane, did step up, but the bottom lane change, what a difference.
But the change this time was, KOO Tigers weren't running any hard catch. So they had no point and click CC. Remember, Mako, for example, with the Tibbers, you had Cocoons. Nothing was in that lineup for the KOO Tigers. The best catch they could have was a combo from Alistar followed up with traps. Couple of times, those traps were just a little short from prey. And then these fights get so incredibly hard because of the distancing the Flash Wolves managed to acquire in these fights.
Gangplank barrels plus the double poke coming out from Nidalee and Varus.
Black shields.
Black shields and the bindings to set things off. It came together so well at the end of that Champions Select. I don't think KOO were even ready for it.
Nor were we.
They were, exactly.
I mean, we were joking about Varus AD carry, boys. But
well, yeah, because we're like, oh yeah, we know, NL plays a whole bunch of that. He's the one subbing in, but he showed why he had so many games on it and why they had success. I honestly don't think they'll be able to get this type of comp there. We'll see if they do try and target him in the Champion Select here. First off the bat is going to be some hard engage, taking away that Malphite.
Yep, he's gone away there, so not going to have that here as Pain do pick a ban. It's Gangplank, very common ban here in Paris. Is an almost insta-ban from CLG, going to take out the Darius.
Yep, Juggernaut's falling left and right. Lulu maybe left open, actually has a lot lower win rate than we expected here, that Lulu pick overall. Let's see if they actually bait CLG into picking it. Also, to keep your eye on junglers, because Elise seen a lot of favor here. Early drops, early picks for that champion very, very often.
Yeah, Smithy is so good with a lot of the Cinderhulk junglers, though. I don't think that CLG would be too sad about giving it up. That being said, yes, Elise is on the board, so they won't give away the first pick to CLG.
Not anymore. They just banned it out here. Elise off the table, so Pain Gaming, even though Xmiffy, yeah, as you said, very, very big on the Cinderhulk junglers, just don't want to deal with that cocoon throwing menace.
Yeah, there is something, it's so interesting about Smithy because he spent so much money on just individual wards in the early stages of the game, and then that delays his sight zone, but it sets up the first stages of the vision to set up for the rest of the team, and he has to be on something safe to get that first line down.
Well, unfortunately, Crepo is not going to get his wish, at least for this game. Kami's Twisted Fate was the final ban there for CLG as Pain, with 15 seconds left, to decide what they want to take away. We've talked a lot about priority picks. We've seen Mordekaiser banned 100% of the time.
This may be the first Mordekaiser, but nope.
Not yet.
Pain Gaming even must hurt.
It must hurt.
The Brazilians. They got their own, but you have to ban it out. Lulu's open right now, and I'm looking at Braum. Even though the champion has a surprisingly low win rate, I think it might even be as low as 0 so far in the tournament. Somebody tweeted that at me, so I have to double check. But Braum, the tier 1 pick, 0 and 8. our stats guy Sultry whispers in my ear just now. So 0-8 so far for Braum. So coming into the tournament, it was top pick, top ban. Suddenly just doesn't work anymore for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, still a strong champion. The record here also could be just because everyone prioritizes him, both the teams that are strong and the teams that are not. Anyways, though, he's not going to be first round priority here. CLG did get their hands on that Lulu, so that does signify a place out here for CLG. It did work out for them before, you know, double lift on some sort of end game carry there. Last time using Jinx, this time we'll see what they go for. And it does play into probably that Pobelter Lulu mid, so he can run that low econ mid laner.
So Kami, not on an assassin this time, but picks the Orianna, and we've seen that matchup play out. It just, what Lulu does decently well in lane, Orianna just does better, and that's why this matchup actually propels forward for the Orianna. We saw Expected do it too, stayed even, managed to build very offensively, didn't have to get any defensive items, and then landed that 4-man shockwave, but obviously some setup is required. Still possible here to do the same thing for PNG. Kallista's open, Annie is open.
Yeah, plus, you know, this is a signature champion for Kami. The Orianna has been playing it for so long. Surti also very happy. So comfort picks here for Brazil right off the bat.
Well, big players going to need to make some big plays on the champion. As CLG consider their next few picks here, looking for second and third in this draft. 10 seconds now. And CLG, after the insta-lock, Lulu have really slowed things down. There's the Lee Sin there for Smithy. And we may see Braum could get his first win here in the World Championships.
Again, though, no Hearts TC, and a lot of these lineups in these games here at the World Finals have been looking great on paper, but then you realize if there's no target at Hearts TC, these teams are so good that they can play around that. That may be the start of your demise. So I need to see if either of these teams actually pick some target CC. Think of an Annie, think of any lockdown immediately can help you facilitate these fights.
And we have seen, you know, with Origin earlier today, the combos, the AoE combos, the massive impact they can have with just a single team fight if you win a giant shockwave or something like that. You know, you set up with Annie. Speaking of Origin, this was the exact combo that they ran as well. They could be looking to pull the same thing off on CLG.
Look at Crepo, the prophet there, predicting the Annie Kalista.
I mean, I'm not a prophet. I'm just looking at Origin's game overall here.
Yeah.
Pain Gaming, they were in the studios, they were getting ready for the game too. It's like, that looks like a good composition, let's run it.
We'll see how it works out here for Pain as they've got one pick left in this draft. We pop back over to Counterlogic Gaming. Really picked a lot of strong utility, can flex the Lulu if they want to, so they need to complete the draft of these picks, and it's Tristana Olaf that they settle on.
Yeah, speaking of the Juggernauts, you know, Lulu, you need not only the AD carry for the late game, but also some sort of other threat in that top lane to speed up. Olaf is perfect. This was the original combo used in North America quite a lot.
And this, however, sorry to interrupt you there, but this is actually a throwback to All-Stars where the French casters in-house would always ask the crowd, Spartans, what is your profession? And they would go nuts.
They're doing it right now.
They're doing it right now.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah. Let him hit it. Ships and Oil are going crazy already, so it's a good throwback here from the youth French player here in Paris. But to touch back on the actual things at hand, I think Olaf here is a fantastic pick. I love it with Lulu. I love it against these hard engage, these hard stunts. He can just run down Kalista.
Yeah, also, I mean, this CLG comp is really, really high intensity mid game here. Tristana can get them to that point where they have enough money to start grouping and roaming around, knock down turrets very, very quickly, because you put up the Braum wall, and then Tristana, just one explosive charge is going to take out at least half a turret there. So they're going to look to try and chain that early gold and then get Zion. Once you get one item on Olaf, he's backed up by a Lulu. He can just try and run train.
Yeah, no, does complete the draft there for Payno. Surprisingly popular pick here in the first 2 days of the World Championships. Remember, this is our final game of the evening as we get a little further through these groups as the teams play more games. But, gentlemen, the draft has completed.
Yeah, really looking forward to see what CLG does with this game. Pain Gaming do have a tendency to go incredibly long in their games, and then facing off against a sped up Olaf late game, a Tristana hyper carry, potential Zeeks on the Braum. That's going to be hard to deal with for Pain Gaming.
I've learned something in the last 2 games, though, Crepo. Let's not start talking about the team fights. Let's talk about that level 1.
Yeah, let's go back. Late game doesn't matter. Who's going to face check whom?
It's not if they face check 5-on-5
where.
level 1. Exactly. It's going to be where do they go and who's going to have the advantage. Because once again, they do have the same bottom lane.
Into Annie.
And exactly. The Annie can charge up her W, also obviously the Incinerate in the fountain. on the way there to get the AoE stun, but Braum, no slouch. If they see one person out, they also have the Olaf, so a lot of ability to chase down. If CLG do sort of get the momentum, if they get the first jump in that level 1, definitely something to watch out for. But again, we've seen the effect of the AoE from Annie if they face check a brush.
And more importantly, double teleport on both these sides here, so we can see explosive bot lanes. We could also see a complete snooze farm fest if they respect the teleports. Depends what these teams bring to the table.
Well, we'd like to know what you guys are at least thinking. Who are you calling this one for? Tweet at LOL eSports with the hashtag CLG win to cheer for the North Americans, or for PNG win to cheer for the Brazilians, and we'll see who you guys are backing in our final game of the evening. The French cast are doing an excellent job of hyping up the crowd. They're going insane right now, if you can hear them. And again, a tight game here for both teams. We would have thought maybe, you know, just a standard CLG game, but after seeing the last few games of the first 2 days, a very tight final game of day 2.
Yeah, we had a tiny problem with BRTT's mouse, but it should be resolved, so we should be able to get into games soon enough here. So, yeah, I'm excited. This could mean just so much for this group, for these teams. Pain Gaming could cause the upset here, because after all, they're the dwarf in this group. Nobody expects them to almost take any games, but they have proven that they can get relatively close.
And you talked about that bottom lane. I'm still very excited to see it. It's only added to that there's so, like, every single person in this map can join the bottom lane.
I wish these teleports could be disabled for like 10 minutes, because just in a 2v2 isolated Spectre, Tristana Braum into Annie Kalista is such a fascinating matchup, mostly because you can flash Q aggressively as Braum, but it never happens.
Do you even play bottom lane? You know it's not 2v2. It's always at least 4v2, 5v3.
Well,
it's always 2v4, 2v5. I never get any TPs.
And now 5v5, as we do have an invade from CLG. Welcome onto the Rift for our final game of day 2 here in Paris.
What's their T? A lot of teams have been doing this. They double ward, send their jungle out to bait, illusion that there's just scouting, and then they run into...
Oh, it's happening again! Level 1 denied! They're going in! Huge double stun! Spot's already dead! First blood goes to now. CLG though, gonna pay the price. Kami trying to kite around. Mylon in trouble. Double is going nuts with the jumps. Mylon, no, does go down. Afro gets the next kill. Kami almost dead. Another 3 kills in a level 1 invade.
Pain Gaming!
Fool me once, you know, so I'm talking about team fights too early, Crepla. You gotta touch on those level 1s, baby. We're almost back to the preseason dragon spawning. Everybody rushed down there.
Get to that bush.
It's exactly what we prepped here. The Annie in the brush. Zion throws his axe at Sir T because they saw him. They thought Poe Belter was the one pulling off the bait. They thought Poe Belter was distracting him, and they were going to get the jump on him. But defensive wards from Pain. Annie in the brush. They didn't throw the axe at the brush because he thought they had the target in sight, and Zion paid the price.
But Pain Gaming were so happy that they got 1 kill that they forgot. They didn't realize, guys, we just used all our damage. And then CLG, they pulled the trigger. It's actually very, very audacious of them to do that, being 1 man down and still getting 2 kills. So that's a good game read here overall. But I love that play, and I think we'll see less of that later as the tournament goes on, because that Sir T was given the illusion that they were spread out, scouting, because he was just hovering around, acting, you know, Oscar to him for that first spot. But Pain Gaming, they were looking in that brush. But enough about level 1. Let's get to the game.
One more thing, though. The follow that the Braum pass is doing so much work there with the Q. He's so strong in the level 1s. Now they meet up in the 2 vs 2 up top, and Pain do have the advantage with the minion wave shoving already. Poe Belter, though, getting the early zone onto Kami. He's got the early level 2.
Look at his wards, though. He bought 2 wards immediately.
Okay. Yeah, wards very important because so many flashes were blown. You mentioned that, you know, it was very risky for Pain, you know, stick around after, you know, getting that first blood. They had to burn a lot of exit flashes. Kami in the mid lane, Mylon up top. It's the 2 solo lanes that Lee Sin is going to be looking for. Smithy, not only is he on one of the best early game ganking junglers, one of the most mobile, as soon as he hits level 3, he's got everything he needs in his kit, but he also still has his flash as well.
And he's now going to take a blue buff here. Ooh, Sentinel just missing that there.
I think you may as well not cast Sentinels, because they're so deceptive, because you constantly think, oh, we didn't see the jungle, but you know, what jungler at this level is going to get walk in and get combo hit? Unless it randomly turns around right here.
It's going to kill it now.
No.
He's getting his attack speed. Yeah, he could have gone up there.
Why would you kill it?
Well, you get 10
man.
Come on.
But now they know where you are.
Didn't want to go for the gank up top.
Well, we do see standard lanes in effect here,
because you never know if Rek'Sai's waiting there as well, because they have Tremor Sense. They could be, you know, prepping a counter gank for you. If any gets an AoE stun off on level 2, level 3 champions.
You're right. I yield.
By the way,
I had just begun.
They've been going absolutely bonkers here in the mid lane. Poe Belter and Kami, we heard Kami talk about the matchup. They are really fighting each other in these early levels.
Just on the bottom lane too, that Gnar Olaf matchup, traditionally Gnar propels ahead of these Juggernauts because he can keep the distance the same way and he can just keep hitting you repetitively. However, Olaf landing an axe can change that entirely and swing that around. So very interesting matchup overall.
Yeah, in this matchup, I actually really like Olaf, as long as the Olaf has some support. Because he can all in on a mini Gnar pretty easily, just continue to pick up axes. Since the long lane, there's so much distance for him to work with. If you're good at throwing the axes, you just throw it to land on the model of your enemy, then you can immediately pick it up and you can chain those. If there's some support from the jungler, from the mid lane, you know, all these teleports that we're talking about, then Olaf, he can pick and choose when to have the engage.
Well, top lane not going too badly now, pretty even, but Kami struggling, 10 CS done already and used his teleport.
Yeah, Pobelter in that mid lane, making a name for himself.
Good Surti, pings the brush here. No wards there for CLG. Pobelter just used one teleport, so if Surti can get behind, he actually pink warded too, so very invested in the top lane gank here for PNG Gaming.
I do definitely agree with you, by the way, on your earlier point about the Sentinels. I think people overhype the, oh, we're moving around the Sentinel. It's pretty slow, easy to maneuver around.
It just gives you so much deceptive vision, because what does it grant? You know, you walk into the jungle, oh, we didn't see the jungle. Yeah, well, he's gonna walk around that.
Yeah, it's
Smithy now, gets spotted on the jungle ward there.
Oh, Braum passive on her as well.
BKT could be in trouble, but Doublelift actually gets out of the way. So he's actually not here anymore. We've seen junglers on opposite sides of the map, but the 2v2, what Kami wanted or what his team wanted, they are getting it.
Zion goes in aggressive. He actually gets the worst of that trade here. Mylon. Oh, he ran into the back swing on the boomerang.
It's not getting
He's
a lot of
baiting
mileage.
with it. That's
He's not getting a lot of mileage out of those axes here. Smithy revealed again on the ward. This is the second time that same ward has spotted him. So fool me once, and I'll not gonna do that saying on air. I always screw it up.
We've certainly seen
shame on Xmithy, TLDR.
We've certainly seen Xmithy be fairly committed to the Zion ganks early on, so paying a lot of attention there.
Oh, the Ute face checking.
Oh, not good news. Braum passive, not quite there. And this top lane, in so many ways, is very volatile.
Yep, again, love this defensive ward in their tri-bush. They do see it coming, but their team immediately goes in.
Yeah, kind of hard with that. Good warding, actually, from CLG to spot that one out.
So many interesting dynamics in this lane. Obviously, you have the double range blast from BKT and the Utes Annie, but at the same time, they have to posture consistently. They have to stand behind creeps, because if they get connected, Mylon really doesn't like those creeps, it seems. So he actually just wants to push in them base. That's why he uses ulti.
Yeah.
But Xmithy,
round 3.
Third time's a charm.
Ding ding.
Nope,
same ward, but he's so far deep. Can Zion land an axe? Did he hit it? I don't think he did.
Mylon needs to line this up well. Can he get the hop? He gets the boomerang. He's going to get aggressed. Oh, great Q from Xmithy, but there's the hop to get him to safety.
Yeah.
As a jungler, efficiency, KOO.
No comment. You can walking over the same ward 3 times, Crep. I think you can do the math on that one.
Well, let's check in with the rest of the lanes now then. As we've seen top Xmithy can't quite get the ganks down.
I think this is being stuck in play patterns outside of, like, with normal level 1s in mind. Obviously, that ward, that lasted 3 minutes. There's no way that was a trinket ward, but Xmithy in his mind is like, okay, he spotted me, trinket ward. Minute later, it'll be gone. Ah, unlucky, it was still up. Minute later, it has to be gone by now, but it was actually a green ward due to the explosive level 1, so it changes a lot of these early game dynamics.
And the thing is, you can go for those ganks where you just run over the ward, even if you know it's there, but you just want to run over it. But for that to work, you have to have very good setup with your top laner, because Zion was so low, it was so dangerous for him to start that up with the axe and try and get close to Gnar, because Gnar could easily do enough damage to turn it around on them.
Afro going double lift here, no ward anymore.
Yeah, well, Mylon almost gets knocked out of it. The stun's going to go down though. Afro does land it up, but he doesn't have an ulti. Damage is good. They get a flash forward. Ignite should do it. Mylon will go down.
Why didn't you flash any earlier? Really good delayed ignite there from Aframu.
Yeah, Zion Smithy can't get it done. Double lift and Aframu will take over. Same path taken down the river. Ward finally has expired, and they're able to get the turret. The turrets will trade, but CLG got the extra kill out of it, and this leaves Pobelter all alone in the mid lane. We're so focused on the sideline and the ganks that both junglers have concentrated on the opposite sides of the map, but all the time the junglers are showing gives more time for Pobelter to isolate this matchup with Kami, where he's increasing his minion lead and taking so much health off of the turret.
And we're swapping things around here. You can see towers getting low both in the other side. CLG already took one in the bottom side. Xmithy trying to defend here in the top, but BKT And Dude, the French player on the Brazilian side, trying to make it happen, as Pobelto's also been applying quite a bit of pressure.
Yeah, here's the roam from Afromu. Hex into the...
Good as well. Double lift is there. Shockwave does not connect.
That was some really well executed play there. Kami had his flash, but he couldn't do it because he was polymorphed. Then he got knocked out by the Braum, and even if he flashed later on, double lift comes in. That tower going down, that is a big, big swing here for Counterstrike Gaming.
What time is it, Crepo? It's rush hour, baby! He actually looked at his watch, by the way. They just...
I don't see how this information is relevant to you, Kobe. But
they just made a play, bottom side, grab the kill for their team, swing mid, not only get the kill, but also, since Pobelto had done so much work on that mid turret, they open up the map. The all-important mid turret down. They're able to get the deep vision. Rush Hour doing so much for CLG this game.
CLG at 10 in the evening right now. 16,000 gold against 13K of Pain Gaming. Let's see that again. Just watch
technically.
What's the more from Pobelto here into that knockup. That is some CC chain. I love it. As a support main, this makes me very, very happy.
And the Shockwave, of course, fizzling there towards the end. Really tight play there from CLG. And they're up 3,000 gold already at 10 minutes in. We talked about CLG can have strong early games despite good late game. And they've had a really good start to this one.
Yeah, and if this tower, I don't think Pain Gaming really... They over-respected CLG. That tower should have dropped a lot earlier. Now, good zoning here from Smithy and Zion Spartan. They really want to deny that gold, even if it's just a local gold. That gets the Pain Gaming, especially when his matchup switches back. Doublelift right now has the breaking point in this Kalista matchup. She's not yet finished Bork, but she's going up against a BF and a pickaxe. That's where Doublelift can just get so much instant damage done. And yeah, start 1v1ing the enemy carry. 2v2, they win too. So really, really big breaking point here for CLG.
You can see how active Afromu and Smithy are being now as well. Trying to add to that all here. There's mobility boots very early on, but Afro getting him around the map.
And even home guard upgrade on him. He's getting out there to make plays.
Certainly is there as Pain do pick up the tower in top lane there. Gonna move that gold a little back, a little closer back to even. But Pobelto has been such a bully here in this lane as well. He is very far ahead of Kami, almost 20 CS clear right now.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier, level 1 all flashes blown, 2 wards purchased, constant shove from Pobelto, the easiest way to lost it, forcing Kami to make mistakes under that turret, dropping CS.
Yeah.
Again, it's not much, it's 10 CS, but it means a lot in terms of pressure too. Pobelto is always ready to move first.
So here's the line that you now take as Pain Gaming. We want to look at this match from their point of view. They need to clear out this CLG deep vision. You know that CLG were just in your jungle. You know that they left wards down here, and CLG are a team that in the past have gotten overconfident when they get this far ahead. They've gotten early leads so often that sometimes they get a little overconfident with trying to take multiple objectives at once, because CLG are a team that strive to be really efficient with the amount of objectives they're taking at the same time. If Pain can actually defensively ward, then maybe they can use this anti-Kalista to try and pick somebody off and try and get a comeback rolling.
Well, you can see CLG, a very quick dragon here in this game as they do take the first one. Yep, do take the first one. They're 2-1 in turrets as well, sort of padding that lead out here as Pain will move themselves down to this bottom side.
Yeah, Surti found a pink ward in his own jungle, replaced it with a pink ward of his own. He received Dude and Surti moving in, gets warded out though by Spartan, but they want to get that tower down. Gonna see a likely tower trade. This is where Mylon has to be careful. If you see the enemy top laner in his zone of his tower, likely that the same thing will happen to you. So get the hell out of dodge, try and farm some jungle at best, but get away from that turret.
Well, Zion might have to pop his ultimate here. Let's see if they force it out of him. Just gonna take the hits.
Yep, BRTT kind of knew that he couldn't continue there, so they'll try and take the tower instead. Double lift though, we've seen this a lot from Tristana, mows down turrets with the spells in the early game. Pain will get one in the bottom side, but CLG are about to take another.
Yeah, early tier 2 boots here on BRTT too, so he'll delay his Blade of the Ruined King even more. Struggling to stay even here. Pain Gaming, they do have some elements of hard crowd control effects, like the anti-tibbers, like the knockup provided from Fate's Call. So teams that fall behind without any of this hard to see have an incredibly hard time coming back, but Pain Gaming still have the tools to close this gap, just like Kobe mentioned, if CLG follow up on that tendency to get slightly overconfident in the mid game.
Oh, really splitting the map at this point. CLG are finally going to chase Pain out of their red side jungle.
Look at Afromu though.
Good flank here. Oh, the ball's actually caught him. Now they're going to keep moving through. Great ultimate. He pulls out with the Fate's Call. Shockwave does land on a few, but Doublelift's already gotten a kill. They'll trade back and forth. CT will die. Now the reset here for Doublelift. He's going to keep jumping. 2 for 1 there. CLG win that fight. 3 for 1, sorry.
Yeah, 3-for-1 exchange here. CLG flanking Pain Gaming. The face call wasn't enough. Immediate ultimate there from Afromo2, and yeah, they just got caught. There was no way they were gonna win that fight. So cut your losses.
Huge flash kick. Kami in trouble. Does die to Zion Spartan. His ex-Smithy goes full NA on the Lee Sin plays.
Yeah, so they're definitely going to be able to finish off this turret.
Yeah, it doesn't even leave me time to finish my point. Damn you, ex-Smithy.
Still got the Lee Sin mechanics. Certainly on lockdown of CLG, only getting further ahead in this game. Almost 5,000 gold now. CLG going to see if they can continue momentum. Smithy on the aggressive Lee Sin, the Warrior done. Infinity Edge must be heroes who do have a replay.
Yeah, so let's look at this chase because Afromu, yeah, he's going to sacrifice his life because he goes right in the middle of the team, but he lays out the carpet here. And even through Kami's ultimate, the shockwave hitting, CLG just power through. Zansarn on the front lines. Double Lift doesn't hesitate to jump in over the shockwave.
Yeah, that ultimate there from Afrom was certainly even flashed into it. He tried to escape and then he found a Braum at the other side. The Huge should have probably just ulted himself over the wall, making it a 1-for-2 because that was an unwinnable fight. Even in a 5-man shockwave.
Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure that that was before the shopping from Kami, and he hadn't completed his Athenes. He was sitting on just the rings and the chalice there, so not a lot of AP to back it up yet.
And speaking of items, as we do see blue buff over for Pobelter, Infinity Edge is done for Jinx. We've got the needlessly large rod now for Lulu and the Black Cleaver for Zion Spartan, so CLG is starting to power up in this mid game.
And if you're a starting NAR player, you can also see why Mylon here goes for the Black Cleaver instead of Frozen Mallet. Eventually Frozen Mallet won't be useful against an Olaf at all, so you just want to shred that armor, try and kill him before he runs you down. But at this point, Zion Spartan is just in a good spot. He's still behind in CS, but the kills and assists make it so that he's relatively even, and CLG will always have a member defending him, assisting him. They're playing way better as a team right now compared to Pain Gaming.
And the Tristana siege that we've seen from CLG quite a lot in their ascendance to #1 in North America in summer. They're going to keep trying to siege down. They've got 4 turrets already. Going to be working on this bottom one. It's down to about 30% health already.
And I would say just very impressed with the way Pobelter has been playing it here so far. Yeah, he got Lulu twice, which is relatively straightforward champion to play, but he has done incredibly high kill participation in a lot of these games. I think yesterday he was involved in literally every kill. So far, 7 out of 8.
Not only that, he's also won his lane both times on Lulu.
Certainly impressive there. Kami said he wanted to play him. Maybe regrets that statement now, but Pain still putting up a fight here, defending this bottom side turret. Mylon sticking in the top side, does not have his teleport though. But CLG look to be prepping just for the next dragon. CLG will clean out this wolf camp, actually getting a bit more active around the map, trying to keep these waves up. The dragon is back up in 40 seconds. Pain needs to make a decision. When that comes up, are they going to fight for it?
I think not, because honestly, we talk about, trying to set up defensive vision all the time, and we talk about clearing out CLG's vision. Even that is such a dangerous prospect for them. Really what they're hoping for at this point is a counter engage where CLG try and push into a turret, something along those lines where they're walking in and it makes it easy for Kami to land a very big shockwave.
And ever since Baron has been placed on a 20-minute start time except for 15 minutes, some teams have actually found issues closing out games or knowing what to do when they get this far ahead and towers fall this early in the game. So CLG's approach right now is just to deny as many mini objectives, small jungle camps, vision trades, dragons to boot, and then just keep the pressure up. And then eventually, around 20-25 minutes, then you can start looking for that Baron. But there is no rush at all here on CLG, and that's what makes it so hard for Pain Gaming to find an opening. Unless they push and overextend mid, it's so hard to catch him.
At the beginning of the season, it took a long time for teams to realize that you can't just continually throw your bodies at this inner line of turrets, because that's how you give up your early leads, overextending in that mid game.
Deny resources. Raptors to prevent the Oracle buff right there, the Wolves so that little Spirit doesn't spawn, and then you go back to your jungle, get some more gold, and then you continuously keep growing that gold advantage, and then you can start throwing your bodies at those tier 2 towers.
CLG are certainly starting to pack that snowball. I think they've got it to the top of the hill. They're going to push it down now and see how big it can get. 5,000 gold up still, but they did take another dragon, so on the clock now for a pretty good 5th dragon timer. Now sitting 2-0 up in dragons and 4-2 up in turrets. The items do keep coming. Pobelter and Mylon gonna just sort of brush past each other. Mylon will complete the back, but Pobelter even just clearing waves bottom side now on Lulu.
The advantage of double teleport, you can just put your mid laner bot, AD carry mid. That's a lot of teams used to be able to do in the assassin meta. Even if you don't have an assassin, you just split push 1-3-1. keep that pressure up, and eventually Pain Gaming, because they're losing all these individual matchups right now, 1v1, 2v2, they have to send more people to deal with one side. That's when Teleport transfers over to the other side of the map, and you get another advantage. It's an objective, vision, whatever you want. CLG seem to be more in control in this mid game than they were yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. It's up to Pain right now to try and find some fight with a numbers advantage, because while we keep mentioning the double teleports for both teams, and yeah, you know, people can join from across the map, the channel time for teleport is extremely long, and you can burst someone out before they arrive. So trying to even it up that way is what they're looking for. They've got the Annie to start it all off. That would be their #1 hope.
And that's something, hang on here.
That's
target.
Little deep there. Smithy gets low, but he flashes out to safety.
And that's something we've seen on Western teams as well. That teleport, very often a little late. Very often when we watch the Eastern teams, both LPL and SKT, those teleports coming really early, very often cancelled when not necessary, but I feel that's something where Western teams need to improve a lot more. Just trigger happy on teleports.
Or not cancelled like we saw last game with Smeb.
Let's see, Pobelter working on Mylon. So much damage already, and the Lulu hasn't even gotten that second big item. He's actually going to take this maybe by himself. Yeah, no pressure there coming out from Annie. CLG, again, very methodically, just getting themselves a bigger and bigger lead. This, like we've mentioned already, much more control from CLG, even stealing the blue now as well. This, 20 minutes in, it's been a great early game, but a very clean mid game now as well.
Oh, interesting teleport here from Zion Spartan, looking to cut him off. He pops the ultimate.
Find someone, it's actually coming in 13. The knock up there from Lulu. Huge damage out there from Zion. Smithy rides in to get the kill and does secure it.
That teleport only went, you know, halfway across the jungle, but he was just able to cut off Kami there, and not even the flash is going to save him. CLG jump on the opportunity, finally catch Pain Gaming outside of their base, and now they're going to Baron bait.
Yep, CLG copying TSM with their Juggerloft composition. Here we see Zion Spartan again, no ultimate this time though.
And Aframu does not have his. They're going to need to find someone. Mylon's splashed out. Smithy looking for the flank, but he gets knocked up. That's not enough. BRTT now as a 4v4 will ensue. Mylon, good scoop back to keep himself safe, but Afro will get the kill and double. Smells blood there as he rocket jumps straight forward.
Good move by Pain. If you're getting flanked, always engage on the weak side of the flank. They take out Smithy, but they're just forced to end up training 1-for-1. So CLG is making moves that at worst go even. It's very, very controlled aggression here from CLG.
Yeah, it could have been better from Smithy there. You do have to constantly keep track of the rest of your squad when you're going for a flank, so it doesn't get turned around on you like that. Here comes the stun on the beard.
Quite.
If only Pixie passive procs 2 autos.
That would be ridiculous. As CLG will back away from their siege in the mid lane. Mylon is back. So you're going to have to be a bit more careful as everyone can be around here, but the control out of CLG for vision, you can see them just massacring wards in Pain's red side jungle.
Yeah, plus they've got the trifecta of pink wards around Baron already set up to clear out so much of this true sight inside the red.
And look at just how dark that vision is. Pain Gaming now have to face like all those brushes that are being shown by the observers here. For all they know, CLG is right now on Baron with a 2,000 health Baron buff. They find him in the brush though. Good scouting, that's really good job, but you gotta go with patience. And CLG know that now Pain Gaming, they took their time scouting those rushes. Next time, they'll just insta-rush Baron.
But, you know, they've given up the positioning here on the mid lane, and Pain trying to get towards the turret. They're half-heartedly coming over. It looks like CLG have just forfeited this mid lane turret. So Pain Gaming gonna take the last outer now.
Yeah, might pay for that Baron bait with a turret. They certainly will, as Pain Gaming have done a great job playing reactively, but sort of keeping up with CLG. This lead has not shifted for so long.
Well, they have to be careful. CLG will cede 1 turret, but they're not going to let 2 go, so Pain have to be careful not to overextend.
Yeah, but look at the wave in bottom lane, though. Just gonna dodge the Courier from Smithy. He has to go in. Good zoning by Surteed. Good cancel!
Knock up! Smithy kicks it, but it's not nearly enough. Solo here as they do tag Kami. They're going. Shockwave lands on the 3. Doubles caught up. Facego's going to move in. Annie down there as well. Zion, those got Oriana into the back line, and Zion is going absolutely nuts. They're trying to kill BRTT. He will die, but Mylon will fall as well.
Mylon was way too late. Pain Gaming need to communicate better as a team what they want to do. They could have turned that around if Mylon TP'd instantly. But right now, double lift looking to clean up BRTT.
Does fall to double lift. And CLG find themselves a 3-for-2 team fight win.
Again, that 3.5 seconds of channel time for a teleport is enough to turn the tide.
I mean, the 3.5 hesitation before the channel is...
That's not...
That's
the lag?
Lag. playing at lag. It's the only lag you have left is teleport lag. But yeah, really good turnaround there from Pain Gaming, but they were in a good position to also keep split pushing. So Mylan told his team, guys, I got a free tower here, just back off. They could have backed off. Good cancel from Sir T, but hesitation. Obviously really easy to spot from us here, but it's all happening in real time for those guys on the stage, so gotta keep in control. That's why shot calling is so important for these teams.
Yeah, and sometimes you want to put faith in your team that they'll be able to disengage so you can try and get an advantage and you continue split pushing bottom. If they're able to pull off that disengage and deny CLG the combo there, then by taking that risk, they gain something on the other side of the map.
Well, Pain actually going to start this Dragon. CLG a little late on the recalls. They might not get this next Dragon. BKT though caught. Kami will protect him there with his ball.
Flying from Zion Spartan.
Oh, Zion runs in. Rek'Sai does get it. Pain will get the Dragon, but at what cost? There is Kalista already down. Kami getting fired upon by Doublelift, who's going nuts. As now Mylon going to get aggressed on. The stun is there from Annie.
That should be Baron. The two main carries here for Pain Gaming down, so CLG should probably make a beeline up there. As we said, they have plenty of pink wards already down.
Yeah, I really like that vision.
They're just deciding between Explosive Inhibitor and Baron right now.
Yeah, they're just pick what you want. Only good choices left for CLG right now. Pobelter wasn't even in that fight, and you really see just a little bit of aggression from the Kalista, forcing her down, and then Zion Spartan can just move in, flank. And it's so hard for Pain Gaming to move in, because even though CLG stopped baiting, those pink wards, they stayed there. They don't go down anymore. Unlimited duration on those wards. You just see a steal here from Sir T, but so hard.
Caught Afro. In fact, Zion's going to try and zone them away. Does not have his ultimate just yet, so this could be a bit dangerous. Baron getting low, but it feels like CLG want to commit on this one. Double. Actually, no, they'll back away.
That hesitation from CLG not immediately moving up there can be the difference. You know, a couple of seconds of DPS time on Baron. Double teleports for Pain Gaming, and Kami's able to come in. Threat of a shockwave. Rek'Sai is definitely threatening enough. They can burst it down, so CLG don't want to take that chance of throwing away such a huge lead and allowing the Baron to be stolen. So they call off their attempt.
They play with the necessary respect, but even though we're now 15-5 ahead for CLG, Pain Gaming still have the combo. We saw Origin do it. They were behind too. We saw an earlier fight here. Sir T now on the front line, some Orianna shield here, but look for Annie, look for Dude. Tibbers with Fate's Call, or Flash Tibbers with the Orianna ball combined. That's what Pain Gaming are looking for. Zion Spartan is looking for Inhibitor.
Yeah, it does get the ulti out of Rek'Sai, but isn't going to go all the way in. CLG have done some recent shopping. No, Doublelift actually sitting on a big stack of gold, I think. But they are going to start Baron once again.
In vision. What's changed now that CLG is willing to take the 50-50 compared to before?
Maybe they just have to think they have to take it here. They're going to move in. Are they going to get the
Smite
steal?
was ball.
They're going to keep moving in. Dude's going to get 100. Tibbers is good, but Dude's getting very low. Double moving up. Pobelter gets the kill. CLG was a ruse all along. Mylon's going to get stunned up out of his crunch. Now Meganar has to move up, but Xmithy is low. Kicks on Nakami. They'll take him out. And CLG get what they want.
And BRTT chase Zion that whole way down the river. Doublelift still chasing though.
Certainly still going. Xmithy runs in. Huge roll out from Mylon. Might be enough. BRTT trying to turn it around, but Zion and Doublelift far too far forward. Get a crunch all the way through. Pain as BRTT will die for the ace.
And poor shot calling again. Kobe, you shouted it was under 1.5k health, that Baron. Sir T could have easily channeled over and stolen it with a shockwave, and then Pain Gaming could have disengaged, cleared waves, maybe drop an inhibitor, but they took a very bad fight because Sir T and Kami were in position to steal Baron. They were over the wall when Dude flashed Tibbers, so just poor communication.
And Zion Spartan, so intelligent there. He's able to gain BRTT's attention. He chases him halfway down the river. There's no Kalista there. Soaks up a lot of damage only because he knows he can teleport right back in with home guards. Cuts off the rest of Pain Gaming, and they're able to take down 2 inhibitors with that Baron bait.
Yeah, CLG get a massive boost there in this game, as they're practically 10,000 gold ahead. They'll steal the blue, they'll go back and recall. Double from Vampirix after the Bloodthirster very quickly.
I mean, look right now, the ball's in position. If Sir T goes over, Kami and Sir T have to go all the way around the wall. Dude's doing his job. You can expend your support for a Baron. As a support main, I will agree with that. Just sacrifice your life, but get something out of it. Good ulti from Pobelter, by the way, too, because it keeps Xmithy alive for the kick on Kami.
Is that not the worst feeling? You go flash Tibbers as Annie.
Yes, it got him.
And nobody, no damage there, no follow-up of any sort. After move, towing the line there. Mylon does get a great ultimate, and Sir T actually channeled with the knockup there, but it just was too little too late, with Zion coming in with the teleport full bar of health.
Yes. PRT was really happy getting 3 members pinned into the wall. Runal's proccing on all of them, but too little too late, as we said, because they're just doing different things. If you want a team fight, sure, they could have won that if Kami and Sir T went around, but they weren't looking to team fight. They were looking to steal, so Pain Gaming need to get on the same page with each other.
Yeah, Afro also had the unbreakable wall up for the first half of that while they were stunned, so blocked a decent amount of it.
And CLG, as a result, getting very close to closing this game out, have 1 inhibitor left if they want it in the top lane. Dragon number 3 only, or 4, sorry, total, but 3 for CLG will be up. That's unlikely to be a win condition this game. CLG can do Baron, but right now, they're going to take this tower and get themselves truly 10,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, they can just push him in the top lane, then disengage back to the Baron again, forcing a very, very long distance face check. Look at all those rushes that have been cleared or dewarded by CLG.
Double is so unbelievably threatening right now. 909 on Tristana. Has the Quicksilver completed on top of it. Base of the mountain and Braum to protect him.
Poor Sentinel gets killed there by Double. If they know what brush they're in right now, but...
There's a lone ward outside the Baron that can maybe spot CLG moving in and out of that. So Pain Gaming are just going to rely on the fact that they haven't seen anybody pass there.
CLG cutting him off, though.
Yep, now going to try and look onto Kami. They want to fight. They're going to move in for it. Zion pumps his ultimate out there from Afro as well as he pumps down the Glacial Fissure. Shockwave's not bad, but Kami will die. Zion low. Mylon scoops him out of the way. But a double kill there for Olaf as CLG are going to run forward. They know they can finish things off. Aggressive flashes. Double lift goes legendary here at Worlds. And that's going to be game. CLG will knock it down. They will have a much improved second game.
Perfect timing. So yeah, there have been some good plays. That was the good play. Perfectly timed spam.
We've been tracking team fights, level 1s, but synchronized icon usage is something that we really have to track at this event, and CLG, they take the crown with that one.
Yeah, KOO had a really good one. They were the first to do it with that ace, but there was a little bit desynced on a couple of them. That one, very close to completely in unison.
I mean, just need that good shot caller, you know?
Well, a few, I think,
is that the true measure?
I think a few mishaps here and there by both teams, honestly. We talked about indecisiveness maybe being a killer, but in the end, CLG, they have a great start to the game, a great mid-game, stumble maybe a bit towards the end, but do clean it out, and they, again, much improved from game 1. CLG, after 2 days of play, will remain undefeated.
I mean, a couple of trends still confirmed there. We see why Pain Gaming have elements of solid play, but also why their average game time is so long, because some of the late game team fights just not on point, not good communication, and CLG, a lot of focus on that Baron overall, but in the end, they didn't even need it, they didn't even get it. It was just a means to an end here for the bait. Eventually, they found Pain Gaming, but still need to work on those crisp Baron baits because they left some openings for Pain.
Yeah, and with that, they are the only undefeated team in their group now, so a lot of mixture early on here, and we'll see if the trend continues.
And that Flash Wolves upset does, like you mentioned, give CLG a strong chance. I'll take first for now.